Hey guys, I haven't done one of these in probably about 6 months. And just so you're aware, these are all stories that have been featured on my channel before. But I figured there's a lot of you that like to fall asleep to this stuff. So I'm putting another compilation together. And a lot of you also seem to like anything to do with the woods. So this is a long, nice, sleepy episode all about the woods. Again, these stories have been featured. There's none of them that are new. So if you've listened to all the episodes, then you've heard them before. All right. That's it. That's all. Going to get back in the habit of making these. The next one won't be woods related. It'll just be straight up anything and everything. And I'll try to get that out in the next week or two. Yeah, I'll leave you alone. Enjoy. Go night night. Sweet dreams. Love you. Bye. We'd pretty much been on the road all week, Yellowstone being our big ticket before the long haul back to Arizona. The kids were restless inside the tent loop, sugar stupid from marshmallows, so Mara decided that maybe a short evening walk, stretch our legs, burn off the energy. A dotted line on the map board pointed towards this historic ranger station, half a mile away. Easy enough. The light was starting to dim, that fast autumn fade, but I figured it'd be fine. I was always the one saying it because it will be fine, right? The trail wound through lodge poles, which provided a quiet so deep you could hear your own pulse. The outpost appeared suddenly, though, a dark box tucked against the timber. Not a quaint cabin that I'd really pictured. The windows were barred, the front door cross-chained with two padlocks that didn't even match, one brass and one black steel. Somebody had also spray-painted a half-peeled biohazard placard on the boards, orange letters curling up at the edges. Eli, our son, muttered, "Creepy." June, our daughter, stayed close to Mara's leg, wide-eyed. I stepped onto the porch, the wood groaning as I did. A rust ring showed where a thermos had sat not too long ago, but definitely for a long time. A neatly coiled paracord, cut lean, lay beside the railing. Behind one of the barred windows, I could just make out this maintenance board, clipped with index cards. The last entry read, October 26, closed decon, RH. The following day was blank. I bent down, squinting through the dusty glass, and that's when I took note of the security camera dome that was bolted above the door, spiderwebbed and probably dead. Let's go back, Mara said. Her voice carried a little bit of an edge. Thinking back now, I probably should have listened then, but instead I pressed my ear to a rusted vent gate, and from inside came 3 knocks. They were short, then 2 long, then 3 short again. I jerked back, and the kids behind me went silent. Maybe the pipes? Mara offered, but her voice was trembling and I don't think she really even believed it. I leaned again, forcing myself to slow my breath. I heard this hoarse whisper, thin like it had to scrape over stone to reach up to me. My hand found the door chain. The links were a bit cold into my palm, but they were looped outside, padlocked tight. Whoever was in there had been put in, not trapped by accident. Eli shifted his foot up against the porch. Tap, tap, tap. Then from the vent, it responded. Tap, 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 perfect echo. June whispered, "Dad, it's copying us." I didn't respond. My stomach had already dropped. I probably should have walked back then, should have pretended that we never seen it. But when you got kids staring up at you, waiting for the grown-ups to make the right call and answer, it's hard to just say, "Hey, let's abandon whoever's inside here." So we ended up making this stupid compromise. My wife did not agree, but I thought there was some kind of lesson to be had here, if not, maybe a good prank. We set up this makeshift bivvy 60 yards away, tucked behind a half ring of pines. It wasn't much, a tarp, a fire dimmed to a smolder, just enough to keep the kids warm. I told Mara that we'd keep watch over maybe an hour or so, then head back to camp and report it in the morning. "Look, if somebody's in there," I whispered, "if they're hurt, they won't last the night, there's no way." She looked at the kids shivering underneath the tarp. Her jaw worked, but she didn't argue with me. The station sat in view through the trees, squat and silent, except for that obvious knocking. started up again around 8 this time, 3 short taps spaced out, almost like some kind of code. I pulled out my phone, hit record and logged the time. I tried tapping back this time, and the rhythm answered, sometimes clean, sometimes a little off. It probably was hard to hear from so far away. "Dad?" Eli said to me. "That's not the pipes, is it?" I wanted to tell him that it was, to just be quiet, but I couldn't. He was right. I crept back toward the building later, headlamp dimmed, and the smell hit me before the vent did. Bleach or some kind of cleaner, not the earthy rot that I expect from some kind of old cabin. Peering through the grate, I saw cinder block walls, a cot leg, and a red plastic tote shoved up against a locker. Taped to the locker door was a page with thick black lettering. I bent a stick, slid it through to lift up the corner, and only got 2 words that said Biocon before the paper flapped over. That was enough for me. I called out a few greetings, but whoever was inside never even responded, just tapped. Boot prints would mark the dirt lane leading away from the porch, deep treads laid into the mud, angled toward a locked service gate. At the edge of that track, the prints dragged like somebody slipped or had been hauled. I backed off, and the station once again knocked. By 9, the knocks had turned into pure SOS. ... Whoever was in there knew the code, or at least wanted us to think they did. Between sequences would come this wet cough as well. Mara hissed to me. Carbon monoxide maybe? They're delirious. They'd have to be. If that's true, then we can't just leave. I tried the locks with my multi-tool. Stupid move, they didn't budge. And at that point I was ready to just give up and head back to camp. That's when headlights quickly flickered through the trees. I killed my lamp and hit the ground. A white Tahoe rolled in, lights off, coasting in slowly. A magnet placard on the door had a green crest to the Park Service, but the lettering looked a little off, too blocky, like it had been printed on a home computer or something. 2 silhouettes sat inside, no radio chatter, no door slam. The engine sat there idling. And then, just as silently and as quickly as it came, it backed out and was gone. Every hair on my arm lifted up. When I slunk back to camp, June was sitting cross-legged, clapping slowly. 3 beats, pause, 3 beats. From the station would come the same pattern. It was muffled but clear. Eli would join in, testing it with his own rhythm. The station copied him too, messy then perfect, back and forth. "Okay kids, stop it," Mara hissed, dragging them up close to her. I crouched by the fire and shouted towards the building. "If you can talk, say something." The answer was one single word, thin and breathy and hard to tell if I imagined it. It sounded like R-E-E-D or maybe just read, some variation of that word. That's when something outside our little camp made the hair on my neck stand up. Brush crackled and it sounded human. I swept my headlamp and caught the glint of a fishing line, stretched ankle high across the path, staked into the dirt. A trip line or some kind of alarm. I cut it with a knife, and the moment that line snapped, the station went completely silent. No more taps, no more rattling. A scrape then came from within, soft, uneasy footsteps. The padlock trembled as if somebody had bumped the door from within. Mara's eyes were wide now. "We're leaving, now." I wanted to. God, I wanted to. But I couldn't shake the thought of a human being locked inside that box, so I jammed a tire iron from my truck into the chain and leaned into it with all my weight. It groaned, the link stretching but didn't give. Inside, something was being dragged across the floor, and that's when I heard a voice from behind us. "Evening." I turned around and a man stood at the tree line, headlamp glowing white, dark parka, no badge. His voice was calm, demeanor friendly, like a teacher catching kids in the wrong hallway. Park maintenance, you can't be here. This building's under decontamination." He walked right up to the door, set his hands flat against the lock, didn't even try the keys. "The pipe's not cold in the weather. Spooks people all the time." I swallowed hard. "I think there's a person in there." He smiled like I was a child. "Look, the sound carries strange in the timber. Trust me, it's just the pipes." The light from my lamp then caught his pants, tiny bleach flecks specked on the cuffs, a ring of color tag keys dangling from his hip. One tag had the initials RH on it, the same as that logboard that I'd read earlier. The name's Reed," he said. "Why don't you just take your kids back to camp? It's getting late." I pressed my face close to the vent. "How many of us are out here?" I said. The response came back at once, 4 sharp knocks perfectly timed, the exact number of us crouched in the dark, and then after a pause, a 5th. Reed's smile froze. He keyed the radio. The static wasn't Park Service chatter, it was some kind of encrypted trill. From the road came a crunch of tires, that same Tahoe again, this time a second one with it. "Go," Reed said, voice suddenly flat and no longer friendly. "Now." So we broke camp in a panic, stuffing bags half zipped, hauling the kids up by the arms. I stayed behind for one last glance, and Reed was at the door speaking softly into that vent, not unlocking it though. I snapped a photo with my phone. The flash popped. He turned, face lit, and for a second his eyes looked a little hollow, like the man hadn't slept in weeks. Then I heard more voices from the road saying, "Hey, hold up." We ran though, branches whipping our faces, and June stumbled. I scooped her up and bolted, pack left behind now. Behind us, something in that station slammed, metal on metal, like a locker door banging shut, in silence. We didn't stop until our old campground lights were in sight. I hardly slept. Every sound around me, every hiss of the wind had me upright, clutching the kids, waiting for more headlamps to sweep the tent loop, but nothing ever came. By dawn, a real ranger, gray hair and sun-leathered face, the kind of guy you trust on sight, was here at the campground, answering some kind of different call. I cornered him before he left, phone still in my hand. "Look, there's someone locked up in a station off that service road," I said. I showed him the photo, chains across the door, Reed's shadow off by the vent. The ranger frowned and tugged his hat back and forth. There's no active station in that quadrant. Hasn't been in at least 20 years. It's a historic site, closed, boarded up. Something about some kind of virus." "Boarded up?" I snapped. "It's a couple of chains and a padlock." He then looked me over for a long beat, then maybe out of pity, maybe doubt, agreed to take a look. We followed him in the truck, and when we reached that clearing, my stomach turned cold. The building was there, same scene, but it was different. The door wasn't chained. It was sealed with painted plywood, warped and sun-faded, nails sunk deep. No padlocks, no security dome, just a dead relic underneath the pines. But the tire ruts were real, twin arcs of tread gouged into the dirt, stopping hard at the tree line, as if the vehicles had rolled to a halt and then, lifted, dragged away? The ground near the porch was smoothed and raked, as if somebody had erased what we saw the night before, the wandering heavy boot treads. The ranger himself took a few photos and shook his head and logged it as vandalism. His radio squawked. He waved us off with a promise to file up some kind of report. I checked my phone again. It was still there in that photo I took. I told Mara that I delete it, but I still haven't. I look at it from time to time to make sure that I'm not completely crazy. We left that morning, packed the kids in silence, and I stopped at the trailhead map board one last time. In fine print at the bottom corner, almost invisible under years of sun bleaching, was a disclaimer. Historic facilities may be used for seasonal training and closed for operations. Do not approach closed structures. And you can bet your ass that I won't make that mistake again. We weren't drunk, we weren't high, and that's the first thing I tell people when they ask what happened to Nathan and me out at Arches that spring. We were both 20, college kids from Fort Collins who thought it would be romantic to see Delicate Arch under a sky full of stars. I've read about it online, how the sandstone glows in the moonlight, how the Milky Way cuts across the desert. I wanted the photo, sure, but more than that, I really wanted the experience. So we set out just after 9, when most of the tourists had cleared out and the parking lot was thinning. It was early April, cool but not cold, and the desert felt vast and hollow around us. I remember tightening the straps of my pack, checking my headlamp, making sure my phone had a full charge. Logical things, controlled things. Nathan teased me for acting like a scout leader, but he double-checked his water bottle all the same. And for the first half mile, it was pretty ordinary. Crunch of gravel under our feet, the smell of dust and sage. Shadows would pool in every fold of a rock. Nathan and I talked back and forth in low voices. Not because we were scared yet, but because the place kind of demanded it, like whispering inside a cathedral. The first light appeared just after we cleared this ridge though. I thought it was another hiker's headlamp, bobbing across the slick rock, but something about it was a little off. It didn't swing or bounce, it was sliding, smooth and steady, as though it was being carried by a wire. The second light then appeared 100 feet to the left, then a third, winking in and out like fireflies. Nathan stopped dead beside me. Lanterns maybe? Somebody set up a camp? But no one camps up there. It just quite isn't possible. And the lights weren't anywhere near a campsite should have been. They drifted above the rocks, far too high for level ground, but too low for stars. Silent and too smooth for drones or too bright for any kind of reflection. So I tried to frame it logically. A hiker playing some kind of trick, or a trick of the atmosphere, headlamps from the road below bouncing off the sandstone, but every explanation that I came up with would fall short. Nathan grinned, nervous and curious. Let's just go check it out. I bet it's just kids playing flashlight tag or something. And because I couldn't stand the idea of him going without me, I followed behind. We climbed higher, keeping the lights in sight, but no matter how far we walked, they always seemed to be just out of reach. The trail in front of us curved around this broad slab of slick rock, cairns marking the way, but the markers began to feel a little wrong, out of place, scattered too far apart. Twice we had to stop and check if we'd actually lost the trail entirely. The lights drifted ahead of us, 3, then 4, each one a pale blue-white, steady, almost elegant. At times they would move in sync, like dancers. At others, they would wink out entirely only to reappear further down the ridge. Okay, it has to be a drone, Nathan insisted, even though he didn't sound too convinced. He'd taken a class on unmanned aerial systems. He knew their noises and their limitations. These lights floated dead silent, and when they dropped out suddenly, they'd go straight down, plumb bob, and vanish almost into the ground itself. I felt the hair on the back of my neck rise up. I tried laughing it off, tried to catalog every rational explanation, a mirage, atmospheric refraction, ball lighting, but the desert air was dry and still and cool around us. Conditions couldn't have been more ordinary. So we continued and pressed on, and gradually the trail would dissolve. Where there should have been cairns, there was nothing. Where slick rock should have sloped back into a wash, it bent inward, funneling us toward a canyon that we had not seen on the map. My phone buzzed in my pocket, so I pulled it out. The compass app spun in lazy circles. GPS placed us 20 miles away near the Colorado River. When I switched to the camera, the lights didn't appear at all. It was just blank. Somebody has to be screwing with us, Nathan muttered. He turned in a slow circle, his flashlight beam sliding across the red walls, over a basin that we hadn't noticed to our right. The lights continued winking in and out above, playfully impatient. That's when I heard it, a real whisper, a thin, dry murmur riding on the air. Not English, not any kind of language that I knew. It's more of a vibration than an actual word, but it was there. I froze and Nathan swung his beam toward the rocks. Did you? Yes, I snapped back immediately. Yes, I heard that. The whisper then came again, a little closer this time. Then another, overlapping, almost dozens of them, like a crowd muffled behind glass. My rational brain fired off explanations. The wind through cracks, echoes from hikers miles away. But the desert had been dead silent just minutes earlier. There was nothing natural in these sounds either. Maybe it was the sound of drone wings. We tried to backtrack, following our own footprints, except they didn't lead back the way that we'd come. They bent in this weird circle, curving us deeper into that basin. Every time we tried to climb out, we found ourselves circling back down again, as if the environment around us had been rearranged. It was just the darkness, and it totally turned us around. Nathan then cursed and shouted off into the dark. His voice cracked across the canyon, but the whispers didn't falter. They almost seemed amused. By midnight, we were exhausted. My head was throbbing. A metallic taste was coating my throat. I dropped to one knee, steadying myself with the hand up against a rock. And when I pulled it back, my palm was wet with blood from my nose. Nathan helped me stand back up, but his own face was pale now, lips trembling. I don't know how to say this, but I saw someone, he whispered to me. Over there. He pointed at the ridge where the lights were glowing faintly, and for a heartbeat, I thought I too saw a figure, tall and thin, impossible to mistake for some kind of bush or a shadow. It turned and the lights brightened, as if in response. We staggered forward, not chasing anymore, but just almost being herded. That's how it felt, like cattle in a chute. Every exit vanished, every landmark twisted. We ended up at the base of a sheer wall of sandstone, claw marks etched deep into its face, fresh gouges, long scratches raking down the surface. Emily, Nathan said. He ran his fingers into one of the grooves. They looked to be human-sized, or seemed to be. The lights then descended around us, 4, then 6, hovering close enough almost to touch them. They pulsed brighter and brighter, so white that my vision blurred. I dropped to my knees, clutching my head. The pressure inside my skull was now unbearable. The whispers rose, overlapping, deafening. I couldn't tell if they were outside or inside my head. Nathan then screamed something, and I couldn't hear what it was. I looked up at him and saw him clawing at the wall, fingers now bloody, trying to hold himself there as if some force was pulling him backward. I cataloged every sensation as though taking notes, ringing in my ears, nausea, black spots blotting my vision, sense of weight pressing downward. I thought, is this what a seizure feels like? Is this hypoxia? And then, silence. The lights winked out, my ears popped, and it was just cool desert air rushing back in. We sat there blinking at one another, stunned, and realized that we weren't in the canyon anymore. We stood on this open stretch of slick rock beneath the stars. Down the slope, less than a mile away, I could see the faint glow of the trailhead parking lot. My watch said it was after 3 in the morning. We'd been lost for more than 3 hours now. Nathan's hands were still bloody. My face was crusted with blood from my nose. We were alive, but hollowed out and confused. We're leaving, I whispered. My voice was shaking. And we're not coming back. I half ran, half stumbled down that trail, too terrified to say anything else. I kept glancing over my shoulder the whole time, waiting for one of those lights to flare up again, to catch us in its grip once more. But the sky above remained still, only the stars and the scythe of moonlight. When we finally reached the car, my hand shook so badly that I could barely even work the door handle. Nathan then slammed it shut and locked it, then just sat there with his forehead up against the steering wheel. He turned the key and the headlights popped on, light cutting across the empty parking lot. Not another soul in sight. Neither of us spoke until we were back in Moab, coiled in the sticky light of an all-night diner. I wrote everything down on napkins, the compass spinning, the voices, the gouges in the sandstone. My handwriting in the moment was jagged, damn near illegible, but I didn't want to lose the details. I didn't want to forget. Nathan sat across from me, dead-eyed, his hands bandaged up with paper towels. None of it makes sense, I whispered to him. The landmarks changing, the time missing, it can't all be real. He lifted his head slowly. I clawed at the rock. I don't know why. My nails are gone, Emily. My hands are raw. I think it's real enough. Again, I found myself trying to frame it all logically. Maybe we were dehydrated. Maybe the dark was playing tricks on us. Maybe those lights were drones after all, piloted by idiots who thought scaring hikers was funny, but all of those explanations didn't really add up. Drones don't whisper your name. Rocks don't rearrange themselves. Hours don't just simply vanish. A week later, we decided to drive back during the daytime. I wanted to prove myself that it was just fear and fatigue that did it all. But when we reached the spot where we swore we seen those claw marks, there was nothing in front of us. It was smooth. No gouges, no scratches. Nothing to show for the panic that had just shredded our nerves that night. That, I think, is when the fear really set in. Although, truth be told, I can't say for sure that we followed that same trail when we returned. The dark really had us lost and turned around. We'd come back alive, yes, but something happened out there. Something that bent the desert around us and toyed with us, like insects under glass. And the worst part isn't that I can't explain it. It's that there's a tiny piece of me that still wants to go back, even today, to follow those lights to the very end, because I think that's what they wanted. I'll never take my family back to Shenandoah. That's really the first thing I should say before I tell you my story. People talk about national parks like they're sacred, one of the few last places with clean air, long trails, and starry nights. Honestly, I thought so too, until the night a man in uniform stepped out of the trees and made me wish to God that I'd never been out there. We'd been planning this trip for months and months. My wife, Allison, had been begging for a weekend away, somewhere without phones buzzing or emails stacking up. Our daughter Emily was 16 at the time, all braces and opinions, already talking about college. Our son Josh was 14, a lot quieter. His world orbited between headphones and basketball. This was supposed to be family time, a chance to keep them with us a little longer before the world would pull them away. By the time we reached the campground itself, the sun had already been sliding back behind the ridges. The forest had closed in with that early evening hush, birds dropping off into silence, the first insects humming against the dark. I felt a nervous pride as I got the fire going. Allison laid out sandwiches that she'd packed, and the kids argued over the best logs for sitting on. For a while, it really felt good, like we'd gotten it right this time. And then, out of nowhere, he appeared. We heard the crunch of his boots first, then a figure stepped off into the firelight. A park ranger, uniform neat but worn, a hat with a low brim, smile pulled tightly across his face. "Evening," he said. His voice was smooth, like he was rehearsing. "Just checking on the new arrivals." We all turned, startled. He moved closer than he really needed to, standing so the fire lit up that silver badge right on his chest. His eyes, though, they weren't on me. They flicked to Allison, then to Emily, then lingering a beat too long before sliding back to me. "Beautiful family you got here," he said. And something about the way he said it and how he said it knotted up my gut. Maybe I was overthinking it, reading too much into a stranger's small talk, but he continued to ask these questions. "How long you staying? Are there any other ladies with you? Just a 110. Nice and private back here, isn't it?" Throughout that time, his smile never wavered, but his tone wasn't cautious, it was probing, like he was measuring us. The kids went quiet and Allison forced this polite smile, but I could see her shoulders tensing up. After a few minutes, he tipped his hat and then stepped backward. "Don't want to interrupt your evening, just remember, it's easy to get lost out here. Stick to the main road when you head out tomorrow." And then just like that, he disappeared into the dark. We sat there for a moment listening to the fire pop, nobody talking. Finally, Allison said, "Well, at least they keep an eye on people out here, I guess." But I couldn't let it go. Something in the way he looked at her, at Emily, it continued to gnaw at me. I really don't know how long I slept, but when I woke up, the fire was down to embers and the forest was alive with sounds. Owls, crickets, the low rush of wind through the branches. And then footsteps. At first, I assumed it was an animal nosing around our campsite. But then I heard the clear sound of a boot tread, obviously human. My hand went for the flashlight. I nudged Allison awake with my elbow. She blinked, confused. I pressed a finger to my lips. The zipper of the tent then rattled, slightly, like somebody testing it. My heart went hot in my chest. I snapped the flashlight on and shoved it toward the sound. The beam then caught a little sliver of khaki, the Ranger hat brim just outside the zipper. "It's just me," the voice said calmly. "I was just making sure you folks were all right." I barked out something, I don't remember what exactly, and he didn't answer, he didn't apologize. I just caught the impression of him standing there breathing before the darkness took him back in. I lay awake for the rest of the night, eyes burning holes in that tent fabric, waiting for him to come back, but he didn't. And by morning, I'd almost convinced myself that maybe I dreamt the whole thing. Almost. The kids wanted to take a hike to the overlook that morning. I agreed. It seemed safer to be moving. So we followed the trail, sun filtering through the trees, Allison laughing at something that Josh had said, and for a while it went back to normal. And then he's back. He stepped out from behind a stand of pines, as if he'd been waiting for us. The same neat uniform, that same stupid smile. Total creep. "Morning," he said, eyes going straight to Allison, then Emily, skimming right past me like I wasn't even standing there. "Pretty early to be on this trail. Not many folks around here at this time of day." He crouched a little to get to Emily's height, though she was tall for 16 and taller than her mother already. He asked her, "You, like hiking?" She froze and then looked at me. I moved between them before she could answer. "Yeah, we're just out for a quick walk." He didn't budge, just smiled and said, "Well, there's a shortcut if you want it. Heads off this way, gets you down by the creek without all the switchbacks." He then gestured into the trees, away from the main trail, away from the safety of other campers. Allison's hand found mine and Emily shifted closer too. I forced a tight smile. "I think we're going to stick to the path." His eyes flickered with something then, annoyance, maybe even disappointment, but that same smile stayed plastered on. He leaned in slightly and lowered his voice. "Suit yourself, but probably wish you took it." He then stepped aside and let us pass. I didn't look back again until we'd gone at least 100 yards, and when I did, he was still standing there, dead center of the trail, watching us go. That night, it was far worse than the previous. The fire burned low. The kids were zipped up in their own tent that was beside ours, and that's when I heard it again, the crack of a branch, the drag of some boots, and Allison tensed up beside me. Dad?" Emily's voice trembled from the other tent. Before I could answer, that same voice drifted in through the dark. "Don't worry, folks, it's just me again." He was circling us, footsteps crunching against the leaves, weaving slow circles around our camp. "I'm just keeping you safe," he called, and then a little quieter. "You don't know how dangerous it gets out here." I grabbed that hatchet that I brought for wood splitting and stood outside our tent. The flashlight beam darted across the trees, but I couldn't catch him. I could only hear the sounds of his feet moving, always just out of sight. "Why don't you come with me?" His voice moving through the trees. "I'll show you something a lot better than this, quieter, even more private." Allison gasped and then clutched my arm. "Leave us alone," I called out in the dark. And the woods seemed to swallow my voice, and for a long moment the only response was silence. And then a chuckle. The zipper on the kid's tent jerked halfway down before Emily screamed, and I charged, swinging the flashlight and that hatchet. The beam caught his face for the first time, sweat shining, eyes wild. The uniform looked a lot less crisp now, threadbare, collar stained. The badge was scratched, cheap, like something that was bought at a surplus store. This guy was obviously wearing a costume. He didn't flinch. He leaned in towards Emily's scream, whispering, "Don't be scared." I slammed into him, shoulder first, knocking him backward. He staggered but stayed up on his feet, grinning. "You don't get it, do you? They'd be safer with me." I raised that hatchet high, ready to bring it down, and he finally backed off. He circled though, taunting me. "You can't keep watch forever. You will fall asleep. And when you do..." I lunged, swinging that hatchet with everything I had. He ducked and ran, was gone. The kids were sobbing behind me. Allison was whispering prayers. My own hands were shaking so hard that I nearly dropped the hatchet itself. But we huddled there, inside the larger tent after that, all four of us, too scared to close our eyes. Every noise felt like him, every gust of wind with a footstep, every snapping twig, his return. When the sun rose, the forest looked calm, beautiful even, but I knew better. I knew he was still somewhere out there. We broke camp at first light, moving fast and sloppy, no breakfast, no chatter, just shoving gear into bags and rolling up tents. The kids kept glancing into the trees, expecting him to come out at any second, and truth be told, so did I. That trail back to our car felt twice as long. Every bend now looked dangerous, every hollow a place he could be waiting for us. I kept that hatchet locked in one hand, flashlight in the other, though the daylight was streaming through the canopy now. Allison walked tightly against Emily, one hand on our daughter's shoulder, the other gripping Josh's wrist. Half a mile from the trailhead, we found it. The uniform shirt crumpled up in the dirt, one sleeve ripped, collar black with sweat. The badge was gone, and the patches were stitched on crooked, fraying at the edges. This was definitely not official, and I felt like a complete idiot. "God," Allison whispered. She kicked at the thing, and we didn't stop walking. When we finally reached the ranger station, I all but dragged the family inside. The real rangers, two of them, clean uniforms and calm eyes, listened as I spilled it all. The late night visits, the circling, the zipper half opened on my daughter's tent. They didn't laugh, and they also didn't even look surprised. I will admit we've had some reports," one of them said carefully. "A man's been impersonating a ranger. We tried to track him, but he's a ghost. He knows this park far too well." I wanted to demand they do something right then, hunt him down, lock him up. Instead, all I managed to say was, "Well, eventually he's gonna hurt somebody." The ranger just looked back and nodded, expression grim. "We know." That night, safe in our own house, the kids in their own beds, Allison curled up against me on the couch. I thought it would feel over now, but when the floor creaked, I jumped. When the wind brushed the siding, I would flinch. And still occasionally, sometimes, most nights if I'm honest, I'll hear it again. That slow, patient sound of boots on gravel, that zipper sliding open, and that voice just beyond the dark. "You can't keep watch forever." The bus slowed to a stop at the South Rim lot. We spilled out into the heat like cattle from a trailer. Mr. Bauer, our assistant coach and wannabe tough guy, took charge of half the class. Mr. Rand, our geology teacher, led the rest of us over to the safe overlook, with guardrails and plaques. Mr. Bauer wanted that real canyon experience, so we got marched down this half-spur trail hidden behind a juniper, the sign bent and sun-bleached. It wasn't a trail so much as it was a crease in the earth. Our sneakers were ruined almost instantly. Javi complained about the smell, dry dust and old pennies, and I felt it too. Bone dry desert. That slot narrowed until we had to walk a single file line. My shoulders brushed up against stone, warm where the sun had reached, cool where the shadow still lingered. The silence was heavy, no birds, no buzzing insects, just our feet and the occasional grunt from Bauer telling us to keep moving. Lily spotted it, a pale shape half buried in the gravel. She crouched and brushed it clear, and then held it up. It was back off a side trail that strayed off into another. "Deer," she said, a jawbone, teeth still intact. A little further in, the floor widened up, and more bones came into view. Ribs, a cracked antler, a whole scatter of bleached fragments piled up against the wall. Ms. Duran frowned and then warned us not to touch them. Natural, maybe washed down here during the floods or something, but the sight of it set my teeth on edge. A few of us proceeded. Unbeknownst to Bauer and Duran, the rest of the class moved on. There was graffiti cut across the sandstone, just above that bone pile. Not ancient carvings, not geology, knife marks, spray paint, names, crude anatomy sketches, beer cans rusting in a corner, signs of kids who'd been here far before us. We turned to head back, and that's when I heard voices, faint at first, then sharp, echoing off the stone. Two older boys then stepped into view, maybe 17 or 18, not from our school, cigarettes dangling, a half-empty bottle swinging from one of their hands. They stood there and looked us over. "Well, look who found our clubhouse," one said, grinning through the smoke. That canyon had gone silent again, except for them. The boys moved in confidently. They weren't really that much older than us, maybe a year or two tops, but the way they carried themselves, it was like they owned the place. "What are you little Cub Scouts doing down here?" the one with the bottle said. His eyes flicked to the bone pile. "Collecting souvenirs?" Javi tried to joke with them. Just a field trip, man. We're passing through." "Field trip?" the kid repeated, dragging the words. "The teacher make you bring your lunch money too?" The other one, taller, stepped close enough that I could smell the sour liquor sweat on him. He grinned and leaned in. "This here's our spot. You don't just get to walk in." I squared up with him, using my deep voice. "All right, knock it off. We're leaving." They laughed, a harsh echo bouncing off the walls around us. "Leaving? Nah, I think you're gonna stay a little while." They drifted back into the shadows, vanishing up that narrow chute that was cut into the wall. We began to move, but the canyon twisted us deeper, and when we looked up again, there they were, silhouettes perched on ledges above us. The first pebble came light, pattering down on Lily's shoulder. She jerked, startled. Then another struck Javi's pack, and the boys above us cackled. "Careful," one said. "It's rockfall season around here." The stones got bigger. A fist-sized rock then clipped Javi's scalp, blood streaking his temple. He dropped to his knees screaming, and our friend Lily grabbed him, shielding him with her body. She yelled at them to stop it, and her voice was cracking in the canyon. The boys whooped with delight, and another rock smashed near our feet, dust exploding. I pressed tightly up against the wall. This was not a prank anymore. They were aiming, testing range, selecting rocks with disastrous intent. I yelled at them both to move. Just as a rock impacted with my ankle, I went reeling and crashing into the stone face of the canyon, blood now running freely from my wound. We scrambled for cover, hugging the canyon sides, rocks shattered inches away, chips stinging against my arms. Those boys kept at it, climbing higher and driving us into this choke point where the canyon narrowed down to a throat, which was really scary, but also the exit, the last hurrah. "Go!" I shouted, shoving Lily and Javi ahead. Lily dragged Javi by the backstraps, and another rock slammed near my head, making my ears ring. The laughter above was shrill, drunk on the power of it all. One of them shouted, "Hey, catch this one!" And a boulder big enough to kill rolled over a ledge and thundered down, exploding in the middle of us. Fragments the size of fists went in every direction. We crawled half blind with the dust, and I tasted grit and blood in my mouth. Javi stumbled and nearly went down again. I hauled him by the wrist, screaming at him to run. The boys above whooped and stomped, voices chasing through the stone throat. Rocks continued to fall, smaller now, thrown wildly, but enough to keep that panic alive. We hit the slit in the canyon wall, barely wide enough for a door. I forced Lily through first and then shoved Javi. I tried to push in after them, but a rock then slammed up against my ribs, crunching and stealing every breath that I had left. Pain ripped through me like a fire. I dropped, gasping aloud, seeing stars. I thought I was gonna die. Lily's hand then shot back through the gap, grabbing my shirt, screaming my name. I dug my fingers into the rock and pulled, and after a second, I finally passed through. A rock then smashed just where my head had been. We spilled off into the blinding daylight, collapsing into the hot stone outside. Javi was sobbing and dirty. Lily clutched me, shaking, her face streaked with dust and tears. Behind us, the boys' laughter continued to ring, fading as they melted back into the canyon, not pursuing us, just their victory echoing off the walls. The other group came down the trail and spotted us. Ms. Duran snapped to life, fumbling for a radio. She got through, voice breaking as she called for rangers, for medics. Javi's head was a mess of blood. Lily's shin was swelled purple. My ribs were screaming with every breath I took. The sun beat down all the while, mercilessly, like none of it mattered, and I guess it didn't. We made it out though, barely. Eventually, rangers came and a cloud of dust behind them, radios hissing. They patched up Javi's head, at least what they could, wrapped up Lily's leg, and checked my ribs with practiced indifference. We told them about everything, the boys, the rocks, the way they hunted us through that slot. The rangers exchanged a few looks, and not disbelief, but something worse, almost like recognition. "Shitheads," one of them muttered. "The kids wander down here all the time." They hiked back to the slot with us trailing behind, but the canyon, obviously, was clean now. Fresh dust covered the footprints, the ledges were empty, only the bones and graffiti remained now. No arrests, no names, no answers, just a warning about sticking to marked trails. Typical. Back on the bus, we sat bruised and bandaged, staring at the windows instead of one another. Ms. Duran tried to comfort us, voice raw from screaming into that radio, but she sounded as broken as we felt. Bauer slumped in his seat, silent, legs stretched across the aisle. Everybody seemed to be defeated. The other students buzzed us with questions we couldn't answer, and I pressed my ribs and stared out the endless walls of the canyon, beautiful, golden, carved by eons. But it didn't care about us, didn't care about the bones in the sand or the blood on the rock. It swallowed everything and would spit it out again. Somewhere off in those slots, those boys were probably laughing, bragging, lighting another cigarette, safe and untouchable. We'd gone down there to learn about geology, but what we learned was a lot more simple. Inside the canyon, the rocks weren't the only things that could kill you. And I suddenly understood what death from above now meant. We were Boy Scouts at the time, which meant rules and badges and, of course, campfire songs. But when the sun went down, it also meant a little bit of freedom. The leaders would hang back by the fire, drinking their instant coffee, talking about work and their wives and whatever else the grown men would talk about. But the woods were ours. That weekend, it was a fall trip. There was leaves everywhere, gold and red, wet with dew. The air was so crisp it would sting your lungs when you ran. Smoke would cling to your jackets, and the fire popped off like gunshots. There were 13 boys, spread across 4 tents, crammed into a patch of trees just beside a clearing. Dinner, of course, was some hot dogs that were charred black, marshmallows that caught fire before you could blow them out. We laughed with our mouths full, daring one another to hold them in the flames until they melted off the stick. It's the kind of dumb joy you only really get at that age, before you start worrying about girlfriends or jobs or anything bigger than who got the last chocolate bar. When the fire started to burn low, somebody, I think it was Kyle, suggested that we play flashlight tag. The leaders shrugged it off. "Okay, just stay in the tree line, please," one of them said. "Don't cross the creek. Do not go past the ridge either." We promised them, already halfway gone with our flashlights in hand. The game kicked off pretty quickly, lights darting between the trees, thin beams bouncing off trunks and leaves themselves. The boys shouted, screamed, crashed into one another, got tagged, and then would laugh it off. The cold made our breath into steam, ghosts following us as we ran. My heart thudded against my ribs. The dark around me was thick, but the beams cut holes in it. Every laugh, every crunch of the leaves made it feel like we were really untouchable. Then I noticed a light that didn't quite fit. It was steady and a dull yellow that didn't match the other LEDs that we had. It didn't jitter around like ours did when we ran either. It hung really low to the ground, sweeping from side to side. I froze and watched it slide between the trees. Who is that?" I asked out loud, though nobody answered me. The others continued running, chasing, and yelling. But the beam did not join our game. It just hovered there, moving slowly, like it was searching for something else. I turned away and just kind of shook it off. Told myself it was one of the guys, maybe just being sneaky, but even then, something about it just felt wrong. It's just another kid, I said to myself. But when I turned to run again, that light started moving. Not fast like the rest of us. It continued to float slow and steady, sweeping back and forth, pausing now and then like it was looking things over. "Hey!" I shouted. My beam caught Kyle sprinting past me. His face was sweaty and his grin was wild. I don't think he heard me. That slow light stopped though, and then stayed locked on me. And then just like that, it blinked out. Gone. I spun in a circle, my own flashlight now trembling in my hand. Trees, leaves, darkness. Nothing else though. A shout from somewhere deeper in the woods snapped me back into the game, and I bolted toward it, trying to believe that this was all just that, a game. But a few minutes later, we knew better. It started when Tanner got tagged, at least we thought he did. He screamed high and sharp, and when we swung our lights that way, we saw him sprawled out on the ground. A shape was leaning over him. "Knock it off!" I heard somebody yell, but the man didn't answer. His flashlight beam had vanished, and our lights now caught his outline. A dirty jacket, long arms, scraggly hair. Tanner thrashed underneath him, calling out for help. So we charged in because that's what you do when you're in a troop, you stick together. 3 of us grabbed Tanner's arms, trying to pull him free. But the man shoved us back like we were paper dolls. My flashlight went skidding across the ground. For a split second, his face lit up with my flashlight. Hollow cheeks, stringy hair, eyes set wide. No sound came from his mouth, just the soft pan of his breath. He smiled, stood up, and then melted back into the dark. We dragged Tanner to his feet. He was crying, dirt smeared across his face. "He grabbed me," he kept saying. He grabbed me." The game was over. Maybe it was one of the leaders just messing with us," I heard somebody say. "Bullshit," I snapped back. My stomach was now ice. That was not Mr. Raymond. That wasn't anybody that we know. It almost felt like the forest itself heard me. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves was now amplified. I spun, turning my light everywhere, and finding nothing. "Okay, we need to go back to camp," I said. "Now." We started moving, a messy pack of beams and footsteps, but the woods weren't done with us yet. We heard crunching of leaves behind us, and we whirled around, lights jerking. Nothing though. Then another sound, this time from the front, off to the left. It almost seemed like he was circling us. Somebody screamed to run, and well, we did. The troop scattered, no formation, no order, just pure panic. I tore through the brush with all the others. My flashlight beam was bouncing wildly. Every few seconds, I'd glance over my shoulder. Nothing there. Nothing until a shadow lunged and one of the boys beside me went down hard. The man was now on him. He didn't have a flashlight now, just his hands. I swung mine toward them and saw that stranger crouch down, pinning my buddy with one arm, pressing the other over his mouth. His fingers moved, groping, searching. "Get off him!" I screamed, and we charged again, kicking, swinging our lights like clubs. I think I connected once, felt the crack of the plastic against his head. I heard the man hiss, a sound that really belonged to an animal, not a human. Then he shoved us both back and once again disappeared into the trees. We hauled the boy up. He was gasping and sobbing, unable to speak. My own hands were shaking and I could barely even hold my light. "Camp," I said again. "We need to get back to camp." So once more we tried, but the woods had turned on us. Every trail now looked the same, and our beams picked out endless trunks, piles of leaves, the glint of eyes where deer stood frozen. I thought I heard water, but when we pushed toward it, there was nothing but deadfall. And always throughout that time, the sound of him, crunching leaves, twigs snapping, breathing off in the dark. Another scream then tore through the woods, and it wasn't far. We ran toward it, stupid, yeah, but what are you gonna do when it's your troop? We burst off into this clearing where 2 boys were now backed up against a log, their lights jittering everywhere, In the middle stood the man, pale face flashing in and out of the beams. He lunged again, swatting their lights to the dirt, and grabbed one kid by the collar. His other hand roamed down the boy's chest, literally copying a feel of this poor kid. I screamed and charged once more. Again, all three of us went at him, rocks now in our fists, swinging and shouting. He staggered but didn't stop. Then he laughed, this dry horse sound. His eyes caught my light and they were fever bright, locked on us like we were prey. He lunged again, grabbing one boy's leg and dragging him down into the leaves. I kicked and connected with his ribs. He buckled, snarled, and then swung a hand at me. His nails raked up against my jacket. The other boys continued to pull and scream, and I swung again, caught him in the temple this time with the flashlight. He let go, dropped, and then rolled away, back into the shadows. We stood there shaking, terrified, but he was gone. And for a brief moment, nobody moved, just gasps and sobs and the sounds of the forest around us. Then we heard the footsteps again, coming closer, fast. I picked up my ruined light, ready for him to come back at us. The footsteps closed in, heavier this time, crashing through the brush. We braced ourselves, heart slamming, ready for him to burst out into the clearing again, but it wasn't him. "Boys!" A voice thundered. A beam like a spotlight then slashed through the dark. Mr. Raymond, our scoutmaster, had now barreled in, his big mag light swinging side to side. Behind him came Mr. Lewis, red-faced and puffing hard, another beam cutting across the clearing. We broke for them all at once, boys crying, grabbing for them, words tumbling out. He grabbed me, he knocked me down, he was in the trees, he was right here. Who? Calm down. Who? Mr. Raymond barked, snapping his light over the clearing. "He was just here," I shouted, pointing toward the tree line. "Tall, skinny, dirty jacket, My voice cracked. The leaders didn't waste any time. They charged off into the woods, shouting threats. But there was really nothing, just the forest swallowing up their voices. That man was gone. We huddled in a cluster until the leaders finally returned, furious and winded. Mr. Raymond's face was white with rage. "All right, pack it up, everybody, now." And of course, nobody argued. Back at camp, the fire was just embers. We all crowded close anyway, needing the light, needing the heat. The leaders made us sit back while they checked every tent, every path leading out. Mr. Lewis continued to mutter, son of a bitch," under his breath that whole time. When they were sure the perimeter was clear, they sat with us. Mr. Raymond's voice dropped low and steady like he was trying to reel us back in. "All right, you boys did the right thing sticking together, but listen to me. Nobody goes anywhere now without us. You understand?" We nodded. A few kids sobbed openly and nobody teased them. That night stretched impossibly long. Every time the wind would come through, every crack of a branch, our heads would immediately spin around, thinking that man was back. A couple of us swore that we saw lights in the distance again, but maybe it was just our nerves, and nobody slept much. At dawn, we broke camp. Tents stuffed half wet, bags crammed any way they'd fit. The leaders didn't even bother with breakfast. They marched us out single file until we finally hit the vans. That drive home was pretty silent. Boys were slumped up in their seats, staring out the windows. The woods blurred by us in yellows and reds, beautiful and harmless in the daylight. Nobody believed it. Back in town, parents got half-truths. Some drifters spooked the boys. We cut the trip short. The leaders went to the police, but I don't think anything came of it. "Probably just a homeless guy," they said. "Just don't go back out there. Leave the site alone." But I think we knew better. I can still see that stupid grin in the beam of my flashlight, hear his breath in the leaves, and feel the weight of his hands pushing kids down into the dirt. He wasn't just out there spooking us. He was playing with us, toying with us. And we were the game. We were definitely not just kids out there playing flashlight tag, because he was playing something else entirely. always said that elk hunting wasn't really for the impatient person. Archery season would make it even worse. You could put in days of sweat and never see so much as a broken twig. And honestly, to me, that's fine. The silence of the woods, the cold mornings, the crunch of frost underneath my feet. That was really the prize as much as the meat was. Mac, on the other hand, didn't really see it that way. He wanted a bull racked like a rocking chair to haul back and brag about over at the bar. Joel was somewhere between the two. He'd hunt, sure, but he carried a kind of superstition about the wilderness, always crossing himself before leaving the camp, tying red thread on his bowstring, that sort of thing. I kind of just let him be. Everybody's got their own way. We pushed in deep on that day, early fall. The aspens had already gone pretty golden, their leaves like confetti tossed in the breeze. Cold air in the shade, but sweat down the spine once you start climbing. No roads out here, nor any cabins, just the ridgelines around you, or at least, so we thought. The first thing that I took note of was the quiet. Not the ordinary woods quiet where chickadees flit and squirrels chatter. The dead kind. No birds, no buzzing, just our boots and breathing. Joel stopped once, looking around, bow in hand. "Feels off out here," he said. Mac followed with laughter, adjusting the pack on his shoulders. "You and your voodoo. Off is spending another night without a kill." But by late afternoon, we cut into a draw and spotted it, an opening where the grass grew really tall and the trees stood back, and in the middle, what was left of an abandoned cabin. It was barely more than a foundation at this point, a scatter of blackened timbers, nails rusted into the orange twists. But the chimney still leaned there, crooked and stubborn, stones blackened by the fire. You could trace where the rooms had been by the low ridge of the charred boards. We all stopped without saying another word. Even Mac's mouth stayed shut for once. The place was creepy as hell. Joel wandered over towards the tree line, and that's when he noticed these strange carvings. I walked up behind him and stared at the nearest pine. The bark had been cut into it with deep, angry gouges. Not initials, not even letters, they were shapes, and weird ones at that. Circles with lines struck through. Stick figure things with these arms bent backwards, their legs tapering to points. One tree even looked like it had a face lashed into it, with its mouth stretched wide. "What the hell?" Mac muttered. Joel reached out and touched me. Sap was oozing down the grooves, thick and amber. He pulled his hand back. "Fresh," he whispered. "No way," I said. "This place has been dead 50 years, hundreds even." But I couldn't stop staring at that sap dripping down, how it glistened like the tree was still bleeding from a wound. Finally, we kind of slowly backed off, set camp in another clearing down the ridge. Joel barely ate anything. Mac opened up a flask and tried to joke with us, but all of them ended up landing flat. Night came early, the cold snapping in. And around that time, we heard something. Low, somewhere out there in the dark, not a bugle, not an elk, a whistle maybe, or some kind of bleat. It carried through the trees softly, but enough to raise the hair on my arms. Joel froze by the fire, his eyes now completely wide. "That is not an elk." "Coyotes," Max said, but he did not sound convinced. We sat there for a long time staring into the dark, waiting for something else to follow, but nothing did. I think the silence after was kind of worse, like the woods had swallowed their own tongue. I lay in my tent that night staring at the nylon above me, thinking back to those carvings, thinking about that sap sliding down. I couldn't sleep. Morning came gray and empty. The fire had burned out in the night and Joel was already sitting up, staring into the trees like he'd been awake the whole time. Max slowly crawled out, groaning and rubbing his eyes. "Not a damn sound all night," he said, stretching. "Ought to be crawling with elk out here, you think?" But he was wrong. There wasn't even a sparrow. No prints in the mud, no scat, no torn up grass. The forest felt hollow around us. The only sound was us, the thump of our boots, the puff of our breath. We pushed higher, trying to get to the glass of the ridges. Usually you'd see signs somewhere, rubs on the trees, tracks in the earth, broken branches where the bullet pushed through, but there was nothing. It was like the entire mountain had been completely scrubbed of life. Around mid-morning, Joel tugged at my sleeve. "You see that?" he whispered, and I followed his finger to the tree line. At first, I thought it was a deer, thin frame, light brown hide, but when it stepped out, its legs were wrong, super long and dead straight like stilts. Its head turned toward us, and though it had antlers, the skull beneath looked narrow and oddly shaped. The body stayed perfectly still, and the eyes, black and shining, seemed to be locked on mine. Max squinted. "The hell is that? A muley? It's too skinny." Before I could answer, it walked back into the trees, not bounding, not skittish, just kind of slipping out of sight. Joel cursed beside me. "That was not natural. That wasn't—" "Relax," Max snapped back at him. "You two are seeing ghosts. We're here for elk, remember? Elk." We hunted another 5 hours or so and of course came up with nothing. By the time we circled back to camp, our nerves were completely shot. And that night, the sounds actually began. First, it was rustling around the tents, low and steady, almost circling. Mac grabbed his bow and unzipped and shouted into the dark. No answer, of course. Not long after came the dragging, like somebody hauling something heavy through pine needles. And Joel whispered to me during it that, "That's not an animal." Later, God help me, we heard what sounded like coughing, wet and phlegmy, just outside the firelight. "It's a bear," Mac hissed. But when I looked at him, the color had drained from his face. I stayed awake most of the night, arrow knocked, eyes fixed on the fire. That coughing had stopped, the dragging too, but once, just before dawn, I saw, at least I thought I saw, something step between the trees. Far too tall for a deer and too thin for a man. I didn't say anything until the next morning. On day 3, we were ragged, barely even speaking to one another. Joel suggested we'd leave, and of course, Mac wouldn't hear it. "We came here for elk, man. Come on, we're gonna get one," he barked. But he looked smaller saying it. When we checked the camp, our food bags had been pulled down from the trees. Not eaten, just kind of shredded. The wrappers were torn into strips and scattered across the clearing. "Bear," Max said again, but even he was tired of all this weirdness, you could tell. Joel pointed at the cabin as we passed it again. "Those weren't there before. I know they weren't." "What?" I asked him. "The carvings," he said, shaking. They're different. They're new." Now, I'll admit, I did not think he was right, but he was. The marks looked sharper, cleaner, like somebody had cut them in overnight. Some of them I didn't recognize at all. "Bullshit. Bullshit," Max snapped at him. "You're completely losing it, man." That evening, the woods seemed to press in closer than ever, and when night fell, we lit the fire high. We sat tight around it, not straying too far. Then, I looked over at Mac and he was frozen, eyes fixed on something across the clearing. You see that?" he whispered. I followed his gaze and my stomach dropped. A man was standing just beyond the firelight, at least what looked like a man. It was tall, thin, shoulders sharp under these ragged clothes, but above his head there was branches spread, antlers wide and black against the glow. Max shot before I could stop him, the arrow whizzing into the dark, and the figure quickly vanishing. No sound of running, no crying, just kind of gone. Joel was trembling and whispering prayers to himself. "We have to go, Eddie. We have to go." Now, I wanted to tell him he was right, but the woods would come alive. Branches started snapping around us, cracking off like gunshots. Footsteps, circling fast. A whistle carried through the trees, high and shrill, answered by another farther off. Then laughter, mocking and broken, far too breathless to be human. Mac was muttering that it was coyotes again, but his hands were shaking. Another arrow knocked and trembling on the string. The sounds continued to swarm. Something dashed close enough to kick dirt into the firelight, but when I spun, of course, nothing there. Joel was clutching my arm so tight his nails were digging through my sleeve. Mac was screaming into the dark. "Come on then! Come on!" But nothing came, just more snapping, more whistles, more laughter. We huddled together until dawn, too afraid to move, and by then, Mac looked pretty hollowed out. The fight had drained from him, and Joel was pale as paper. And me, I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever the hell lived in these woods wasn't actually trying to kill us. At least not yet. It was enjoying itself, toying with us. At dawn, nobody really talked, just packed, hands shaking, faces gray. The air around us was brittle. That trail out should have felt like salvation, but it didn't. The woods had gone so quiet it swallowed pretty much everything, every sound. I kept waiting to hear that cough again, or the dragging, the laughter, but nothing came. Only the crunch underneath us, 3 sets moving fast and desperately. Mac was leading head down. Joel was still muttering prayers, voice thin and broken. I carried my bow loose, arrow knocked, though I knew it wouldn't really matter. Halfway down the ridge, I felt it, that weight, eyes on us. I turned and there they were, a line of shapes standing in the trees. Deer, maybe, but again, all weird. Legs super long, necks bent like cranes, hides gray as ash, black shining eyes. More of them than I could actually count in the moment, stretching between the trunks, all perfectly still. Joel almost started crying. Mac didn't look back. He just kept walking, faster now, muttering curses. I continued to stare, and one of them cocked its head, the antlers branching out like deadwood. It didn't move any closer, it didn't need to, the message was pretty clear. We left that mountain behind like men running from a nuclear blast. No goodbyes, no trophies, just silence and the knowledge that we were no longer welcome to come back, ever. Me personally, I never ended up hunting again. I couldn't even pick up a bow, couldn't hear wind in pines without feeling them behind it. I've looked for records, old maps, ranger reports, any mention of a cabin fire up there, and I've got nothing, like it never was real. We turned off the highway and climbed up into the mountains, like a ship cutting through fog. The Suburban rattled over ruts and gravel, dust clouding up behind us. 5 kids jammed in the back seat, a chorus of bickering and singing, and our 2, and my wife's sister's 3 kids. Mara squeezed my hand over the console, half smiling and half bracing herself for the weekend ahead. The family cabin appeared the way it always did. A squat cedar box in a clearing too far from the road to feel actually safe. Its windows caught the last rays of light and flung them back like warning signals. The place smelled like damp earth, wood smoke from fires long gone, and the secretive hush of second-growth timber pressing in on all sides. The kids quickly piled out, dragging out sleeping bags and snack bags and their own nervous excitement. Owen and Lila, our 2, raced towards the mossy patch of yard, calling dibs on tent spots. Their cousins, Nate, Ruby, and little Eli, were right behind them. Nate pulled out this giant 10-man tent from the cargo rack, the way a magician would yank out a tablecloth, and the others whooped like it was a circus. They hammered stakes, strung fairy lights inside, and threw some glow bracelets on zippers. While Mara wrangled the food cooler, I walked the perimeter the way that I always did, habitual. I checked out the first shed and froze. The padlock split like a chest cracked by a hammer, cut clean. Okay, so it could have been winter's ice, or maybe my brother forcing his way into borrowing my tools. Under the porch rail though, I found something a little stranger. 8 twigs lashed together with this twine, shaped like a rib cage. I didn't show the kids, obviously. Mara saw it and shrugged. "Just as teenagers playing Pinterest witches last summer," she said. "Don't feed it." But I have this habit of spiraling. Dinner was chili from a pot balanced on the propane burner, eaten on the porch steps. The air around was sharp and damp, tasting a little bit of spruce. Somewhere up the ridge, a sound carried, a bugle like an Elle calling out a season. Nate laughed and cupped his hands to bugle back to it. Something answered, though, a little closer. I ended up mounting my old GoPro under the eave out of instinct. A little red light blinking toward the tent, insurance for later. While I scrubbed dishes at the pump, a rock plipped by the creek, then a big plopper in one of the pools. I scanned the fishing shore, where dead furs creaked in the wind, but nothing was moving. Inside the tent, the kids had zipped themselves in, their headlamps bobbing. Mara brushed her hands on her jeans and gave me that look. "We're the grown-ups," she said. "We sleep inside." Fair is fair. We had bunks in the cabin. They had their whole nylon kingdom. I did one final sweep with the flashlight. On the stump, I spotted a shard of mirror, wedged upright, angled so the moon would throw this single wink toward the tent. Clever, but that wasn't ours. Then I heard a voice. "Dad?" It was Owen's voice, carried soft from the draw. I turned, the pump handle squeaked, and the tent lit up from inside, my real son laughing with his cousins. A voice then came again, same cadence, same breath between syllables. "Dad, come see." Then a childlike giggle. My skin went cold, the GoPro was blinking red, the fairy lights in the tent fluttered. The hair on my arms rose because this wasn't in my head. Somebody had been practicing his voice, I guess. I killed the porch light and stood in the dark just listening. The trees had their own language now, needles clinking, trunks popping, water hissing over stone. Somewhere out there, that fake version of my boy waited for an answer. "Owen?" I called out. No reply, but then, "Dad, come see." The exact same timing. The flashlight cut across the yard, finding only mist and our sagging picnic table. Then, tracks, barefoot. The prints went from the pump straight towards the tree line, toes digging deep like whoever had made them had been standing there a long while. "Mara," I said quietly, "keep the kids inside." She didn't argue. The cabin door latched, soft and quick. I followed those prints with the beam, breath shallow. The creek murmuring below, black and silver underneath the moon. The voice came again, a little closer. "Dad?" Every hair on my arm rose. I swept the light toward the sound and froze. A figure was crouched by the stump near the creek, small and thin, hair hanging over its face. For a second, I did indeed think it was a child. Then it giggled. The laugh was bizarre, hoarse and deep. "Who's out there?" I said. Silence, but then a whisper responded. "You left the door open." I stepped forward. "I don't know who you are, but you need to go." "Dad, come see." My son's voice again, clear as day. I aimed the light full on him now. It wasn't a child though. Maybe a boy 15, rail thin, filthy, eyes sunken and pupils wide. He was carrying a knife. "Where'd you get that?" He blinked. "You dropped it." "I didn't drop." He bolted. Instinct took over though. I lunged after him, my boots chewing up the gravel. He cut toward the tent, fast as a fox. The kids inside shrieked when his shadow crossed their canvas. I yelled at them, "Stay inside." He reached the tent and pressed both hands against it, feeling for shapes inside, and I slammed into him, grabbed a fistful of his shirt, and took a smell. It was rotten dirt, something chemical. He twisted like a cat, raked my arm with cracked nails. I drove him backward into the mud though, screaming, "Who are you?" He laughed again, that hollow imitation of a laugh. "We lived here first." "What?" He pointed at the shed. "You built over our house." The boy jerked away and then disappeared into the brush, barefoot and silent as smoke. I stared after him until the woods swallowed up pretty much every trace of him. Then the worlds quickly rushed back in, then crying from the tent, Mara shouting my name, the creek tumbling on like nothing had even happened. Everybody slept inside after that, and nobody argued. The kids piled up on the floor while Mara cleaned my scratches with trembling hands. Outside, the night was quiet. No wind, no insects, just that waiting silence you get before a storm. Near dawn, I think, there was a single knock on the porch. Not, I guess, a knock exactly. Something light tapping wood. I peeked through the blinds. The mirror shard still stood on the stump, but beside it lay the phone, screen glowing. A new clip played, Mara's voice soft and close to the mic. "Come inside, honey." I opened up the door just long enough to grab it and slam it shut again. The phone was ancient, water spotted, but it held dozens and dozens of recordings. Our dinner chat, the kids arguing, my voice saying goodnight, all from the previous evening. He'd been here long before we noticed, listening and learning. When the sun finally bled through the pines, we packed up in silence. I left the tent poles, the cooler, pretty much everything. And at the last second, I tossed that phone into the creek and watched the current take it. The water swallowed the light and did not give it back. Halfway down the mountain, Mara touched my arm and said, "You think he's still up there?" I didn't respond. I was still kind of thinking about those barefoot prints, how the heels were small but the toes were so damn long. We haven't been back, but sometimes, occasionally, when the house is quiet and the pipes knock, I hear it in my head, I think, my boy's voice from the dark hallway. "Dad, come see." And every time before I can stop myself, I almost do. By August, the Lowveld had gone pretty silent. The grass was brittle and the air was full of dust, and the water holes had shrunk into muddy pits ringed with bones. This was the season when everything starved. Hyenas were thin, giraffes would stick to the deep plains. Even the vultures stayed grounded, conserving what little they had left. I'd been guiding safaris for more than a decade now, but I've never seen the bush this desperate. Predators had started turning on livestock, and the villagers were really scared. 2 weeks ago, a herdsman was taken near the riverbed. The radio chatter was constant. Missing goats, missing dogs, missing people. The prides were moving closer to the roads, shadowing vehicles, pacing the horizons. They are notoriously lazy hunters, so when things get hard, they'll kill pretty much anything they can find. It's a harsh reality of being in the desert. That morning, my partner Rory and I had drove out ahead of the client tour, scouting the route toward the dry pans. We didn't speak much. A few miles out, we saw them again, 9 lions, strung along the ridge, not resting in the grass like they should have been, but following along. They'd been doing it for days now. Unsettling, but nothing we hadn't seen before. "They're tracking us," Rory said, glassing up the slope. I nodded. "They're tracking something, but it might not be us." We reached the camp by sunset. No clients tonight, no other guided camps, just us and whatever lurked beyond the firelight. The air dropped fast, hitting the mid-40s by midnight. Somewhere far off, a lion roared, and another answered from the opposite direction. I told Rory to keep his rifle near and his bladder in check. Didn't need any goofy accidents. The tracks that we'd seen at dusk were very fresh. A big male's paw prints led straight toward camp before veering off into the scrub. They were here and didn't care who knew it. That night before turning in, I remember saying, "If they're out there, they'll keep to the high grounds." Boy, was I wrong. I woke to pressure on my spine, hot, rhythmic, alive. Not weight like a person, but mass, breathing, and I froze. The canvas behind me had flexed with each exhale, heat radiating through my thermal. Something rumbled through the fabric, deep and steady, like a Mac engine. It took a second to understand what in fact I was feeling. Then my blood turned to ice. There was a lion laying against my tent. I could even feel the purr vibrating through my ribs. The air was smelling some kind of awful, musky and sweet and coppery, like meat left in the sun. I didn't dare move. "Eli," Rory whispered from his tent, voice cracked and shaking. "You awake?" I wanted to kill him for speaking, and for a moment, I felt its claw extend from the pad and into my back and hips. At that moment, I felt like a bit of food at the end of a fork. The lion's breathing then hitched and the weight shifted. The canvas groaned as it rose up, brushing my back and towering. The tent poles creaked, dirt popping beneath the stakes. I didn't need to see it to know. He was standing, right there, paws level with my head, only a thin sheet of fabric between us now. My entire body tensed into a knot. My rifle sat 3 feet away. Might as well have been across the continent. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. There were others out there. The lion sniffed, long wet inhalations that pulled air straight out of the tent. His breath rolled through the seams, hot and rank. Then came the scrape of claws, 5 faint curls across the ground just beyond my hip. He was marking. I heard the sound of teeth grinding, this low groan. "Rory," I whispered. Almost no sound at all. I don't really know what compelled me to speak. Subconsciously, I think I was trying to speak my final words maybe. "Help me. Ask and you shall receive." His tent zipper began to descend and a lion's growl flattened everything outside. Everything went primal after that. Snarls erupted between us, different pitches overlapping. The pride was answering the male. I heard one sprint past my tent, heavy paws tail whipping the canvas. Another hit something metal with a clang. In the morning, we'd see it was the truck. Rory screamed, but it cut off after a second, realized just how fatal the situation was. Any amount of attention could be death. My heart pounded so hard that it shook my teeth. I could feel the ground vibrating with their movement. One lion roared close enough that it brought tears to my eyes. The sound wasn't volume, it was pressure. My eardrums flexed before it. The tent even seemed to breathe with it, bowing in and then out. It really felt like a movie. Everything told me that I was about to die. Another lion came by, female by the lighter steps, charged through the far side of the camp. I heard her slam against the cooler, the lid popping open, tin cans and plastic scattering around. Then this screeching tear as the claws raked the bin around the campsite. Rory made the mistake of flicking on his headlamp. The beam cut through the wall of my tent, bright white and trembling, and in that slice of light, I saw its shadow, the male's head. It was massive and round, the muzzle pushing the canvas inward. Every whisker impression was visible. His jaws were open, and I saw the silhouette of his teeth now cutting across the fabric, inches from my face. I swear you could see steam rising up from where his breath hit. I stopped breathing entirely. My chest ached in this bad way, eyes still watering. My heartbeat now became the only thing I could hear. He huffed again, this deep, irritated gust that flapped open the canvas against my cheek. Then, out in the dark, a lioness gave this short, sharp grunt, and they all sprang into motion. The male snarled annoyed, tail thudding the ground, then stepped back. The heat peeled away from the tent wall and the outline then vanished. He turned his body, brushing up against the entire length of the canvas as he passed it, his mane rasping like sandpaper. I heard the thud of each paw as he walked towards Rory's tent. "Don't move, man," I whispered. His light went dark, and the only sound the lions were making now was them pacing around us, breathing and tails whipping up against the dust, at least 4 of them, maybe more. The male then froze again, and he made this sound, a deep, chesty snort, and the others went quiet instantly. I pictured them all crouched, eyes reflecting the starlight, paws kneading through my skin, teeth, claws, my blood soaking into the sand. As soon as it started, they just kind of moved off. It wasn't in a panic, just this sudden burst of controlled energy. After a few seconds, we couldn't even hear them anymore. The silence they left behind was worse than the noise. My whole body was now soaked in sweat, freezing against the night. What the hell just happened? After a long time, I heard Rory whisper to me, "You alive?" "Yeah," I croaked. "You?" "I think so." We stayed awake until the sky started to lighten up, rifles in reach, listening for a return that never came. By sunrise, the camp looked like it had survived some kind of storm. The fire pit was scattered with paw prints, lapping in every single direction. The cooler lay tipped on its side, lid torn off, edges shredded. My tent sagged from where that lion had leaned on it, canvas slick with dew and greasy film of some kind. I stepped outside and felt the cold air hit my face. It was quite sobering. The horizon glowed pale and gold. It felt like a victory. Rory then came out after me, eyes hollow. Neither of us spoke. The prints were everywhere, some bigger than dinner plates, deep enough to hold shadows. You could see where the male had roamed, where the ladies had prowled, and where another had been pacing Rory's tent. It wasn't a visit, it was some kind of inspection. They could have easily taken us, he muttered. I nodded, no need for another comment. The radio crackled in the dirt below the table crate, hissing static. I turned the dial with numb fingers until a voice cut through, urgent and breathless, full of noise.
Repeat, 1 confirmed fatality in Sec 1 village. Male adult, attacked during the night.
Rory and I locked eyes. The radio kept talking.
Livestock pen destroyed, 2 goats taken. Tracks indicate a pride, at least 6 strong, moving southwest.
Southwest, away from us. I lowered the radio, the bush went quiet again, but it felt more alive, like anything could step out of that high grass. They were hunting, Rory said to me. Consider yourself lucky. He frowned, nodding. I looked out across the open plain, and from where we stood, you could see the ridgeline, faint tracks etching into the dust. On the other side was a town where a man had now died, a place where we took our savaris for supplies on a regular basis. For whatever reason that night, the lions didn't kill us, and I accepted that without question. What else could I really do? The plains are super unforgiving out here. Survival is moving on from victories, because almost all of them are temporary. I hadn't planned on going out there. It was a Friday, work was dead, and my phone was quiet, and I didn't have anybody to answer to that weekend. I looked at my apartment, the laundry piled up in the corner, the same TV show, and I felt like I just kind of needed some air. I couldn't handle another night in the hamster wheel. So I threw my gear in the truck, stove, tent bag, a little hatchet that I kept in the living room, a couple of tarps, cooler full of beer, and gas station grade food. Nothing fancy. I didn't really pack like a responsible adult, just kind of grabbed what I thought I would want and figured everything else would work itself out. You know, the American way. I headed out of town late afternoon, pointed the truck toward the highway. Once you're 20-30 minutes past that last grocery store, it starts to actually feel like you're slipping off the edge of the map. By the time you're 2 hours out, the radio goes to static, and it's just tree line after tree line, cattle fences, dirt road, and the sky. I kept driving. Eventually, I cut off the main road onto this older service road. It wasn't marked and there wasn't any signs, just a pair of ruts that go off through the trees. I've been down plenty of roads like that before on hunting trips and figured I'll just find a pullout and call it good. I wasn't trying to backpack 10 miles in or anything, just wanted to be where nobody else would bother me. But the thing is, I was not alone back there. Once I got deep enough, I started spotting these little pop-up camps tucked off the road. You know the kind. Beat up old tents, folding tables, tarps strung between trees, a smoking ring of rocks that may or may not be legal, depending on the time of the year. Weekend people. You see kids on bikes, somebody's dog trotting along off the leash, a guy sitting in a lawn chair drinking beer like he's at a tailgating party. And one of those guys flagged me down. He was older, late 60s, maybe 70s, real sunburned face, what my father called a tackle box skin. Long gray hair, stepped out almost right in front of my truck and lifted up his hand, so I slowed and rolled the window down. "Evening," he said, grinning at me. "You're getting out of here at the perfect time." "Yeah, is that right?" I said. He leaned in a little closer. Sitting there in my truck, I'll admit it was very weird. "You're all clearing out," he said. "You want quiet? I'll give you a spot that nobody bothers you." I don't know why I listened to him. Maybe it was his confidence or something else, I don't know. "Look, keep on this road," the old timer said. "You'll see this cattle gate on the left. It's not locked, just chained. Go through. After that, it gets a little tight, but don't stop. You'll come to a pond. The east side's firm, the west side's soft. Camp on the east side. Nobody'll see you. Then he winked at me. Perfect weekend to be alone. I thanked him, patted my driver's door, and rolled on. The gate was in fact right where he said it was. Rusted, chain loop, but not locked. I unhooked it and drove through and latched it behind me. The trail narrowed to 2 dusty ruts under branches that scraped the sides of my truck. The further I went in, the quieter it seemed to get. No wind, not even birds. Then I saw a small pond reflecting in the trees, dead snags leaning across the water, and beside it was a flat little clearing that looked like it was made for one tent. Somebody had definitely camped there before. Stones in a ring, black with old ash, a few logs dragged into place, hidden off from the road, invisible unless you knew where you were looking. I only glimpsed a flash of it, to be honest. So I parked, hauled in my gear, and set up my camp. There was a nice 20-foot gap between the truck and my tent, as this little gulch kept me from driving in completely. It felt perfect, the kind of quiet that made me want to get drunk by myself. I didn't really waste any time, got a fire going before dark, cracked open a beer and cooked my dinner, hot dogs, chili, and a bag of chips. I hung my Bluetooth speaker from a tree branch, played an old podcast, some kind of true crime show that I'd downloaded before. The voices sounded oddly comforting out there too, and I told myself I'm only going to have a couple more beers before bed, but time slips when you're the only one awake for miles. By full dark, the fire had burned tall and hot, throwing light high up into the trees. I could see my breath in the cool air, hear the crackle of the logs, and sometimes other noises too. A shuffle, I thought, off in the brush, a snap behind the tent, a faint splash from the pond. Nothing close enough to see, but close enough to notice it. It's the wildlife, I told myself, because it always is, right? I listened to the speaker get louder, laughed at the hosts, and drank one more beer, then another. Around 11, I stumbled into my tent and crashed. Didn't even bother killing the fire or turning off the podcast. Didn't even take off my hoodie. I was asleep in seconds. I awoke, however, to pressure on my sleeping bag. It took me a second to understand that it wasn't just me. Something warm was pressing up against me. Heavy, slow moving, breathing. My first thought was a deer, then a human. I froze. I was still drunk, but I knew something was wrong. The air smelled awful. Wet rot, mildew, decay. I tried to listen, tried not to move, but my pulse was hammering so loud it kind of drowned everything else out. Whoever it was, they were lying right up against my side, thigh to thigh. I could feel every inhale. I didn't really think, I just kind of rolled hard and yanked the zipper, dove out barefoot into the dirt, and sailed right through the tent flap. The fire was embers now. My flashlight beam jerked across the tree line and the tent fabric. No one followed me out. No sound at all except for my own ragged breathing. Okay, I guess maybe I dreamed it. I was drunk, so I passed out and just imagined the whole thing, but holy shit, it was terrifying. Then I took note of something moving behind the light, a soft step in the dry needles. I froze again. I heard another step and then nothing. I checked the immediate area with my flashlight and found nothing, so I quickly decided it was time to go back to bed. I knew I tied on a pretty good one, drank far more than usual, and fell asleep with my tent unzipped. I figured a skunk or a raccoon had found its way in, following the scent of chili and Fritos onto my hands and breath. It made sense in my late-night drunken stupor. When morning finally broke, the world looked normal again. The birds, the sunlight, the calm pond. I laughed to myself. It really must have been a nightmare. And I went to relight the fire for breakfast and froze. My speaker was now sitting on the table instead of hanging up in the tree. My firewood was now stacked in this strange pattern, sticks laid out in this weird formation like somebody else had been arranging them. In fact, everything was moved around to some degree. In the tree line, I saw him. He stood there motionless, watching me. At first, I thought it was the same man from the road that had told me about this very spot. Same age maybe, but this one looked a lot more feral. His beard was long and matted, his hair was a filthy nest. His clothes were nothing but tied strips of garbage bags and torn rags. His eyes looked vacant, dead gray, and he looked like he hadn't spoken to another person in years. Hey! I called out. He didn't even blink. Sir, are you okay out there? Still nothing. He stepped forward, one jerky movement at a time, arms twitching at his sides. I took a step back. He continued to come closer. It felt like I was watching some kind of zombie from a movie. All right, that's close enough. Just stop right there, I shouted. I still didn't get any kind of reaction though. I quickly snatched up the hatchet from the stump. All right, you come any closer and I swear to God. Still nothing, just that blank stare as he continued to march straight for me. In that moment, I realized I might actually have to kill this guy. I ran to the truck and grabbed my pistol from the glove box, fired one round into the dirt, and the shot echoed off all the trees, and that got him to stop. He flinched and then spat into the dirt, then turned his back to me and stood there. Stood still, held frozen solid, just facing away like he was waiting for something to happen. I kept the gun on him for what felt like forever. The guy still wasn't moving, not even swaying. That's when I realized there were footprints in the dirt between us. My campsite was now covered in them. Bare feet, long strides, toes dug deep into the dust. He'd been walking around and through my campsite for a while, maybe even all night. This time I didn't wait for him to move again. I kept my gun trained while I backed away toward the camp, tossing my gear into the truck one piece at a time: tent, cooler, sleeping bag. The whole time he stayed right there at the tree line, back to me. When I went to go grab my pack from the tent, a smell hit me again, that damp, chemical human smell. The inside was telling. My blanket pushed aside, sleeping bag twisted, dirt smeared across the floor like something had crawled in it. The clothing and fabric on the tent floor was covered in dark stains, clearly human-shaped, and there was handprints on the side of my sleeping bag. I nearly threw up at the sight. That's what I felt last night. This psycho crawled into my tent and spooned me. I slammed the tailgate shut and got behind the wheel. The old man still hadn't moved. I started the engine, half expecting him to turn around, but he didn't. Stayed there, motionless, that tangle of black plastic rustling in the morning breeze. As I drove off, I caught one last look in the mirror. He was crouching now, really low to the ground, picking through the dirt where I'd been standing. I couldn't even see what he was doing, gathering up things maybe, small bits that I'd left behind, but it looked very, very important to him for some reason. When I reached the main road, I chained the gate behind me and didn't even look back. A ranger told me that there were all kinds of bizarre reports from out there. The land had been part of some kind of condemned federal property. Old mine shafts, chemical dumpings, toxic runoffs. Nobody should have been out there at all. He said the locals call it the basin. He also told me a few people still lived out there, if you call it that. And charming that I got to meet one of them. My story takes place a long time ago, early 90s. My wife and I were still pretty new at being married and hadn't figured out how to argue like adults yet. Fights back then weren't just raised voices and nitpicking. They were aimed, targeted even. Let's just say we both knew where to stick the knife and twist it, and you only get that kind of precision with love. It was a Friday night, late fall and cold enough after dark that you could see your breath outside. We'd gotten into it about money or drinking or maybe both. Back then, I still thought that beer would help me think better, and I guess I proved myself wrong there. I told her I'm done listening to her tone, which I knew was guaranteed that I'd be sleeping somewhere else that night, and she told me to grow up, and I told her to get out of my face. Cute, right? So instead of staying there and cooling down like a decent human being and husband, I did what I always did back then. I grabbed my keys and took off. I wasn't planning on some big wilderness trip, it wasn't like that. Around our town, you didn't have to go far to be alone. 10-15 minutes out past the town limit sign, and the road just goes dark. The trees crowd around the moon, and people dump old couches, shoot beer bottles for fun out here. For some of us, it feels like pure freedom. I threw a sleeping bag in the truck, a couple of six-packs, a flashlight, and a crowbar. That part wasn't really for camping, it was just always under my seat. I called it the equalizer. tent, no food, no real plan, just distance and some damn peace and quiet. One part that still sticks with me is how silent the house got when I opened up that front door to leave. That hollow after-fight quiet. TV still running, but nobody's watching it. Her in the kitchen, not saying another word. Me standing there with my pride packed up like I was really showing her something. I walked out, got in the truck, and drove into the dark to be alone. But it turns out I wasn't, not even close. That road out of town would narrow, shoulders dropping into ditches. My headlights tunneled through the dark, the hum of the tires steady as a heartbeat. 15 minutes later, I turned down this rutted dirt spur that I knew just from being a local. The pine trees crowd in close, heavy with shadow, and I parked in a clearing beside this dry wash, killed the engine. Silence hit me, and that was that. I hauled out what little gear I brought, my sleeping bag, beer, flashlight, crowbar, and stacked it up near this fallen log. The moon was high enough to work by, so I lit a fire, and the crackle of burning pine filled up that emptiness, and for a while, I'll fully admit, it felt really good. I started drinking and thinking about the fight. Every word would be thrown at each other, every stupid thing that I'd said. By the third beer, I was half convinced I could laugh about it. It's easy really to convince yourself how right you are when there's nobody else around to challenge your own bullshit. As I sat there staring at the fire, I heard something tearing off through the brush. It was really quick and panicked, but before I could stand, a dog shot out from the trees and nearly dove into my fire. I quickly picked it up by the collar. "Easy, easy, easy," I said. That thing was shaking so hard its nails were flaking away. No tag and ribs were showing, patches of fur missing. Its eyes were wild and glassy. It kept darting back and forth toward the dark. "Where'd you come from, boy?" I muttered. It whimpered and then leaned up against me like it wanted inside my clothes. I swept my flashlight across the trees. There was nothing else but trunks and mist. The beam vanished, like the woods were swallowing it. Maybe it was coyotes, maybe just chasing a stray out of town, who knows. But the dog would not calm down. Every time I tossed a stick into the fire, it would flinch. Then it started growling and staring in that same patch of woods it'd come from. That was when I heard the thud, a deep, heavy sound, like something dropping onto the ground. A pause followed, then another thud. The dog went completely rigid. "Hello?" I called out into the dark. Of course, no answer. Then came the drag of footsteps, slow and uneven, and my hand found that crowbar. The fire hissed next to me and I turned and froze. Two men stood across the clearing, just outside the light, 15 feet away, maybe less. They weren't there a second ago. Tall, too, one wearing a long coat, the other a flannel shirt. Faces were covered in shadow, but their eyes caught that firelight, bright and unblinking. And I'll fully admit it scared the piss out of me. That dog pressed against my leg, started to tremble. "You fellas lost?" I asked them. No answer, so I tried again. "What business you got out here?" The one in the coat pointed. "That your dog?" It came running out of the woods," I said, scared half to death. "Yeah," the other said. "He's ours." I shined my flashlight on them, and neither flinched. "Funny," I said. "You're out here at midnight with no flashlights, no gear, and that dog does not look happy to see you." The man in the coat just smiled, showing his nasty teeth. "He just gets confused sometimes." "Sure," I responded. "You from town?" He ignored my question. "You shouldn't be camping out here." "I'm pretty sure it's public land," I said back. "Still," he responded. "We're camping too, and the dog just ran off." The second man then stepped closer, no sound following him. His boots were spotless clean, as if he'd stepped out from some kind of operating room. I didn't really know what to make of that. "You might want to pack up," he said to me. "Bad things about to happen." I stood raising that crowbar. "Look, I've already had a bad night. You want trouble? Go ahead. I'm fresh out of patience, and in fact, I'd love for this to take a turn. So let's fucking go." The man in the coat laughed short and dry. "We don't want any trouble. Just give us the dog." "No, I don't think so. It's time to leave." He looked down at the dog and gave a sharp whistle. The dog jerked, whimpering, trying to move toward him, but I held the collar tight. "No," I said. "Stay here with me, stay." The two men glared at me, and the one in the coat said, "Suit yourself." They stepped back into the trees and were gone. No crunch of leaves, no broken branches, just gone. The whole thing had me sweating. I stood there waiting, 1 minute, then 2, and the fire popped beside me. The dog went back to shaking again, its eyes locked on the woods. I listened, but the only sound was my heartbeat thudding in my ears. Finally, I dragged my sleeping bag into the truck and climbed in. The dog followed me. I kept the crowbar in my lap. The windows cracked, the fire glow fading through the windshield. Every few moments, the dog would lift up its head and growl, and each time I'd grip that crowbar and stare out to the black. At one point, I realized the night had now gone completely silent. No wind, no crickets, just a dead waiting stillness. I thought about starting the engine, but the idea of getting ambushed in the truck was kind of unsettling. I wanted sunlight before I made a move. So I just sat there, till dawn, staring at the tree line. The dog never moved, and neither did I. When morning finally came, the clearing looked fairly normal again. No footprints, no sign that anybody had been there, just ashes where the fire had been, and the smell of smoke drifting on my clothes. I drove home without a word, the dog curled up on the seat next to me, both of us blinking against the sun. As the sun continued to rise, I was running on fumes. My hands ached from gripping that crowbar all night, and when I finally cracked the door, it bolted out, trotting circles around the clearing, nose low to the ground. Still a little spooked, but was acting like a dog, at least. I stepped out, waiting for that creeping feeling from last night to fade. The woods looked normal again, ordinary even, but those guys definitely still had to be around. There's no tire tracks but mine, no footprints, like the night had folded itself up and taken them with it, but I knew better. I kicked dirt over the fire pit, scanned the trees one more time. The dog was still sniffing along the edges of the clearing, tail stiff, tracing this wide circle. When it reached the far side, where those men had been, it stopped and started to whine. "Come on, boy," I said. "We're done here." It didn't move though, just kept staring into the trees. Finally, I just drug it back by its collar. It scrambled in willingly enough, but the moment I started the engine, it started barking at something behind us. I didn't even look, hit the gas and just tore out of there. Back in town, I went straight to the sheriff's office. The deputy on duty knew me. Small town, everybody knows everybody. I told him what happened, left the drinking part out, but gave him the rest, the dog, the men, the threats. He frowned at me. "You say they didn't even have flashlights? No gear?" "Nothing." He nodded. "Well, you're not the first one to put this in my ear. A family camping out that way last week said something similar. 2 fellas came into camp in the middle of the night." "No dog?" "No," he said with a sigh. "And they're ghosts, whoever they are. A couple of people said they got threatened too. We've checked the area every single day. There's no campsites, no trash, no vehicle, no tracks, no nothing." "Damn, I thought I was crazy coming in here." He shook his head at me. "No, not at all. They've scared a lot of people, but nobody's been hurt yet. It's good you made another report." I didn't like what I was hearing. I left the office feeling like I stepped halfway out of a dream. I dropped the dog at the vet. No chip, no owner, and he ended up coming home with me. My wife didn't say a word when I walked to the door either, just kind of looked at me, then looked at the dog, then nodded like she already decided that she'd forgiven me. We didn't really talk about that night anymore either, because what would I say to my wife? That I almost got myself killed? I stole this dog from a couple of whack jobs out in the woods? I kept the whole thing to myself, using it as a reminder to be a better man and a better person for my wife, and now for that dog too. They both need me to be the best I can. I moved off the grid after the divorce. New Mexico fit me because it was pretty affordable. Land was cheap, the wind carried, and sun was reliable. I wanted simple living, a roof I paid for in sweat, a bank of solar panels that hummed like lifeblood, a tank full of collected rain and hauled water. Days would slip into this nice clean routine. Charge the batteries, check the lines, mend what breaks, sit on the stoop and enjoy what's mine. I even had windows for growing crops. Now, I didn't come all the way out here to hide. I'd already raised kids, worked not one but 2 careers, and tried to be all the things that all people are. But out here, the list just gets shorter. Keep the lights on, keep the pump primed, and enjoy every second of it. The nights out here were better than sex. Oh, baby. Zero light pollution, and coyotes tune the countryside, and stars cut through everything else. I heard a quote that really inspired me. War is easy. All you have to do is survive. I didn't want war, but I wanted that kind of mindset when I got up every single morning. The highway brings unwanted traffic. An interstate curls through the hills a few miles south, and it'll drag strangers the way river will drag garbage. Most will pass by, some wave from the shoulder and keep moving. But every so often, one will stray. Call it curiosity, boredom, strung out desperation. They walk the Auroros and fences like they're shopping. The harmless ones will make eye contact when they ask for water. The spun out ones will come right at you. I would keep polite boundaries, a no-nonsense tone, and a camera over my porch. The nearest neighbors sat a mile apart. I also kept a single-shot .410 in the kitchen drawer and a steadier prayer inside my chest that every day nobody would be showing up to bother me and I'd have to use it. The day my story takes place, it was really quiet. I was inside cleaning dishes when someone knocked on my front door. 3 knocks, and immediately I was on edge. Nobody knocks out here. People honk or they shout from their trucks, and that's only when they show up. I have a visitor once a month, maybe, if at all. So when that sound erupted through my house, I froze for a second. Through the window, I saw a man standing on my porch. Mid-20s maybe, neat hair, clean shaven. His shirt was buttoned up to the neck, but the fabric was stained dark at the armpits and collar. Looked decent from a distance, less so up close. He gave me this polite smile. "Afternoon, ma'am. Hope I'm not intruding." "What do you need?" I asked him simply. Just kind of curious about your solar setup," he said. "I'm thinking about putting one in myself." That line would get me all the time, people wanting to see how I did it. Most of them were pretty harmless, and some turned out to actually be solar salesmen, of course. I opened the door just a few inches and left the chain on. "You running a system already?" I asked him. "Trying to. I bought property right down the road here, off the pass. I figured I'd ask around before spending a bunch of money, you know?" He looked at me dead in the eye, but something didn't really match up. His pupils were blown wide, and there was this sour smell under his cologne, ammonia or something. "What brand inverter you using?" I asked. He blinked. Outback." "Which model?" He smiled at me like I asked him some kind of trick question. The basic one, I'm pretty sure." That's when I knew he was lying to me. Anybody who's ever touched a solar setup can't stop talking about watts and charge times. This guy was 100% guessing at all the answers, telling me what I wanted to hear. So again, the alarm bells start going off in my head. "Look, I can't really help you," I told him. "You should probably just go talk to the hardware store in town. There's a solar company too." He leaned on the doorframe. "Just 5 minutes. I'm not selling anything, I swear. I've been walking for hours." That's when I realized just how dirty he was. "From where?" I asked. "Down by the wash?" "That's 10 miles away." He shrugged at me. "I get around." I was about to shut the door when I heard something faint from the far side of the house, a scrape like a shoe brushing stucco. I felt it more than I heard it. He caught my pause. "You okay?" he asked me. "Yeah," I said. "Are you alone?" He smiled again. "Of course I am." The sound came once more, softer this time, window glass shuffling. Someone was out back. "I think you should go," I said. He tilted his head, listening into my house. You got somebody else here? That's none of your business. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to pry. But he didn't move. He just stood there watching my face, waiting for any kind of sign. His fingers flexing at his waist. I could see the dirt under his nails, caked all black. Look, I said. It's getting late, and I don't let strangers hang around after dark. He didn't back off. He only responded back with, It's lonely, doesn't it? I'm fine with lonely. I bet you hear weird and strange things out here. Yeah, well, nothing I can't handle. That air between us tightened. He shifted his weight, getting ready to push. I felt it in my gut. Back up, I said to him. Come on, ma'am, I'm not gonna hurt you. Back up. His smile faltered. Do you really think you're safe out here? Immediately after, he lunged forward, fast and desperate. The chain caught the door halfway, snapping tight, and I slammed it shut with everything I had. His fingers were in there when it hit, crushing under the weight of the door. That sound that came out of him didn't even sound human. It was high, wet, and furious. He yanked, but I leaned my shoulder into the door. I was not letting him have his hand back. Get off my porch! I screamed at him. He finally pulled back, leaving streaks of blood on the wood. Eli! Eli, come help me! He shouted. And that name turned my stomach. There was another one. I ran through the kitchen, down the hall, and the back window, the one by my bedroom, was 2 inches open, and the screen bent inward. A man's face was hovering there, pale and pocked with sores, eyes very dilated. He was rail skinny, beard patchy, wearing a stained wife beater. He froze when he saw me, and then tried to shove himself through. Get out! I screamed, grabbing the gun from the drawer. A short barrel 410 single shot, but it looked like a cannon up close. It was my snake gun around the property, something I usually use to get rid of the pests. I pointed it dead center at his chest. He stopped moving, his mouth open, but no sound came out. Then he smiled the most hateful smile I've ever seen. You said you were going to be easy, he muttered. Move away from my window or I'll put a hole in your lungs. He held up his hands, half laughing. We were just looking around. No need to get angry. I cocked the hammer, and the sound went through the house and wiped that stupid grin off that asshole's face. He stumbled backwards, tripping over something outside, then took off towards the ridge. I ran to the front and slammed that extra deadbolt, then grabbed my phone and dialed 911. Of course, it took forever for the dispatcher to answer me.
911, what's your emergency?
There's 2 men on my property, I said. One tried to break in, the other, he's bleeding bad. They're still out here somewhere.
Ma'am, where are you located?
I gave her my location twice, and she told me the sheriff's was sending units from town, but it'd take at least 30 minutes to get here. And out here, 30 minutes is a lifetime. It's actually the only real danger when living out here. I'd heard about a neighbor out in the desert having a stroke, and he died because it took the ambulance too long to get there.
Stay inside. Keep your doors locked,
the dispatcher said. Already done. I walked my house with the gun in one hand and the phone in the other, breathing like I just run some kind of marathon. I watched the windows and checked every lock twice. The sun was now gone, the light turning red across the desert. Through the kitchen window, I saw them again, both men standing at the edge of my property. The clean one was clutching his hand, holding a rag around it. The thin one had his arm around him like they were some kind of couple of stooges. They were speaking back and forth, but too far away for me to hear what they were actually saying. Then they both turned back toward the house. The clean one raised his hand and flipped me off, and the other followed suit. They stood there for a long moment, silhouettes against the dying light, then started off west toward the Badlands. Away from town or any semblance of civilization, and seeing them walk that way haunts me still to this day, because in my heart, I can't fathom where they were going or what they could have possibly been waiting for them out there. I watched until they disappeared over the ridge. I kept the lights off and the curtains open, pacing from window to window, gun in hand. The desert looked flat and harmless, but every bush now looked like it could move. Every gust felt like and sounded like footsteps just outside. The dispatcher called twice to check in, and both times she told me the same thing: help's on the way. And both times I told her I was fine, but it still felt like the walls were closing in. I continued to sweep the house, bathroom, spare room, pantry, then checked every door a third time. The front doorknob was streaked with blood and I didn't clean it off. I wanted proof that any of this actually happened. Outside, the wind picked up and my floodlight on the pole buzzed and flickered, throwing short shadows across the porch. I raised my gun, aiming more at nothing but the darkness beyond my fence. Then, slowly, headlights came into view. 2 vehicles bumping down the dirt road, sirens off, dust halos around them. I set the gun on the table and met them at the door when they knocked. 3 deputies came inside with flashlights and checked my house, the sheds, and the perimeter. Found prints and some boot and some bare. One deputy followed a trail halfway to the Aurora, but it ended in the sand. "Well, they're gone," he said to me. "But you did the right thing. Handled that pretty damn well." I asked if they'd come back and he looked at me and sighed. "Probably not. But keep your gun close and keep all your doors locked." They left around midnight. I locked the door behind them and listened to the silence slowly return. The next morning, I drove into town, bought a new lock for the back door, some motion lights, and a 12 gauge with a short barrel and smooth action. I bought some more cameras too, 4 of them, wireless with night vision. That weekend, I mounted every single one, so the next time I have a visitor like that, I'll see them way before they actually knock on my door. I grew up going to Boy Scouts, and we kept that same scoutmaster, same meeting room inside the church, same handful of boys growing taller every single year. We were all decent kids, learned how to set a splint, tie a bowline, share food when somebody forgot theirs. We teased one another, but it stayed friendly, at least usually. Halfway through my years with the troop, a new kid moves into town and ends up joining us. His name was Kelvin. He was thin and kind of vacant. Not shy so much as calculating, I guess. Had a buzzed hair and wore these oversized clothes. Everybody tries hard when they're new, right? But Kelvin didn't really try at all. At anything. He was just kind of a background person, like a snake in the grass. And some of the things he did were just plain unsettling. On the first campout that he came with us on, he held a lighter underneath his spider wolf and watched it curl and pop. He didn't even flinch at the sight. Later that night, I caught him rummaging through Scoutmaster Tom's gearbox, fingers slipping around the sheath of the man's knife, even tried to key into his phone, and when he saw me, he just smiled. "Inventory," he said, then pressed a finger to his lips. I tried to just leave it alone, kids are weird, but after I noticed all these small things, the way Kelvin would drift toward the edges of a group and listen more than actually speak, how he would just linger after meetings, staring up at the wall map of our county, the back roads tracing in these thin red lines, how he saved every match head inside this film canister. If he got teased, he didn't blush or swing, he just stored the moment away, smiling and nodding along. I caught him killing too many animals on almost every outing. Nothing big, just usually bugs, but does it really matter? He obviously enjoyed the act of causing pain. I remained as professional as I could and tried to be decent to him. Showed him how to read a bearing and how to coil up a rope. He watched me closely every time I did, and when I laughed at one of Ricky's dumb jokes, Kelvin laughed a half a beat later, and not because it was funny, but because it seemed like the right thing to do. No real ability to socialize. Scoutmaster Tom told us that in fall, we'd be doing the annual 3-day trip, way out in the wilderness, a place without service or fences. Real independence, he called it, and Kelvin looked at me then and didn't look away. We left before dawn on Friday. The sky was still purple when Scoutmaster Tom's truck rumbled down that dirt road, packed up with gear and 8 half-awake boys. The drive took us hours, a high desert fading into the pine forest, asphalt to gravel, then gravel to narrow ruts swallowed up by the trees. When we finally stopped, There wasn't a sound in any direction. No other camps, no power lines. It was just us. "Set up base camp, scouts," Tom said. "We're off grid from here on out." We moved like we'd done it 100 times. Tents up, trenches dug, firing cleared, bare rope hung. The air was nice and crisp and dry, resin heavy from some kind of recent rain. Tom watched us work, hands on his hips, nodding every so often. We all joked around, but Kelvin, per usually, was barely even speaking. He worked fast, almost surgical with his knife and hammer, and when Tom showed him this knot, he tied it perfectly on the first try, then untied it and did it again. He looked up at me when he did it the last time. By sunset, the camp was looking pretty perfect. Smoke rose straight up from the fire, no wind or rain in sight. We ate some glizzies and s'mores and told stupid jokes. Tom strummed his guitar and sang all kinds of old outlaw country, and the younger boys continued to laugh at everything. Kelvin, again, didn't laugh. He sat apart from us, eyes fixed on the fire, not exactly zoning out, almost like he was studying it. When somebody tossed a pine cone into the flames and popped, Kelvin didn't even blink. That night I ended up waking up twice, once to pee and once because I thought I heard footsteps crunching around my tent. I listened, holding my breath. Just the wind through the trees maybe, or Kelvin, but I didn't check. Morning would come with a sheet of frost over everything. Tom brewed up coffee on the camp stove and handed out some oatmeal. "Today's gonna be all about earning those merit badges, boys," he said. We ran drills all morning, first aid, navigation, knots, traps. My fingers burned from tying rope, but it felt good, like a warm-up. Tom was a stickler for details, but always calm, the kind of man who would light a fire inside the rain. Around noon, we were sweaty but victorious. We'd cleared almost every objective for the day. Lunch was crackers, jerky, and canteen water. It tasted a little like metal. Then Tom pulled out this folded map. "Solo loop," he said. "You'll take the ridge trail, circle the mountain, and be back by 4. You'll each check in by radio every hour. This is how we build independence. Do not cut corners. Do not panic if you lose signal. Stick to the compass. Otherwise, trust your instinct, boys." We cheered. It was our favorite part of every trip, freedom without supervision. Kelvin smiled for the first time all weekend, and for some reason, that made my stomach sick. That trail was really steep and unforgiving, and dust kicked up even to stick to our skin. We passed through the stands of junipers, then tall pines that blocked out the sun. The further we went in, the quieter it seemed to get. Ricky continued to crack jokes, and David led the way with his map. Kelvin was hung behind me, silent, per usual. I glanced back occasionally, catching him looking into the trees inside the trail. Hey, well, maybe he was normal after all. After a few miles, we reached this overlook, a flat shelf of granite facing a canyon full of red rock and skeet brush. Below us, you couldn't even see our camp. It felt like another world entirely. We drank water, took turns with the radio, and checked in. Tom's voice came through crackly but clear.
"Copy that. You're all doing fine. Keep your bearings."
And that's when David pointed up the slope. "Hey, what is that?" I followed his finger about 50 yards uphill, and this dark gap broke the hillside. It looked like a shallow cave, almost hidden by the brush itself. Looks like a hole to me," Ricky said. "Let's check it out." David grinned. "It could be some kind of old mining stuff." Kelvin's voice was flat. "Or an animal den." David rolled his eyes. "Come on, we'll be quick." I hesitated. The sun was already leaning west. 10 minutes, that's all, then we gotta turn back. We scrambled up there, hands and knees, dirt sliding underneath. The climb was worse than it actually looked, and when I looked back down, the rest of the troop were specks near the trees. Ricky called something up and we could barely even hear him. The cave mouth was narrow but deep. Cool air was drifting out and the smell was damp and earthy. I shined my flashlight inside, and the light was quickly swallowed entirely. Ricky stopped short. "Nope, okay, I'm good right here." "Fine," David said. "Stay, guard dog." So David ducked in first, flashlight beam bobbing. Kelvin followed without any hesitation, silent as a shadow, and I went in last. Inside, the world quickly shrank. The rock walls pressed in close on both sides, brushing our shoulders as we moved in. The floor sloped and scattered with gravel and bones, rodents by the look of them. My light caught the backs of the other two boys, then flickered off the stone and came back at me in broken glints. "This is so sick," David said. "It feels like we're in a movie." "Let's not die in one," I muttered back. We reached a fork and a wider pocket to the left and a narrow squeeze ahead. David aimed his beam through the gap. Looks like another chamber." "Seriously?" I said. "Look, we're already pushing it, man, and I don't see any kind of mining equipment." He grinned at me. "Come on, 2 more minutes, that's it." Kelvin glanced at me over his shoulder. "Oh, you scared?" "No," I said. "I just don't want to do anything stupid." He smiled. "Same." David slipped in first, and the passage was tight, barely enough room to crawl. I waited until his light disappeared into the next space, then crouched to follow. Kelvin went ahead of me, one hand on the wall for balance. Halfway through, my pack scraped a rock and held. I twisted, trying to ease it loose, but it wouldn't budge. "Kelvin," I said, voice low. "Grab my strap." He turned, his headlamp lighting up my face. His eyes now looked really strange in the beam, flat and glassy. "You're stuck?" "Yeah. Little help here?" He crouched silently and then he smiled. "You feel trapped?" "Come on, man, just pull on it." He leaned close enough that I could smell the Gatorade on his breath. "And what if I don't?" My heart kicked. "What?" Kelvin brushed his fingers along the dirt shelf above me, gathering up a handful of loose grit and let it fall, pebbles bouncing off my neck. "Stop!" I hissed. "Kelvin, what the hell, dude?" He did it again, really burying me now. "Do you feel it now?" He asked softly. "When you can't move?" "Cut it out!" I shoved against the wall, scraping my skin. "I mean it, dude. I'm gonna kill you." He then laughed in a way that I'd never heard before, and it looked like he had a heart on. Then he stood up and turned, crawled away, back toward the dark. "Kelvin!" My voice cracked. "Come back, please!" Silence met me, and the cave seemed to almost breathe, the darkness pulsing around me. I pushed, I twisted, fought for leverage until my back was screaming. Finally, the pack strap tore free, and I crawled backward, elbows scraping my knees until I reached the open space. David's light flickered somewhere ahead, completely oblivious. "You good?" he called out. "Yeah," I lied. "I'm coming." When I crawled back into daylight, the sun was a little lower than I expected it to be, late afternoon bleeding toward evening. Ricky jumped when he saw me. "Jesus, dude, where were you?" I pointed behind me, breathing hard. Kelvin, he left me stuck in there." David then stepped out of the cave, mouth squinting. "What? He was right behind me." "He wasn't. He stayed back. I stopped, realizing how weak it sounded. It wasn't even worth the trouble. "Forget it. Let's just get down before we lose all the light." Kelvin appeared a minute later, calm as ever, wiping dirt off his shirt. His flashlight dangled loose from one wrist. When I met his eyes, he smiled at me, like nothing had even happened. "Oh, there you are. Where were you?" he asked. "You ready to go?" Something in me wanted to hit him, but David was already halfway down the slope and the others were waiting, so I just kept my mouth shut. That climb back was really quiet. Dust puffed up to us again. The trees turned black against that gold sky, and Ricky hummed our Boy Scout marching song. Every time I looked at Kelvin, he would look away, but the whole time, he never stopped grinning. When we got back to camp, Tom was by the fire stirring up a pot of chili. "You guys made decent time," he said. "Everything go smooth?" "Mostly," David said, glancing at me. We found this cave and got a little split up." I opened my mouth but then closed it again. I didn't even know how to explain what Kelvin had done without sounding like a kid tattling, so I just nodded and went directly to my tent. Dinner tasted incredible. The others laughed and traded stories from the hike, and Kelvin sat at the edge of the firelight, carving a stick with his pocket knife, the blade glinting every time it turned. When Tom would look away, Kelvin's eyes would flick up at me, like he was waiting for me to say something. And when Tom strummed his guitar that night, it almost put us to sleep. The fire was down to coals and shadows moved against our tents. I pretended to read my field guide, but all I could think about was the ache in my back, arms, and shoulders. I lay awake long after everybody else was asleep. Wind was moving through the trees, coyotes somewhere beyond it. Every sound felt too nearby. I heard footsteps at one point, and when I peeked through my tent, I saw Kelvin crouched in the shadows. I had no idea what he was doing. I ducked down and kept my knife close by. Somewhere near midnight, something brushed up against the canvas, and my nerves had now turned into fireworks just under my skin. When I worked up the courage to look, there was nobody there. In the morning, Kelvin was the first one up. He sat up by the ashes, poking them with a stick. When I stepped out, he smiled at me. "You sleep okay?" I just glared at him, and he grinned like he could see the answer on my face. "What's with you, dude?" "What's with what?" he asked. "Why are you acting like this?" I didn't really know what else to say to him. Kelvin raised his eyebrow as high as he could, then moved his head side to side. It was beyond creepy. Tom called us to pack up, voice cheerfully unaware. We broke down camp, loaded up the gear, and hiked out the way we came. Kelvin marched right along behind me. When we reached the truck, I finally told Tom. Not everything, just that Kelvin had messed around in the cave and scared me on purpose. Tom frowned at me but didn't really press. "All right, I'll talk to him," he said. If he did, I never heard anything more about it, and we didn't really speak much more about that trip again. Kelvin stayed in the troop through spring, then quit without a warning. Moved away, somebody said, and I don't think really anybody cared, but I still, to this day, remember that cave, how quiet it was, and how close the walls really felt. And then somewhere in the blackness, Kelvin's voice will still be whispering, "You feel it now." We'd been living out of the van for 3 weeks when we found the river and the bluffs. Utah goes on forever if you know where to look. We followed a rutted 2-track past a gate that didn't lock and drifted down into a basin of red rock and cottonwoods. It was truly a beautiful, secluded stretch of desert. My girlfriend and I run an off-grid vlog, nothing fancy. A couple of cameras, a drone, tripods, mics with those fuzzy covers. We film what we use, what we eat, where we sleep, all the ways it goes wrong as well. People like the mistakes more than they actually like the wins, and we earn that pretty early on. I talk to the lens, and she shoots. We edit in the dark on a folding table with nothing but our power cell batteries. Those first few days were really perfect out there. We filmed this camp kitchen segment about cheap camp tacos, floated the river with our sandals tied through our belt loops. We hiked the bluff trail, breathless once at the top, and took a thumbnail photo of us grinning like idiots at the valley wide open behind us. At night, we lay on the tailgate and watched the satellites drift. There was this unbelievable amount of them. Coyotes yipped far off, and I slept like a baby. I thought maybe we'd stay for a week, maybe 2. There was enough flat spots to move and camp every few days, enough deadfall for small fires, 0 service, so no uploading shorts, just content creation and some light editing. We met nobody. A couple of rigs passed high on the distant ridge and then would vanish soon after. Otherwise, it was pretty much all ours. On the 3rd evening, we lugged gear into the water for a golden hour shoot. The sun slid to setting and then turned the cliff's hopper-ons. She waded up to her knees, laughing and complaining, while I framed a long shot of the bend where the river hooked north. The light hit something across the canyon and flashed for just a second. "Did you see that?" she asked me. Probably a bottle or something," I said, squinting. I raised the camera, zoomed, and panned along the opposite bluff. Cottonwoods hid most of the rim. Then the sun broke through the gap and the glare hit again. A flat plate of shine. Not a bottle, but glass. There, half tucked beneath the trees, sat this black van. No movement, no sound, just kind of there, where nothing had been all week long. Watching the same view that we were, or maybe watching us. At first, we honestly didn't think much of it. People will come and go and camp in strange spots all the time. Maybe they'd come in from the other side following some old mining road that we didn't see. But the van didn't move that night. No campfire, no music, no lantern glow, just a black box sitting in the dark across the canyon. That following morning, still there. Creepy, she muttered, zooming in with the telephoto. No plates, no windows either. That's really weird. It has to be one of those converted rigs, I said. Overlanders or something, you know? But even as the words left my mouth, I knew I wasn't right. There was no chairs, no gear, no solar panels, just the van, and zero evidence of any kind of recreation being had. We spent that day shooting content, filtering water, cooking beans, setting up a tarp station, and then trying to forget it all. By sundown, we'd convinced ourselves it really was nothing. But as the canyon turned purple and the stars started to burn through the haze, the air around us seemed to change and the wind stilled. It got really, really quiet. Then came the lights. They weren't like planes or satellites. They darted, stopped, dropped, and shot upward again in these impossible bursts. Sometimes they glowed red, sometimes they glowed blue. One flickered directly above the ridge, a jagged pulse that reminded us of some kind of kaleidoscope. My girlfriend filmed until her battery died, but when we checked the footage, there was nothing, just black sky. Maybe some kind of reflection? I said. Reflection of what? She asked me. It's a canyon. There's nothing out here to reflect off. No, maybe like some kind of atmospheric thing. Our lenses don't have what it takes to pick it up. And that's when we both noticed the movement across the ravine. The van's side door was now open. Figures moving in and out, 3, maybe 4. They carried tripods and something that looked like a large antenna. One of them kept sweeping the lights with what looked like binoculars. Another stood on the roof of the van with something that glowed faintly green. Their setup looked far too advanced for some kind of meteor watching. Way too organized. I raised my flashlight and clicked it twice, a friendly signal. Got nothing back. They didn't react. They didn't even look our way. "Hey!" I yelled across the gap, my voice echoing off the stone. The figure on the roof froze, and just for a second, they turned away, stepping down from the van. We went back inside the tent not long after, and neither of us could really sleep. The air was heavy, like right before a storm. Every time I close my eyes, I see those lights again, jerking, twitching, zigzagging across the sky like fireflies out on a wire. Around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of a low hum. It wasn't close, but steady and mechanical. I unzipped the flap, and the van's headlights were on now, dimmed and pointed toward the sky. Those strange lights were back, more of them, scattered and moving a lot faster. My girlfriend sat up beside me, whispering, "Oh my God, they're right above us." And they were everywhere. I watched one of the men across the canyon raise up his equipment, and that hum quickly grew louder. The air felt staticky, hair rising even, and then just as suddenly everything kind of blinked out. The hum, the lights, the motion, gone. And that van went dark again. They hauled their stuff back into the van and went back to being quiet. We slept at dawn, woke late, and found it parked in the exact same spot. No visible equipment, no people, no nothing. It went on like that for 3 more nights. Every evening around 10, the sky erupted with that strange activity. Every morning, silence and emptiness. And our cameras never caught a thing. No lights, nothing but blank footage. Phones, GoPros, even the drone, all completely useless. It was as if the phenomenon wasn't happening at all, except that we were seeing it, clear as day, but only with our eyes. We started rationing the food and water early on just in case. I wanted to leave, but she said nobody's gonna believe us if we don't get some kind of proof. So we stayed. Maybe there's some kind of meteorologist, I offered, studying something rare, like ball lightning. She stared at me like I was full of shit, and maybe I was. I didn't argue. I started keeping the hatchet beside the sleeping bags, and I noticed her phone was always in her pocket now. The final night we were out there was probably the worst. The lights appeared earlier, just after sunset, flickering right above the ridge. The van's side door was wide open, silhouettes pacing in the glow of red headlamps. The hum was deeper this time, vibrating through the ground like the bass of an approaching train. I stepped out with the camera anyway. "This is night 4, I whispered, trying to keep my hand steady. "The van's active again, unknown equipment, 3 subjects, maybe 4, tracking lights in the sky. Can't explain the silence out here. There's no wind, there's no animals, nothing." Behind me, my girlfriend whispered, "They're looking this way." And they were. Every single head turned toward us in this perfect unison, red lamps blinking like eyes. One of them raised something, binoculars or a scope, and a moment later, our tent lights flickered and died. The air snapped cold. The camera shut off in my hand. It was like we had been hit with some kind of EMP blast. We didn't speak again until morning, and when the sun came up, the van still hadn't moved, and there was again no sign of those people. That's when we made the decision to cross the canyon that night and see for ourselves what was going on inside that van. It took nearly 45 minutes to cross. The bluff walls were like ribs around the basin, and every sound that we made, every scrape, every breath, seemed to echo on and on. We didn't talk, we didn't really need to. All that mattered was finding out who these people were and what they were doing out here. When we finally crested the other side, the van sat about 50 yards off. Its headlights were dead, windows blacked out. Up close, it didn't look new. It was dented, rust bleeding through the paint near the door handles. There's still no sound and still no movement. We crouched behind this boulder, and my girlfriend whispered over to me, "Maybe they left?" I was about to agree, but the van's door slid open with that loud shunk. A flashlight hit us full in the face. "Stop right there," a man barked. His voice was raspy. I froze, hands instinctively going up. He stepped closer, the beam shaking in his grip. The light caught his face for just a second. Stringy mullet, missing teeth, red-rimmed eyes. Tattoos climbed up his neck like veins, faded and ugly. He held a rifle, pointed at the ground, but angled it enough that one wrong move would make it level. Hey, we're just, I started, but he cut me off. "You shouldn't be here. Turn around now." Behind him, the other figures moved, loading up equipment into the van. Tripods, long cases, coiled cables that glittered silver in the light. None of them spoke or even looked at us. "Look, we just wanted to know what you were..." He stepped to us again, jabbing the barrel in my chest. "This ain't none of your business, boy. You get back to your side before you make it fatal." My girlfriend whispered that we were leaving. The man backed up without lowering the gun. "Good, do that." He turned and shouted something to the others, words I didn't quite catch, then climbed in the driver's seat. The van roared to life, yellow cones of the headlights hitting us in the face, and for a second, the glare was completely blinding. When my vision cleared, I saw them, 3 silhouettes in the cab, all facing forward, motionless as mannequins. They reversed, spun out onto the dirt road, and drove off without a word. The hum was gone, the lights in the sky were gone too, just black emptiness above us, and the sound of the van slowly fading off into the desert. We stood there for a long time, I think too shocked to move or do anything, and when we finally made it back to camp, dawn was breaking, washing the canyon in that weak pink light. Everything felt strange, the tent, the gear, even the river now to us. We packed up in silence, loaded the truck, and left before the sun even touched the ridges. Around a week later, I went through every file, every clip. All of our footage from those nights was either black or corrupted. No lights, no van, not even our own voices. Absolutely no trace of that night exists, outside of the ones in our memories. I'd been with the Park Service for around 5 years when my story takes place. Long enough to have seen some shit. Drunks, lost kids, black bears humping coolers open, meth heads who bought a week's access just to cook in the park. After a while, a lot of it will start to blur together. You learn the roads, the regulars, the shortcuts and the GPS doesn't even know. You learn where the radio cuts out and where the elk like to stand on the shoulder. I was not some weekend volunteer. I knew this place, and I considered myself an authority. I'm not a killjoy per se, but people need to be safe and held accountable within reason. So when I say this next part shook me, I don't mean it gave me a good scare. I mean, I never filed a report, never even told my supervisor, never even mentioned it to my closest coworker. The only place I've ever talked about it was online, under a throwaway username. The call came in a little after 10. Noise complaint from one of the most isolated sites in the park. The dispatcher said the campers sounded terrified. I grabbed my jacket, logged the call, and headed out in the service Cherokee. The road was that usual mess, sharp turns, drop-offs, barely any line of sight. But the drive didn't ever bother me. What bothered me was how quiet it was outside. When I reached the campsite, I saw a bright fire burning strong, but no people, no laughter, no shouting. Just a fire in my headlights cutting through the clearing. I parked, stepped out, and called out to anybody. "Park service! Anybody here?" Tents rustled, a few heads appeared, one framed by the outline of a rifle or a handgun. One of the guys had a shotgun angled halfway up until I held out my badge. "Thank God," a woman said. "We didn't know if anybody was going to show up." A man stepped forward and extended his hand. "Yeah, we're the ones who called." "What's going on?" I asked. They all looked unsure of who to talk first, and finally the guy holding the shotgun cleared his throat. "We heard something after dinner around 8. Thought it was animals, so we shined our lights out there." He gestured toward the dark brush. "And we saw people, a lot of them." A teenager then added, "Walking and crawling, and some of them came right up to the tents." "They didn't react to us at all," the woman added. "Didn't look angry, didn't look scared, just kind of robotic, almost like they were on drugs." "And you armed yourselves?" I asked them. "We didn't know what else to do," the man said. "Like the kid just said, they came right up to the tents." I looked out toward the trees. "Okay, well, which way did they go?" They all pointed to the back of the site, toward this narrow cut in the woods that sloped into a ravine. One of the older campers stepped forward with a nut brown rifle. "I'll go with you. I'll keep it pointed down." Normally, I'd refuse any kind of backup, especially from a stranger who was armed, but heading into the woods after a crowd of unknown people wasn't exactly something I wanted to do alone. I nodded back at him. The guy was older, mature, steady eyes. "All right then, stay behind me and try to keep quiet." We slowly then moved into the trees. The firelight behind us then faded into a heartbeat. The signs were immediate though, broken branches, disturbed brush, depressions in the dirt where many feet had definitely passed. Whoever these people were, they hadn't been wandering. They were moving with direction, purpose. We kept our flashlights low and clicked them off to stay hidden. Ever so often, we'd hear a shuffle or a scrape out there in the dark, but the sounds were really impossible to track. "You get any kind of look at what they were wearing?" I asked him quietly. "No, not really," the man responded back. "Just shapes." We reached the edge of the ravine, a deep cut filled with rocks, dead trees, and old storm debris. We started down it under the glow of the moon. That drop was steep, the footing was loose, and the moon gave us just enough light to make out shapes of boulders and a few ledges. Neither of us spoke. The deeper we went, the more boxed in it kind of felt. I was expecting to drop onto a ledge and have somebody jump out at any second. Eventually, the ravine leveled to this series of wide stone steps. We stopped on the top one, and below us, movement was flickering between the trees. "You see that?" the man whispered to me. I did. Several figures were moving around in the brush. It was hard to tell how many, but it did look like a lot. "I'm gonna look," he said, lifting his rifle using the scope. The moment he focused, his whole body stiffened. "What is it?" I asked him. He lowered that rifle slowly. I think you should look too." I took out my belt binoculars and raised them. It only took a second for the shapes to sharpen in front of me, and when they did, I realized that we were looking at dozens of people, men and women, all dirty, thin, scattered around the bottom of the ravine. Some were standing, some were crawling. None of them spoke. And then, without any warning, every one of them lifted up their heads and looked straight up at us. Perfectly still, no sound, no gestures. I lowered my binoculars, and the man beside me shook his head. He was shock white. "We're going back," I said to him. We turned and climbed as fast as the rocks would allow us to. A few loose stones tumbled behind us, giving us away if anybody was listening. When we reached that camp again, his family was standing outside their tents, waiting to hear the verdict. He didn't bother sugarcoating it at all. "We're leaving right now, guys." And they didn't question him. Within minutes, they had the tents broken down and the truck loaded up. Before they left, he told me one last thing. "Whatever's happening out here is fucking sick, man." I didn't disagree, but I didn't have anything to add. I told them to be safe and suggested a few safe, well-used campsites in the area. I told them that I'd douse their fire too, and they drove off, the darkness settling once their taillights were out of sight. I stayed by the coal bed for a while just listening, telling myself that I'd make a report once I got something concrete. But the woods never gave me a moment of peace. Every few minutes, I caught some small sounds around me, brush moving, a faint pitter-patter of steps, something slipping between the trees. I think it was around 2 a.m. that I finally saw them, figures running throughout the forest, fast and reckless, cutting through the bramble without any issues. Not toward me or even toward the road, just moving throughout the wilderness like a pack of animals. That was the moment I knew there was nothing I could put on a piece of paper that wouldn't make me sound completely insane. So I never reported it. I didn't stay too much longer after those figures moved. I put the fire out, did a quick walk of the immediate area, then headed back toward the station. I made a plan to come back during the daylight, check the ravine properly, and get a better look around. Maybe find a shoe or clothing or something that would lead me to some kind of identification. But the next morning, I couldn't even make myself drive back out there. I mean it when I say fuck that place. And the honest truth, I avoided that part of the park for a long time after that. Not officially, I still had to patrol it when I had to, but I stuck to the main road and kept my visits nice and short. I'd log the checks, do the basics, and just get the hell out of there. Every time I parked the truck, I kept one hand on my pistol. A year or two passed and things continued to get stranger out that way. A couple of hikers reported seeing groups of people moving through the lower canyon. One man said he heard somebody crawling in the brush right behind him, and when he turned, he didn't see anything. No amount of searching ever really turned anything up either. Sometimes dispatch would mention some odd calls, distant shouting, whistling in the camps, or people marching along trails at midnight. The reports came in once and then would disappear. Nothing that we could track. It was really a tough pill to swallow. For the others anyway, I guess. I had my own experience that I never even shared with the team, so I know better than anybody how hopeless the investigation truly was. I may have even done my part to steer it away from that same canyon. I've been a ranger for around 3 years when I came across that campsite. By then, the job felt second nature to me, checking backsites, noting fire hazards, counting days people stayed, picking up trash where people had left it. Most of the days were the same loop in that same old truck. That morning in particular wasn't anything special. Clear sky, great temperature, quiet, spring green woodland. I was running a survey route throughout this stretch of backcountry that we kept an eye on for illegal camps. People like to sneak out there, mostly to avoid paying fees or dealing with other campers. A lot of them would target shoot and just leave all kinds of garbage. I rounded a bend and noticed a splash of color throughout the pines. At first, it looked like a tarp, nothing too unusual, but as I got a little closer, more shapes came into my view. A tent, clothing, some kind of chair tipped over, everything was scattered around like the occupants had been chased out. I stopped a short distance away and watched for any kind of movement. Camps usually give themselves away. Voices, smoke, even the sound of somebody in the nylon of their sleeping bag. But this place was corpse still. No vehicle, no fire, no people. I called it into dispatch as abandoned and waited for acknowledgement, then stepped out of my truck. The tent flap was hanging open. The inside looked empty from where I stood. The rest of the site was just completely trashed. Lots of it, literal garbage. The place didn't look old, but it also didn't look lived in either. Something about it just gave me the creeps. I started this slow circle around the site the way that we're trained to. Get the broad layout first, then move inward. From a distance, it looked like a long-term setup. Up close, it felt scattered and careless. Clothes, bags, coolers, loose items were spread out in every direction. This small stroller lay on its side near a log. Next to it were baby clothes, onesies, socks, a blanket crumpled up in the dirt. Formula containers were laying open, powder clump from moisture. Used and unused diapers were all mixed together. Seeing all that in the middle of nowhere just made me uneasy. Further out were some more women's clothes, books, folders with papers scattered all over, and some men's items, razor, deodorant, a wallet with no ID. Some of the things looked new, others worn in. It gave me the impression that whoever had been out here had brought all this stuff on more than one trip. Likely they dumped it in one pile at a time. I took photos from a couple of different angles. Once I had enough, I started grouping items so nothing got lost or trampled. While I was doing that, I found the first sign of blood. A child-sized jacket with dark stains across the front. A few feet away, a woman's shirt had similar marks on it as well. I didn't jump to conclusion, but it did raise the stakes. The axe would come next, buried blade first inside a log. Very ominous. I documented it and moved on. I kept glancing around. The area remained quiet, but it felt like somebody had been there recently. The forest just gets that stillness when people are around, and that's how it felt, like somebody was lurking about just out of sight. I crouched to photograph the stroller, and when I stood again, movement caught my eye near the tree line, around 30 yards away. A man stood among the trunks, partly in shadow. He wasn't hiding, but he wasn't coming forward either. Big frame, still posture. "Hey!" I called out. "Is this your camp, sir?" No answer. Instead, he lifted something that reflected a bit of light. A shotgun. The sight of it slowed everything down in my head. I dropped behind my truck and pulled my sidearm, kept my head down, checked the cylinder. 3 snake shot rounds and 3 standard. Not ideal, but it's what I had. The man then called out for me. "Pack up. There's nothing here for you." I stayed behind the truck. "Can't do that," I said back. "There's blood all over this clothing. I need to know what's going on. Where's the kid? Looks like woman's clothes too. Is there a woman out here?" "They're fine. Baby's safe. Now get in your truck and go." His tone never wavered, but nothing he said really matched the scene. If everything was fine, this place definitely wouldn't look like it did. "All right, I'll leave, but I'm gonna need you to lower that gun first." There was a long pause. He angled the shotgun downward, barrel toward the dirt. He didn't drop it or sling it, just put it nose down. I watched this over the lip of the hood of my truck. I stayed low and slid along the side of my truck and opened up the passenger door. I climbed in and crossed over to the driver's seat. My hand shook a little when I put the key in the ignition, but I kept moving. Seeing my revolver on the dash, I shifted in reverse, turned around, and blasted out of that campsite. I wasn't out here to get in a gun battle. I didn't even know if that guy was all alone. I kept in my rear view as long as I could. He didn't chase, just kind of watched from the trees until the road curved and I lost sight of him. Once I reached the main service road, I radioed it in. Abandoned camp with signs of possible injury, armed subject on scene, threatening a ranger. I relayed the details plainly, and my supervisor told me to return to the office and file a full report. Back at headquarters, everybody took it very seriously. My report was forwarded to the state police and the sheriff's office. Within an hour, there was a plan to return first thing in the morning with a combined team. They wanted me along since I knew the exact location. I tried to get some sleep that night, but my mind kept wandering back to that stroller, the blood, the man saying the baby was safe. The woods have seen plenty of strange behavior over the years, but that camp felt different. I did not have any desire to return out to that scene. The next morning we met early. My supervisor, 2 other rangers, 4 deputies, and 3 state troopers. No excitement, no small talk. We just wanted to know what we were walking into, so we wanted to make sure that we had our bases covered. A couple of the guys had a few M4s. My supervisor brought a pair of 12 gauges for us. It was almost like we were storming some kind of compound. That drive-in was nice and quiet, forest looking the same. Nothing in those trees gave a hint of what we were about to find. The campsite looked unchanged from yesterday. Everything I'd photographed and sorted was still where I left it. Deputies spread out, logging each item, taking their own photos now. Nobody commented on the blood at first, just kind of worked through it. A deputy found a faint path leading east, like somebody had walked that same track again over and over. It was the same direction the guy appeared from yesterday, too. We moved in single file, checking the brush on both sides. I'd say 500 yards in, we came into this small clearing with a rough setup, tarp, blankets, some cans. It didn't look like anybody living there had been doing well. One of the troopers raised his hand toward the rock shelf. There, he pointed. A narrow cave sat underneath the ledge, not more than a crack, but big enough for somebody to crawl into. Deputies called out for whoever was inside to come out. For a moment, nothing happened. Two of the state troopers scrambled up onto the ledge, rifles in tow, and hollered when they got to the top. They said that there was somebody holed up inside, hiding in the back of the crag. They pointed their rifles into the rock slot and started barking orders. The man from yesterday then crawled out, squinting in the light. It was filthy. Seeing him up close explained a lot. He was malnourished, clothes stiff with dirt, hair tangled, eyes unfocused. He didn't resist when they cuffed him either, just muttered something under his breath. The shotgun was still inside the cave, leaning up on a rock. When a pair of deputies questioned him, the rest of us searched the area. A trooper flagged us over to the far side of that little camp. He didn't raise his voice, just said that we should come take a look. A shallow burial was tucked away at the base of a fallen tree. The disturbed dirt stood out once you knew where to look. Clearing that top layer revealed a woman wrapped in a blanket. She'd been there for a while. Nobody really reacted. The reality of it all was washing over us. This was really bad. The deputies then went back to the man with more direct questions. Who was she? Why is she dead? How long she'd been there? We needed to find out what the hell happened exactly out here. He said that she was his wife. He kept repeating that things got out of hand, though he never explained what that really meant. His answers would drift, sometimes circling back to other information, sometimes stopping mid-thought. Every time they asked about the baby gear scattered at the first camp, he insisted that the child was quote-unquote with family. He wouldn't give a name, wouldn't say where, wouldn't clarify why they left so many belongings behind. Nothing he said made any fucking sense. He was taken from the site in a patrol vehicle. Troopers marked off the second camp, and investigators from the sheriff's office stayed behind to process the grave. The rest of us walked out the way we came in, forest looking exactly the same. But the place now felt dangerous after learning what was deep within those trees. Back at the office, the report got a lot of attention. The man was booked on homicide charges, but we didn't have a way to process him. Searches were done for any sign of a child matching the description, but nothing surfaced. No missing person reports linked up, no relatives came forward. This guy was a ghost. We never truly learned what happened out there. Law enforcement took over the case pretty much immediately, and we just kind of assisted with stuff that they needed on the sidelines. And that's my own personal Wild Ranger story. I actually got called in early that afternoon. A couple of coworkers were tied up on a medical call, so Trevor and I were told to cover the north side until things got leveled out. We barely made it out of the station lot when dispatch came over the radio with something that caught our attention immediately.
Reckless vehicle on Forest Road 98. High speed, multiple near misses with visitors. Black sedan, occupants described as juveniles.
And that was that. The main corridor was clogged off with weekend traffic, people walking dogs, kids on scooters, trucks pulling trailers, everything you don't want in the path of a speeding car. As soon as we turned off the pavement though, the noise dropped away, and it felt like we stepped into a different place altogether. A long trail of dust then stretched between the trees. It wasn't drifting or settling. Someone had just blown through here seconds before we did. Trevor didn't comment, neither did I, we just followed it. Those roads twist and dip in ways that make you slow down whether you want to or not. You've got a lot of tight corners, soft shoulders, and cams tucked into the timber every few hundred yards. Anyone tearing through here at a high speed is either clueless or doesn't care who they hit. The engine noise reached us long before the car actually did, a whining sound that carried through the trees. I was reaching for the mic when it suddenly appeared, shooting out from a side spur and fishtailing in front of us to get back out on the road. And there it was, black sedan, windows down, packed with kids, teenagers, from quick faces that I caught. I lifted a hand for them to stop, and they didn't even pretend to consider it. The driver locked eyes with me for maybe half a second, then stomped on the gas. They blew past the front of our Tacoma. The passengers leaned out of the window, flipping us off, all teeth and wild energy, just like they won a race or something. That little asshole kid was about to learn today. I didn't waste time reacting, punched the gas, and got the truck up to 60, keeping pace with the sedan. The dust rolled over us so thick it swallowed the road and all the trees at the same time. I remember thinking one thing, and it wasn't complicated. These kids are going to kill somebody if we don't shut this down right now. We didn't have to search for the car. You could hear it no matter where you stood. An engine being pushed way past what the driver could actually handle. We didn't have to follow anything visual, just the sound of that cranked engine and the dirt getting thrown around. I kept us at a pace that let us see, but it didn't really matter. They were doing triple whatever was safe out here, and you could feel how dangerous this situation was becoming. Visitors were stepping out of their campsites, pointing toward the noise and shaking their heads. A couple yelled at us as we passed, wanting to know what the hell was going on. We rounded a bend and then caught sight of the sedan for the first time since they'd blown by us. It shot across an intersection ahead of us, all four shocks bottoming out. A family stood frozen on the opposite side. A dad holding a toddler, mom pushing a stroller, completely stunned that a car just torn through a blind crossing like it was a racetrack. I got on the radio. Dispatch, we need deputies headed toward the 19 split. Car is escalating. No signs they're gonna stop.
Copy.
Dispatch answered.
I'll try to get a unit rolling.
We kept after the trail of dust that they left behind, but they weren't running from us. They were just looping, switching roads at random, sometimes doubling back, like they were trying to stay inside the most populated area on purpose. Trevor watched the tree line as we drove. You noticing that? He asked me. Yeah, I said back. They want eyes on them. You can tell it's a game to them. This is a big show. The forest swallowed up the engine noise for a brief moment, which meant they'd cut speed or hit one of the deeper spur roads that dipped off into a canyon. But when the sound came back, it was sudden, loud, and closing from behind. I checked the mirror. They're coming up on us, I said. How the hell did they do that? I pulled to the right to give them some space, assuming they'd blow past, and they did. And then they swung around, caught the ditch, and then came barreling straight at us once again. I jerked the wheel and barely avoided a head-on collision. They missed us by maybe a foot, and Trevor hit the dash with his hand. Dude, this is fucking crazy. They're literally trying to hit us now. I'd shoot their tires if there weren't so many damn people around. I hit the radio again. Attempted ramming. We need deputies now. See about a spike strip or something. But we couldn't wait. If the driver tried that stunt on a family crossing the road, somebody would die. There was one place ahead where the road tightened up a bit, between two huge pines, a natural choke point, no room to drift, no room to dodge. You either slow down or you crash. Block them, I said. I can block them here. Do it, Trevor responded back. I swung the Tacoma sideways across that road, bumper nearly touching one of the trees, tailgate close to the other. It wasn't perfect, but it would force a slowdown. Then we both stepped out, moved behind the trees on opposite sides, and stayed hidden as best we could. We didn't draw our pistols, just wanted to be ready to pounce if they stopped the car. The woods around us went still again, no voices, no engines, no nothing. Then the sound returned. They were now barreling straight for us. I saw the car before I heard Trevor's warning. It came around the corner with no intention of stopping. The driver tapped the brakes once, but it was too late. Then they lost complete control. The sedan fishtailed, overcorrected, and slid sideways. It smashed directly into the right side berm. Front end shot upward and hung there for a second, then slammed down at this weird, crazy angle. The undercarriage dug into the dirt mound, and the car locked itself in place, wheels spinning uselessly. It was high-centered and stuck for good. Before the dust even settled, the doors then burst open. All at once, 5 kids, maybe 6, hit the ground running. None of them spoke, none of them shouted to each other. They didn't even look back at the wreck. They split in every direction like they'd been waiting for this chance. Trevor yelled at them to stop, already moving. He managed to grab one, small, dark-haired, quick but not quick enough. She twisted in his grip but didn't fight, didn't scream, didn't even say a word. The others then tore down the tree line, and I picked the closest and sprinted after him, but it was useless. That kid slipped through the brush and down the slope like a buck, and I lost him in seconds. By the time I made it back to the road, the forest was quiet again. No branches snapping, no voices, no other movement. Just that wrecked sedan idling crooked on the berm. And Trevor holding that girl who just was staring straight ahead. He glanced over at me over his shoulder. "They're gone," I said. "In more ways than one," Trevor agreed. And he wasn't talking about the distance. He meant it in a different way entirely. He gestured to the girl's eyes like she was high or something. We sat the girl down on a flat patch of ground away from the wreck. She wasn't shaking or crying. She wasn't even out of breath. She kept her eyes on the tree line, like she was expecting the others to come back for her or something. I crouched down a few feet away. "You hurt?" She shook her head once. "Who's driving the car?" I asked. Another small shake of her head. Trevor tried something now. "Look, we're not trying to charge you. We just need to know who else was with you." No response. I radioed in her estimate age and description, asked dispatch to run any recent missing juveniles, runaways, anything out of the city. No hits or matches. When she finally talked, it was incredibly soft-spoken. "We just wanted to have fun." "That's what you call this?" Trevor asked. "Fun?" She didn't respond, just kept staring at the trees. I tried again. "Where'd the car come from?" "We took it," she said. "Stole it yesterday." "From the city?" She nodded. "And you drove all the way out here to what, tear up the place, run from something?" She just shrugged. "We were bored." Kids joyriding, I guess, isn't new. Kids stealing cars isn't new. But there was something about just the way she said all of this. I've never seen a person act so empty. Deputies arrived within 20 minutes and they took the girl, logged the wreck, and did a brief sweep of the immediate area, but those other kids were gone, vanished in the wilderness. The deputy sergeant asked us if we thought they might circle back. Neither of us thought so, because why would they? Once they hauled that sedan out, the whole thing was pretty anticlimactic. What had felt like a war zone to Trevor and I looked pretty basic now to everybody else. The car was processed, property damage reports were filed for all those camps they blasted through, and we wrote up our personal statements, and I guess that was supposed to be that. But it didn't end there. Over the next few months, we started getting strange comments from some of the visitors. Nothing solid enough to act on, just little bits here and there. A couple of backpackers swore they saw a group of teenagers running barefoot along the ridgeline at dawn, just off the trail. A fisherman reported hearing kids laughing deep inside this drainage where there was no established campsites. He said he even saw a firelight way down at the bottom. Another family claimed somebody stole food from their cooler late at night without disturbing anything else. No prints, no drag marks, no trash left behind, but all of their food was missing. Nothing matched perfectly, but every report pointed to the same corner of that forest, the same directions all those kids had vanished on that same day. Nothing violent, nothing dramatic, just strange. Every time I worked that part of the network, I found myself slowing down in that exact same area where they scattered off in. Not because I was scared, just because there was something about that place that never sat right with me again. What the hell brought them all the way out here to the edge of the world? Trevor agreed and felt it too. He didn't say it outright, but he avoided those long spurs, took the main roads whenever he could. One evening months later, I was closing the gate at the far end of the district when I thought I saw somebody up on the ridge. a thin silhouette standing between two dead snags, human-shaped, just kind of watching. I blinked and they were gone. Maybe it was nothing, maybe it was just my eyes, maybe it was a shadow, whatever. But that feeling that came with it was the same one that I'd had when those kids exploded from that car, without a single look back. An edge of something that I couldn't name. Too far organized for a simple joyride. I still patrol that area, still do my job, but I don't like stopping there, not unless I have to. There's a stretch of road where the trees close in tight, and every single time I pass it, I remember how quickly all those kids disappeared. So now I guess they belong to the woods. I still remember the sound of the garage door closing behind my ex-wife's U-Haul. It was October, postcard-worthy colors that should have taken my breath away, but instead, I was watching my wife of 13 years vanish down the road in front of me. To her credit, she planned it pretty well. Papers served on a Tuesday, mediation scheduled by Friday. Her lawyer on every call, with my questions being brushed aside with, "You'll hear from my attorney." 3 weeks later, the house was half empty and she was gone. No big fight or last chance counseling, and I guess I can't say that I'm too shocked. We'd been slowly dividing for years now. The brutal part wasn't losing her. Things had been dead between us for a long time now. We both just been walking around the corpse, you know? The brutal part was Alan and Samuel, 8 and 11, old enough to understand what was happening, old enough to know that Mom had burned us all. Alan stopped asking why Mom was never around for dinner. Samuel started flinching when the doorbell rang. I'd catch them whispering in the rooms at night, their little voices tight, like they were planning something dangerous. Each time, it was the same hopeful denial. Maybe she'll come back. Maybe this was just a phase. Maybe adults could unsign the papers. I didn't have the heart to tell them the actual reality of the situation. That first holiday season was a complete fog to me. I went through the motions, put the turkey in the oven, canned cranberry sauce, football on the TV, while the house felt like some kind of abandoned structure. I'd stand at the sink with my hands in the water, staring out at the backyard where we used to set up the plastic kiddie pool, and I'd feel this tight, useless anger pulsing behind my eyes. I didn't know how to fix it. By the time December had rolled around, the boys were splitting Christmas between myself and my ex. I got the days leading up to the holiday, and she got the actual days of Christmas and Christmas Eve. One night, I'm lying awake on the couch, staring at the ceiling fan when it hit me. If we stayed in that house for the holiday, it was gonna drown us. We needed out. Not another mall trip or a movie, not another fake new tradition inside town. We needed to disappear into the cold. I know that sounds crazy, and it probably honestly was, but we did need this, a full reset. I brought up the camping idea a week before Christmas during a dinner that we barely were even touching. "What if we do something different this year?" I said. "Get out of the house, go up to the mountains, winter camping, just us." Alan frowned. "In the snow?" "Yeah, my dad and grandpa used to take me every December. Ice fishing, small game hunting, real winter survival. I can show you all what they taught me." Samuel hesitated. "Mom's gonna hate that." "Well, Mom doesn't schedule my time anymore," I said, keeping my voice even. "And I'll do it right. Good gear, safe spot, short trip. You'll be fine. You actually might even have fun," I added with a wink. The boys then exchanged that silent brother telepathy. "You'd learn actual skills," I said. "By the time we come home, you'll know more than half the other people stomping around the REI." That actually got Alan to crack a tiny smile. "Can I bring my pocket knife?" "Yeah, you have to," I said. Samuel nodded, then Alan followed. Throughout the week, the snow kept falling, and by the 20th, the city felt like it was ice-locked. Instead of worrying about the storm, I felt more sure about getting out of town. The house was getting smaller by the day. So the night before, I checked all of our gear: tents, stakes, tarps, stove, rope, gloves, dry socks. The boys hovered around me, asking if they could each get their own tent. I told them they'd share one and I'd take the other. On the morning we left, they came outside already bundled up, faces red from the cold. I loaded everything into the truck. The .38 went on my belt underneath my coat. I never went into the woods without it. The drive took us out of the city, past ranch land and off into the pines. Snowbanks rose along the road. Most pullouts were marked with deep tire ruts and frozen beer cans. A lot of people came out here, but we weren't seeing any right now. "So, where's the spot?" Samuel asked me. There's this clearing near the creek. There's some good sun out there, good drainage." "You been there before?" Alan then asked. "Yeah, it was years ago though," I said back. We reached it by mid-afternoon, pines closing in on 3 sides. The place was empty, but recently had been used. There was an old fire ring, some frozen trash, footprints half filled up with powder. Whoever had been there before us didn't stay very long. "This'll work, right?" I said to them. The cold hit despite the hanging sun, and we didn't stand around. I assigned them jobs. Alan collected deadfall. Samuel asked to help me with some tarps and stakes. And for about an hour, it felt like a normal father-son project. They asked questions, we cracked jokes, and they wanted to learn, and I was eager to teach them. By dusk, we had 2 tents pitched, tarps angled low against the wind and potential snowfall, and a fire ring set up with wood that was stacked nearby. I showed them how to bank wood so it would dry faster, and they seemed to pay attention. We stoked the fire as the daylight faded, and the boys sat close to it, rotating their hands over the heat. The flames gradually grew to a couple of feet in height. Dinner was nice and simple: hot dogs, chili, marshmallows, and they ended up making a game out of seeing whose marshmallow could last the longest without bursting into flames. I let them have their fun, and for the first time in months, they seemed like they were getting back to being themselves. Hell, so was I. When they finally crawled into their tent that night, they were still talking in low voices. I banked the fire and got inside mine. The temperature dropped really quickly away from that fire pit. My breath was fogging inside my tent. I zipped up tight and fell asleep almost right away. Then something nudged me awake. Samuel's voice. "Dad! Dad!" I blinked, very disoriented still. He stood at the entrance of my tent, coat half zipped and eyes very wide. "Come outside," he whispered to me. I followed him out, and Alan stood between the tents, arms folded tight across his chest, and that's when I saw some boot prints. One said, coming from the woods directly toward their tent. The track stopped right in front of their door. 2 clear prints, perfectly placed, as if the person had just paused there. Then the prints led to my tent and stopped there too. Same pause, same stance. Then they turned around and walked straight back into the trees. It was early in the morning, maybe 5 a.m., just before the sun came up. The fire was burnt out, but I could see coals just under that first layer of ash. Alan spoke to me first. "We didn't go out last night." "Yeah," Samuel added. "We stayed inside the tent the whole time." I crouched next to the nearest print. The tread was not mine or the boys'. It was narrow toe, deeper heel, a patterned sole that none of us owned. "What the fuck, amigo?" Well, maybe somebody who was just lost," I said. "Got disoriented and came through camp. There could be another camp just over that hill. Maybe they went to take a leak and walked to the wrong fire. It happens." It was making sense to me as I said it, you know. Alan shook his head. "Well, why didn't they say anything?" And I didn't have an answer for him. I stood up. "All right, boys, get ready. We're gonna follow these tracks, see where they go." The boys then grabbed their coats and put on their boots. I belted my .38 and zipped my jacket. Alan pocketed his knife and Samuel did the same. I stirred the coals around and got a little fire going, stoked it with pieces of oak for a long-lasting burn. I wanted to have some kind of beacon to guide us back to camp. Then we moved off into the trees, following those prints in single file line. The boot steps were nice and straight, no wandering, no looking around. "Keep your eyes open, boys," I said to them quietly. It felt like I was hunting with my old man again. The tracks led us deeper into the woods, a lot deeper than I expected, past fallen trees, another old fire ring, and then off into this area that was not familiar to me. Snow thinned as we went in, blown away by gusts that were funneled through a low canyon ahead. "You sure this is safe?" Samuel asked me. "Yeah, it's fine," I said. "We're not going that far." The boot prints then moved down this narrow slope into a tight canyon before two large stone walls. The place was weird and oddly ancient feeling. The air even felt different here, heavy, almost like it was choking us. We continued following those prints and then went around a bend, and there it was. A shallow stone outcrop with a dark opening inside the center, a cave. Snow dusted at the lip of it, but the inside was completely black. Those boot prints went straight into that opening and disappeared within. Alan was the first one to take a step forward. "Should we check it, Dad?" "No," I said immediately, and both boys froze. I stared at that cave. The air drifting out of it was a lot colder than the canyon around us, and I couldn't tell if I actually believed that I was being dramatic or what, but it damn sure felt that way. "We're going back," I said to them. "Just stay behind me." We turned around, leaving the cave and those tracks behind us, and I didn't look back. Now that walk back to camp felt longer than the actual walk in, even though we followed our own tracks this time. The boys stayed close behind me, quiet in a way that was not normal for them. I kept checking over my shoulder, not because I thought something was there, but because my mind kept pushing me to, like something could take them at any moment. The sound of my ex-wife's U-Haul then filled all the space inside my head. When we finally saw the orange glow of our own fire pit, I felt this small wave of relief come over me. But our camp looked different now, exposed, easily approached. I felt like I'd lured my family into some kind of killing floor. "All right, boys, go inside your tent, warm up, and eat something." They did as they were told, no arguing or questions. That alone told me how shaken up they were. I stood at the center of my camp, turned in this slow circle, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved. No sound carried throughout the trees. It was just that snowy, wintry silence. Despite all the cold, I did not feel alone though. I didn't bother packing anything up then, I just kept watch. Every now and again, a branch would crack somewhere off in the woods, normal forest sounds, and I kept telling myself that, but each sound seemed to almost grow closer. After an hour of pacing, I knelt by the boys' tent and opened up the flap. "Hey," I said quietly, "I think we're gonna head home." Alan sat up. "Because of those tracks?" "Yeah," I said. "Someone's out here, not close, maybe not even around anymore, but we're not gonna stay, just to be safe." Samuel didn't argue. He nodded and then started pulling on his boots. We broke down camp in record time, I think. Dumped snow on the fire, stomped out the ashes, and scraped frost off the truck. Everything was definitely rushed and clumsy, but we had overstayed our welcome at this point. As I folded up that last tarp, Alan froze mid-motion. "Dad," he whispered over to me. "Behind the brush." I followed his gaze. About 20 yards off, a dense patch of brush was half buried in the snow. Nothing was moving at first. Then I saw a branch dip, just slightly, like somebody pulling the brush back. I drew out my .38 without thinking and stepped right in front of the boys. "Get in the truck, now," I said to them. They didn't hesitate or look back. They sprinted across the camp, boots thudding against that frozen ground. When I walked backward, keeping the brush in my sight, gun ready for business. "Whoever's out there, I'm leaving. My kids are here. Do not come any closer." No answer or movement, just that same unbelievable stillness around us. When I reached the truck, the boys were inside with the doors locked. I climbed in, holstered my gun, and started up the engine. The tire spun before finally catching, and we pulled back onto that snowy trail, creeping forward until the brush disappeared behind that curve. Only then did Alan speak up again. Was somebody actually there? I don't know, son, I said. It might have been an animal. Samuel shook his head. Animals don't do that. We drove away in silence, no radio, no more small talk. Every mile that we put between us and that canyon felt like loosening a knot in my chest. Once we finally hit the pavement, Alan leaned forward in his seat. Dad? Yeah, buddy, what's up? Are we ever gonna talk about this later? Yeah, we will, I said back. But not today. We obviously got home a lot earlier than we planned to. The boys took hot showers and put on clean clothes. I made some hot cocoa and sat with them in the living room while the house began to warm back up. They didn't even turn on cartoons or ask to play video games. They stayed close talking about the trip, and I could tell they wanted some form of an answer. That night after they went to bed, I stood in the hallway, listening to their breathing through the doors. Safe and sound. I could take that as a victory at least. The next morning was Christmas Eve. I found both boys already awake at the table, eating some cereal. They'd be going to their moms here in a couple of hours. I expected questions, maybe fear. Instead, Alan looked at me and said, "Can we still go camping again sometime, like in the snow?" "Yeah, buddy, of course," I said back. Samuel swallowed a spoonful of cereal, but not there. "No," I said back. "Definitely not there." And not once did we ever go back to that mountain, and I never truly figured out who or what walked into our camp that night. But no joke, every holiday season, especially when the cold gets inside the house, I think back to that single line of boot prints leading off in the dark, and how they found us on that very first try. I'm standing in my driveway, that first weekend after New Year's, watching my whole family turn down the cul-de-sac into a motorsports parade. Trucks idle inside a line, trailers sit loaded with a brand new RZR and side-by-sides, all shiny plastic and knobby tires meant for tearing through the mountain snow. Kids weave in between them like we're heading to a theme park, instead of some kind of frozen campsite. Jake slaps the fender of his truck. "You ready or what?" "About as ready as I'm gonna be," I say back. Winter camping is something we've all done for years now. If the temperatures aren't too deadly and the roads aren't completely buried, we pack half our houses and then head up the mountain. This year the snow came a little early, 2 feet high, but the weather is mild enough to keep that tradition alive. Everybody's excited and everybody's over-prepared. I finish checking the straps on our side-by-side. Erin stands over by the passenger door, bundled up tightly, breath curling off in the cold. "You packed the emergency kit, right?" she asked me. "Yup, first aid, blankets, flares, heaters in the tote with the propane." She nods but then keeps staring at the mountains, a gray spine behind the houses. "Roads were plowed yesterday, right?" "So they say." Of course, the kids were already arguing about who gets the first ride when we reach camp. My parents, my sisters, their spouses, they're all packing coolers, stacking firewood, debating coffee versus beer ratios, like we aren't bringing a ton of both. It's supposed to be this nice big family weekend, controlled chaos. We've used the same campsite for years and years now. We know the same turnoffs, the washouts, the meadow where we dig out this fire pit into the snow. It's all pretty routine. Jake tugs on his gloves. "You got some chains if the road turns nasty?" "Yeah, they're in the toolbox," I say. "You think we'll need them?" "Well, that's up to the mountain to decide, isn't it?" It's a joke, but it doesn't land with me, and I shake it off. I start the truck up, raise my voice so the whole convoy hears me. "Same drill as always. I lead, Jake runs rear, keep your distance. We regroup at the cattle guard." The engines rumble to their agreement. Erin buckles in. "Last chance to bail," she says over to me, and I pull out anyway, our caravan falling in behind me. heading straight toward the mountain and whatever's waiting inside those trees. We hit the dirt road just past that cattle guard, where the snow starts climbing in these uneven ridges along the shoulders. Our convoy regroups like we always do, engines idling, exhaust rolling around the tires, spirits are still really high. I take point again and lead us deeper off into the mountains. The snow gets thicker, the trees lean in, heavy with frost, narrowing the road to a single white corridor. A few miles up, I started seeing some fresh tire tracks, wide and aggressive tread marks punching through the snow right ahead of us. Probably some other campers or off-roaders. It's nothing too unusual. But then I catch some movement off in the trees, an old dark truck that was mud-caked, loud, and cuts through this uneven marked trail to our right, tearing through the pines. Whoever's driving it is hammering it like they're trying to break something. I lift my hand off the wheel and wave, but the truck doesn't wave back, doesn't even acknowledge me. It just slows, stops, and then watches us roll past. Aaron shifts beside me. Well, that's comforting. When we take the next bend, the truck pulls out behind our convoy and starts following. I didn't announce it yet, but I watched in my mirrors. It stays close enough to make its point, but far enough to pretend that it isn't doing what it's doing. Finally, we reach the turnoff to our usual winter spot, this nice open meadow tucked between tall stands of timber. I swing in and everybody falls behind, piling out to check the snow depth and pick a tent spot. And that's when that same truck rolls into the meadow behind us. Two guys inside, both leaning out their window, wearing the same pissed off expression. "We were headed here," the driver calls out. "This is our site." Jake then stepped forward immediately. "Yeah, that's not how it works. First come, first serve, man. You just watched us roll in." The passenger shakes his head. "We told people that we were taking this spot. Ask around. Everybody knows that we use this one." "Look, there's a whole mountain behind you," I say. "We're here with kids. Let's not make this into a thing, you know?" They stare us down for a long moment, and something smug creeps into their faces. But they back out, spit gravel, and drive away. We watch until they're finally gone, but that tension remains. It doesn't dissipate. But I force myself to shake it off. We set up camp, pop some tents, and dig out a fire pit. We unload all the toys immediately. After a while, Aaron and I take the side-by-side out for a short loop. The trails out here are beautiful, quiet and bright, very untouched. And for a little while, I legitimately did forget all about the drama. But when we return, everybody else is rolling back too, and the mood has definitely changed. Jake marches right up to me, helmet in hand. "Those guys found us." "Found you? What do you mean?" "They cut us off at the ridge trail, kept circling through bottles, full ones, I might add. Tried to run the kid's razor into the wash." My stomach dropped. "Is anybody hurt?" "No, but..." He doesn't even finish that sentence because an engine then roars through the tree line, getting closer at a speed that promises injury, perhaps even death. The truck then bursts out of the woods, right through our camp. It misses a tent by inches, plows through the edge of a fire pit, sending coals up in this spray of sparks. Kids scream and dive for cover, adults scatter, and somebody yanks a toddler behind a trailer. I shout at them, waving both arms. Jake's beside me doing the same. The truck fishtails, spins, almost clips our gear trailer, then guns it again for another loop, before it then rips back into the forest. Silence hangs around us. Everybody erupts though, checking kids, grabbing gear, yelling over one another. I look at Jake. "We cannot let them get another run like that." "Agreed." We load the kids into the trucks and the SUVs, lock them inside. Adults form this loose perimeter. Aaron and my sisters gather anything that can be turned into a projectile or flattened. My dad keeps saying that we should go, but the light is dropping fast and navigating the descent in the dark with the trailers is a gamble of its own. I try calling the Rangers, but of course, no signal, so I try again, and of course, still nothing. The sun bleeds out behind the ridge, the temperature is dropping fast, and the woods are going dark fast too. The whole mountain feels like it's closing in around us. Jake then mutters to me, "If they come back in the dark..." "They will," I say, pretending otherwise is kind of pointless. We stoke the fire, get lamps set up, and try to look organized, but nobody's relaxed. Nobody's sitting. Everybody keeps glancing toward that tree line, like the darkness itself is watching us. Because those guys didn't leave, and we knew damn well they're gonna come back at any moment. Night then settles over the mountain. The fire threw this weak circle of light across the snow, but everything beyond it looked like a wall of moving black. Nobody was even talking anymore. Nobody was pretending this was normal. I kept my Micro 9 tucked into my jacket pocket. I've never really been the type of guy to carry a gun around the camp, but after that second run through, yeah, I'm not taking any chances. Not with my wife, my daughter, or any of the kids we had tucked inside the trucks. We dragged every fallen log that we could find into a loose barricade around camp, a horseshoe of thick trunks and stumps. It wouldn't really stop a determined driver, but it would force the truck to slow enough for us to react or to shoot. Everybody stayed close to the fire, eyes on the tree line. Shadows were twitching off in the dark, snow drifting from the branches, and every sound promised danger. After dinner, the kids were roasting marshmallows. The adults stood guard, shifting from foot to foot to stay warm. My nerves were completely shot, and then I heard off in the distance an engine revving, low, hunting. "They're back," Jake said quietly, and we all froze. The truck then burst from the trees with no headlights, engine screaming. It fishtailed through the dark, tearing up the snow, circling wildly as if to get its bearings. They didn't know about the logs, at least not yet. "All right, get ready," I said, stepping forward with Jake beside me. The truck turned sharply, lined up with our firelight, and it came straight at camp. It hit that first log at full speed. The front end folded inward with a metallic crunch, steam blasting up in white plumes. The whole vehicle bucked upward, then slammed down into place. The engine kept revving, but the truck was not going anywhere. The doors then flew open on both sides. Both men jumped out screaming that, "You're paying for that! You're paying for all of it!" "Nah," Jake said. "That looks like a you problem." They then took a couple of steps toward us, yelling, still furious. The kids that we put inside the truck started crying. Their wives were yelling at them to be quiet, that it's okay. But I had had enough. I raised that Micro 9 and fired 2 shots into the air. The cracks split off into the night, echoing off the trees, cutting their shouting clean off. "Back the fuck up," I said. "Get in your truck and leave. Step 1 foot closer and you're not going home. You're going in a dusty fucking hole in the ground beside me." Their faces twisted, but fear finally slipped behind their eyes. They laughed it off and staggered back into the crumpled truck. It took them 3 tries to slam the door shut. The engine coughed, whined, and finally limped forward. The shredded front end scraped across the snow as they turned and crawled off into the woods, disappearing the same way they came. None of us really slept that night. 2 days later, when we finally packed up and headed down the mountain, we found their truck pulled off the side of the main road, hood open, windshield cracked, tires bald, and abandoned. We didn't stop. We didn't look inside. Whoever those men were, I hope you stay there. Back in college, I was 20 and broke and willing to believe anyone who said something with confidence. And that's exactly how I ended up on a mountain with 4 other people, half prepared and overly macho, thinking it would be a nice, cheap little getaway. It started with Marissa, my girlfriend at the time. We were in our drafty apartment, eating some leftovers and scrolling on our phones when she got a message from our friend Corey. "Long weekend, Zeke says winter camping is easy mode. Wanna go?" I remember snorting at easy mode in January, but Marissa was already smiling at her phone, already sort of sold on the idea. We didn't have anything else to do, and a road trip did sound better than sitting around campus drowning inside boredom. Corey and her boyfriend James were our usual hangout couple. Late night grocery runs, drinking cheap beer on weeknights, complaining about class loads, and your standard college friends. The wild card in the mix was Zeke, a new addition. He was older than us by a couple of years, supposedly from Montana, all with these stories about surviving blizzards and outrunning moose. He always wore the same beat-up Carhartt every single time. "Winter's perfect," he said the night that we all met up. "Snow's deep but manageable. Air's clean. No other campers around. You're gonna love it." He talked like this a lot though, with this steady, confident tone that made it easy just to kind of nod along. I didn't know him that well, but Marissa trusted Corey and Corey trusted Zeke, and I guess that was enough to get the rest of us moving. He sketched out this rough plan on a napkin at the bar, drive a couple of hours outside of town, hit a Forest Service road, hike 30 minutes to a clearing by a river, plenty of wood, good shelter from the wind. He even had spare sleeping pads and an extra tent. I'll admit, I got a little uneasy listening to him rattle off everything so perfectly, but maybe that was just my lack of experience. I'd only camped a few times before this and always in decent weather. "Come on," Marissa said later, nudging me. "It'll be fun. We need a break from everything." And so that was that. 5 of us heading deep into the snow on a long weekend, following a guy that we barely even knew. He wasn't entirely wrong. That trip did start off pretty simple. It just didn't stay that way. The drive out there felt really long. Zeke's old truck led the way, rattling confidently through stretches of unplowed road. Marissa and I following behind in my Honda, which slid every few seconds on packed ice. "It feels like we're driving off the map," Marissa said at one point, and she wasn't wrong. The trees were pressing in, snowbanks rose chest high, and the sky turned that pale winter blue that makes everything look arctic. By the time we reached the trailhead, my nerves were shot. Zeke then hopped out, hands on his hips. "Perfect snowpack," he said. "Couldn't ask for any better." Corey looked at him like he just read some kind of poetry, and James looked exhausted from the drive itself. We quickly strapped on some packs and followed Zeke down this narrow trail through knee-deep powder. The cold stung my nose almost immediately. After 30 minutes or so, we reached the clearing, a flat spot near a slow, dark stretch of river. It was beautiful in that harsh winter catalog kind of way. We went straight to work though, clearing out 10 spots, stomping down drifts, piling up wood to dry. My gloves soaked through immediately and my toes numbed even faster. Zeke though, seemed made for this. He chopped firewood with clean, practical swings, humming to himself. Corey hovered near him the whole time, laughing at everything he was saying. Marissa seemed to notice too, and she gave me that quick side eye. I nodded. It was weird. Still, by mid-afternoon, camp felt solid. 3 tents were now up, fire was roaring, smoke curling straight into this windless sky. We thawed our gloves over the flames and let ourselves pretend that we were seasoned winter campers out here. We wandered around building this lopsided snowman, climbed on the rocks by the river, and let that day drift by us. It almost felt normal. As the sun dropped behind the trees, the temperature dropped as well. We cooked dinner, burned some sausage and canned chili, and rinsed the dishes with handfuls of snow. Our breath hung in the air around us, and then Zeke reached into his pack and pulled out this bottle of whiskey. "Camping fuel," he said. "Let's warm up." The firelight made that liquid glow golden. Corey howled, threw an arm around him, and took the first shot. James looked uncomfortable but drank anyway. Marissa sipped hers, and then I took the bottle, but flicked the neck behind a log when nobody was looking. I wasn't about to get drunk in sub-zero weather with no cell service, but everybody else here was already sliding downhill fast. The more they drank, the more Corey clung to Zeke, leaning close, brushing his shoulder, whispering things that made him grin. James tightened his jaw and stared into the fire like he was trying to move it with his mind. Marissa kept shifting uneasily beside me. "This is getting messy," she whispered, and I agreed. The jokes got louder, the fire crackled higher, snow drifted in these nice lazy flakes. Zeke went on and on about blizzards that he'd survived, mountains he'd climbed, nights he spent alone in terrain that would kill softer men. And Corey was right there, laughing at every word. James finally stood up and muttered that, "I'm going to bed," stumbled into the tent without looking at anybody else. Marissa and I followed shortly after. When I zipped our tent shut, Zeke and Corey were still up, shoulders touching, still talking. Inside, the cold pressed in from every direction, our breath fogging the air. Marissa curled up close and whispered, "Something bad's brewing." And she wasn't wrong. I must have fallen asleep at some point because the next thing I knew, she was shaking my arm really hard. Do you hear that? At first, all I caught was scuffling, thuds, snapping twigs, heavy breathing, then shouting, then a sharp cry followed. I unzipped the tent, freezing air slapping me awake. The fire outside was blazing again, throwing this flickering orange light over the clearing. 3 figures were rolling in the snow, naked: Corey, Zeke, and James. "What the hell?" Marissa said. James was on top of Zeke, swinging wildly, screaming fragments of words that we couldn't quite make out. Corey was clawing at him, sobbing, slipping in the snow, drunk and hysterical. I rushed forward and grabbed James's arm, tried to yank him back, but his whole body shook. I heard them. Thought it was you two, then she wasn't there, she was in his tent." They clicked together in an instant. He'd woken up to the sound of, sex, assuming it was us, realized Corey was gone and followed the noise to Zeke's tent. Then he fucking lost it. Zeke shoved him off, scrambling backwards, yelling to back up, while trying to cover himself with one arm. Corey sobbed even harder. I planted myself between them, yelling for everybody to stop, to breathe, to get their heads on straight, but nobody was hearing anything. For a moment, all 3 just stared at one another, drunk, shaking, and freezing, lit by the firelight. This whole scene in front of me felt unreal. James was the first to break. His breath came out in these ragged clouds. He staggered back when he finally realized he was barefoot and standing in a freezing clearing miles from anywhere else. "You know what?" he said, voice flat. I'm done with all of this. Fuck both of you." He didn't look at Corey, didn't look at Zeke either, just scooped up his clothes from where they landed in the snow and stumbled off toward the trailhead and disappeared in the dark. A minute later, his truck engine fired up, grinding, coughing, then revving. Headlights swept across the trees and vanished. And just like that, he was gone. The silence that followed after that was brutal. Corey collapsed in the snow on her hands and knees, shivering and crying softly. Zeke stood over her, arms wrapped around himself, face rich with anger and embarrassment. Marissa then came up behind me, clutching her coat close, her eyes very wide. "What do we do?" she whispered to me. That was a great question that I did not have an answer for. Eventually, Zeke crouched beside Corey, pulling her up gently. She leaned into him without saying a word, still half sobbing, and he guided her toward the tent. They both disappeared inside without looking back. Marissa and I retreated back to ours, neither of us really sleeping, just kind of laying there in the cold, listening to the fire crack and pop outside, listening for footsteps that never came back. Every time the tent rustled in the wind, I thought James had actually come back, but he didn't. Morning came gray and bitter. The fire had burned down to nothing. The clearing looked wrecked. Footprints everywhere, clothes scattered, streaks in the snow from the fight last night. Corey emerged from Zeke's tent wrapped in a blanket, face puffy, eyes hollow. When she realized what had happened, really realized it, sober, she completely broke. She cried so hard she couldn't breathe. Zeke tried to comfort her, but she pushed him away and just kept sobbing into her palms. Nobody really said much during that hike out, no jokes, no small talk. Just the sound of our boots sinking into the snow and Corey's quiet crying behind us. The whole trip back felt like walking away from a scene of a crime. And I bet you can probably guess this part, but we never hung out with any of them again. Not together, not even separately. It all just kind of ended. Sometimes when the winter hits and I see fresh snow piling up on rooftops, I think back on that weekend. How close everything came to turning fatal. About the moment that James's silhouette crossed those firelit trees was something that looked a whole lot like a gun. He could have killed Zeke, he could have killed Corey. But he didn't. And I'm glad that he didn't. I'm a hunter. More specifically, I hunt wild boar. I've gone deer hunting plenty of times, and I've taken a turkey or two when Thanksgiving rolled around, but boar are what I really focus on. Believe it or not, they're a serious problem out here in the United States. A single sow can have 2 litters a year, and it's not uncommon for those litters to hit 10 or more piglets. They eat everything: roots, crops, small animals, fencing, irrigation lines, and once they establish themselves inside an area, they tear it apart in the blink of an eye. That's why the Department of Fish and Wildlife treat them differently than most other game. In my state, hunting large mammals at night is illegal across the board, with 2 exceptions: boar and coyotes. Thermal and night vision are otherwise a hard no. This freedom is granted because coyotes and pigs are considered a nuisance, an invasive pest, so we're allowed to cut the herd down. That distinction matters because it means if you're out there after dark, you're expected to know the rules inside and out. You're alone. You're responsible for your actions, and if something goes sideways, you don't get much benefit of the doubt. In fact, you don't get any room for error at all. The law will come down upon you, and of course make you an example for the other nighttime hunters, so making a mistake is literally the end of the road. I've been saving for nearly a year to buy this thermal scope, mostly fun money, skipping small purchases and selling off a few things that I didn't necessarily need. It's actually pretty hard to explain to your wife why this scope costs literally twice as much as the rifle that it's mounted on, and it's worth it, especially when it looks like something out of a sci-fi movie. But thermal isn't just about hunting. It shows you heat. It shows you life, living and breathing things that you'd never know were there otherwise. When I finally bought it, I took it straight to the range, spent an entire afternoon setting it in. Once I was confident everything was dialed in, I headed out to an area of public land that I knew pretty well. I'd seen heavy boar activities out there days earlier. Fresh rooting, deep tracks, torn earth. It was easily accessible by truck, and a few other natural outlooks that give you clean lines of sight inside that wide clearing. If a boar was moving that night, they definitely passed through there. I set up around 10 o'clock. The night was quiet and not in a way that felt unusual. Mostly, I'll admit, I was distracted with my new toy, cycling through the settings, adjusting contrast, watching the world light up in these white silhouettes throughout that scope. I spotted multiple deer moving along the far edge of the clearing, but they quickly cut away from my position. They were out of season, and even if they hadn't been, my setup was not legal for them, so I watched them pass and tried to stay patient. After a while, I decided to move to a second spot that I'd scouted out earlier that week. It probably wasn't any better than the first, but it gave me a new angle and something to do. I parked, walked in, and set up overlooking another stretch of open ground. After an hour or so of glassing, something started to bother me. There was not much of any animal activity, like at all. No rabbits cutting through the brush, no owls calling out, no distant movement lighting up the scope except for the occasional heat signature hundreds and hundreds of yards away. During the day, this place was alive, and at night it felt empty, like everything had stepped around it instead of through it. I quickly set that thought aside though and just continued watching. I'm not a conspiratorial dude. I'm not into this out-of-the-world beliefs, you know? My assumption was that something had the animals' attention elsewhere, or perhaps even my truck exhaust had spooked them off earlier in the evening when I arrived. By the time I started to actually think about packing up, it was close to 2 in the morning. I considered setting up a paper target and taking a few practice shots before finally heading out. I was actually in the process of breaking down some of my gear when I heard a crunch behind me, from the direction that I'd walked in earlier. I felt this jolt of adrenaline, even a little bit of fear. It was just one step, slow, but completely unmistakable. I raised my rifle and panned that thermal inside the direction. It was hard to be worried about anything out here with such firepower in my hands. At first, I thought I was looking at a small bear pushing through the brush. The shape was low and broad, moving with the rolling gait. My brain filled in the rest before I could actually stop it though. Bears weren't unheard of in the area, and from that angle, it couldn't have been anything else. I adjusted my range and zoomed in. And when I did so, my stomach dropped, and I started to sweat instantly. My breathing hitched. My hands locked up. I felt like I was slowly turning into a scared little boy. I was not looking at a bear. It was a man. He was moving low, almost crawling, but not quite. His back was rounded in a way that didn't look injured. That's just how he seemed to like to move. Each hand placement was feral, fingers splayed into the dirt and leaf litter, scratching into the earth. Every point of contact glowed white in that thermal. Whoever this was, they were very real. My first initial thought was a game warden. It made no sense, but it was the only explanation my brain could grab onto. Then reality caught up with me. There were no headlights, no engine noises, no trucks anywhere on the access road behind me. I was sitting 30 miles from anything resembling civilization, deep on public land. When I zoomed in once more, I saw it clearly. This guy was naked. No shoes, no pants, not a goddamn thing. Nothing slung over his shoulders, just skin glowing pale through that scope, ribs faintly visible when he stretched, spine outlined as he twisted his head from side to side. He looked sick, thin, rabid, and stretched beyond his natural proportions. His movements were fucking haunting. I felt the gun becoming slippery in my hands. He twitched like a squirrel, grabbing at foliage, sniffing leaves, rubbing his face against the tree bark. At one point, he pressed his cheek flat up against the trunk and just stayed there, breathing hard. His chest pulsed white with every single inhale. And then I realized which tree it was. That was the one that I actually had been leaning up against earlier. That thought racked my brain harder than seeing him naked. The idea that he wasn't just moving throughout the space, but reading it, sampling it. I wondered how long he'd been there before I actually noticed him, or worse, if he'd noticed me first. Who the fuck was this guy? A tweaker? A homeless guy? Random psycho? Maybe even some kind of pervert? He squatted down like a dog, heels flat, hands pressed into the dirt between his feet. And then slowly, as if it pained him, he rolled his head back, opened up his mouth as wide as he could. I was expecting some kind of blood-curdling scream, a wolf howl, anything loud. But all I heard was the voice. "Help. Help me. Help, I'm lost." It was a woman's voice, young, breathless, genuinely afraid. In normal circumstances, I'd be on my feet to help out in an instant. It was so pitiful, I truly believe most people would go looking for whoever was calling. The sound didn't seem to come directly from his mouth though. It carried, floated even, like the voice wasn't anchored to him. It reminded me of a satellite dish, like his whole body amplified what I was actually hearing. There was a long pause afterward and neither of us moved. I kept my sights trained on the dirt in front of his feet. I couldn't bring myself to aim directly at him. Everything I'd been taught about firearm safety screaming in my head. You don't point a weapon at something you don't intend to shoot. "Help. Please help me. I can't walk. I need help." The voice continued pleading, and that's when everything kind of clicked. I'd watched him cross uneven ground with ease. I'd mistaken him for a bear because of how fluid he was. Whatever was making that sound was not injured. It was not stranded. It was not lost. That wasn't a cry for help. It was actually the opposite. It was bait. I was being lured into a trap of some kind. As you can imagine, I decided it was time to get back to my truck. Fortunately, most of my gear was already packed, but I was shaking so badly I couldn't even shoulder the straps. Hearing that voice call for me tripped this wire of fear that was buried so deep inside me, I couldn't even place it. I felt like I'd stepped back in time, and now found myself hunted by this extinct apex predator. Whatever I was looking at was old, and my brain recognized some kind of ancient danger. Later, I learned I was put into lizard brain mode, our oldest form of thinking. It's either time to fight or flight. I took a shaky breather after I got my straps secured and decided to reanalyze the situation. I brought the scope back up and found him still crouched in that same position, but his face was now directly turned toward me. His eyes were two black orbs against the thermal white of his body. I know thermal messes with detail, but I swear I could see him smiling too. His eyes were cold, black, soulless, and fixed on my position like he knew exactly where I was. I felt exposed in a way I never had before, like the dark had suddenly stopped covering me. Like all my sweat was now filling the air with the pheromone this motherfucker could actually taste. "Fuck off!" I yelled, surprising even myself. In the moment, I decided confrontation was an ally, especially if he could see me too. He stood up slowly and unfolded himself, joints popping. His back straightened up until I realized just how tall this guy was. I would say he was shy of 7 feet tall, thin but muscly at the same time. Long is the word I would use. He took 2 long strides toward me, covering almost 10 feet in just that. Fuck this. I fired my gun. The round crackled through the tree line above his head, the echo carrying in every direction. I felt a thump in my chest, as I'd been anticipating gunfire all through the night. I just wasn't expecting to be discharging rounds at a stranger that was tracking me. He froze, then dropped onto all fours with a speed that made my skin crawl. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. A man of that size. How the hell is this possible?
The next one will fuck you up. Right through your fucking chest. I'm not joking.
He still didn't flinch. If my scope was telling me the truth, it looked like he was laughing. He stayed low, eyes just above the grass like this big cat stalking his prey, shoulders rolling as he continued to measure the distance. And for a second, just a second, I had the insane thought that he was deciding whether I was worth the risk or not. And then, just like that, he bolted. He sprinted toward the tree line opposite the road, moving so fast I could barely keep him in my scope. So much for not being able to walk, right? Wasn't this person just begging for help? He vanished into the brush. I fired another round in his direction, more out of panic than intent to kill. I saw a flicker of victory and decided to fan the flames. I racked another round and tried to pocket the magazine, swap out for a fresh one, but dropped it in the dirt. I didn't even bother looking for it. I'm not far from my truck, I just wanted out, and in that moment, that magazine didn't mean shit to me. As I scrambled back down the trail, I could hear him off in the distance, making a sound that I still can't place to this day. It was one part cry, one part laugh, just like this whooping hollering over the trees. Either way, it did not sound human. I finally reached my truck completely breathless, threw my gear into the bed and jumped into the cab. All I brought with me were my keys, a flashlight, and the rifle. I put all of that in the passenger seat, fired up the engine, and boogied the fuck out of there. For a really long time, I told that story to others as if I'd encountered some kind of deranged tweaker living off the grid like a feral caveman. I even reported it to Fish and Game. They scolded me for hunting alone at night and, of course, like typical, never followed back up. As I told you from the start, night hunters are their own breed and kind of get treated differently. It wasn't until I told the same story on a camping trip with my nephew, and he brought something up to me. Wendigos, rakes, skinwalkers. He got pale when I told him where it happened because it turns out the campsite that we were currently at was technically the same forest, about 50 miles east of the place that I saw that man inside my scope. He was so spooked that my sister had to take him home early. She was pissed, put the blame on me, but I was in my head at that point. The kid had given me all kinds of crazy shit to research, to now think about. Since then, I've gone down a few rabbit holes. I'm not saying what I saw was definitely a skinwalker or whatever. I'm saying that if something like that exists, what I saw fits the description. Or maybe all I saw was a tweaker being Donnie Thornberry out there in the middle of the fucking woods. We were 23 or 24 when my story takes place. Jason had a truck and Cassie had the cooler. I had a printed map showing the stretch of Tug Fork River right along the Kentucky-West Virginia border. Late August, summer sailing into fall. We wanted one last weekend on the water before work and classes pulled us back under. Jason liked the history of the place. Bloodiest river in America, he'd say. Hatfields and McCoys. Bodies were dumped here, feuds settled with rifles. And that was just the legit history. There was all kinds of cuckoo ghost stories and urban legends about creatures lurking off in the hollers. We parked at the washed out trailhead, barely marked by a splintered sign. No other vehicles, no distant engines, just cicadas fading in the river somewhere beyond the ridge. For me, this was a place that I'd never been. I was unfamiliar, as they say. Still, forest is forest. The map showed 2 miles to a cluster of primitive campsites at a bend where the tributary fed into the main river. Perfect fishing water, nice and secluded. So we loaded up and started in. That first half mile was nice and easy. Packed dirt, late summer light filtering through the canopy, dry leaves under our feet. Cassie walked ahead with the dog. Jason talked about catching something big enough to mount over his couch. I was just lost in the beauty, lost in my head, enjoying the company of some of my best friends. That's when I saw the first piece of trash, a paper plate just off the trail. It's not unusual, just kind of annoying. Another stretch later, a beer can, plastic bag and briars. Again, not enough to trip any kind of instinct, but enough to bother me. As we walked the next quarter mile, it continued to multiply. Clothes, a single sneaker, torn up lawn chair, grocery sacks split open like somebody had shaken out their house and just walked away. "This is so weird," Cassie said. It wasn't just litter, it felt intentional, like the world's sloppiest trail of breadcrumbs had been left for us to follow it. Jason picked up a scrap of cardboard. "Dude, look at this." Black marker pressed deep, numbers written in tight rows, and below them, a half-finished Bible verse. We all went quiet. "Probably a tweaker camp or something," Jason muttered. That explanation worked, at least for me. The deeper we went, the worse it got though. The woods beside the trail started looking less like a forest and more like a dumping corridor. Paper piled up against tree trunks, crushed cans flattened and scribbled on, a lampshade with writing across the inside lining.
A place for everything and everyone in its place. Miss in place. Are you where you belong? Do you know where you belong? Take my hand and I'll show you. A place for everything and everything in its place. Are you in your place? Quickly now. 3, 2, 1, action.
Ink was everywhere. Some scripture, some rambling. The river remembers. Blood doesn't dilute. Coordinates don't lie. Don't camp at the bend. Don't camp anywhere near me. Cassie was laughing at the last one. What a grump. You got it. We'll stay far away from you. There were pages filled edge to edge with numbers, lists of names, dates scratched out violently. The coordinates would continue to show up, and to this day, it's the strangest thing I've ever walked upon. Again, it was like rotten breadcrumbs. By the time we hit the 1.5 mile mark, the trail was completely guided by trash, as if somebody had walked ahead of us, lining the path for some kind of gala event. "Who hikes this far just to dump all this?" I asked out loud. Nobody really answered me, we just kept on. We reached the bend just before dusk, and the spot should have been perfect. Flat ground, smooth stones sloping into the river. The tributary was beating in steady and clear, creating a perfect little creek babble. But the campsites were worse. Garbage was everywhere, piles of it, mountains of it, all marked on, every single inch. We dropped our packs and just kind of stood there. "We're not hiking back," Cassie said. She was right though, not with the daylight draining out, so we just started to clear a space. We bagged up what we could, dragged the rest away from the fire ring. Every piece we touched had something written on it. One page of the notebook paper covered in numbers ended with, "He's still down there. She's Mama. Mama is she." A torn flannel shirt had scribbles on the tag, too small to read, but it appeared to be notes of some kind. A shoebox lid read, "It's quiet when you listen." Then Cassie stopped. She was holding this rectangle piece of plywood. "Guys," there was in thick black letters, "I watched you park." The three of us just stood there, staring at it. We hadn't seen anybody at the trailhead. We hadn't seen anybody even on the trail. We hadn't heard anybody else on the hike in. The river moved steadily beside us, unconcerned. Jason then let out a breath. "Okay, that's not funny." The woods around the bend were very still. No wind, no distant voices, nothing at all. Just water folding in on itself. And everywhere around us, paper, cardboard, fabric, every surface touched by that same hand. Once we cleared enough trash to pitch our tents, this place started to feel halfway normal again. Jason strung up his hammock between 2 sycamores near the tributary. Cassie and I set tents a little further back on the flat ground. The dog splashed in the shallows, while the late afternoon sun slid down the ridge, turned to the river copper. It was absolutely beautiful that time of day, especially for the area. And for a little while, all that weirdness faded. We talked, sipped beers, relaxed. The tug fork rolled steadily. Cicadas rattled off in the trees. Jason skipped some rocks across the water and joked about how every creepy thing we'd found was probably the work of one extremely bored hillbilly. He was going off, called the guy Bubba Scruggs, had this whole backstory and everything. Maybe it was some kind of performance art, Cassie said between her giggles. And that made me laugh even harder. Littering was quite a performance, you know? After our tents were up, we started collecting firewood along the edge of the campground. And that's when I took note of movement up on the trail. There were 2 hikers. They were moving slow, heavy packs, the kind of load people carry when they've been out on days, maybe even a week. When they saw us, they raised a hand and Jason waved back. Friendly enough so my defenses were low. Honestly, I figured they were going to keep walking. It was just about dark, but people thru hike at night all the time. Instead, they stepped off the trail, started heading toward us directly. I assume maybe they just want to talk, maybe swap camp supplies or ask about the river crossing. That's fairly normal out here. People check in on each other, make sure everything is good. But the closer they got, the more something about them just seemed off. They weren't smiling, they looked confused or worried, maybe something in between. One of them, a tall guy with the hat on, stopped about 20 feet away. "You folks setting up or packing out?" he asked us carefully. Jason answered before I could. We just got here actually, planning on spending at least 2 days." The hikers then exchanged a look between them, a long one. The tall guy sighed. That's unfortunate." I felt the mood drop instantly. These guys were coming to warn us about something. "Why do you say that?" Cassie asked them. The other hiker, a woman, probably his wife, shifted her pack straps, glanced back toward the woods, and I could tell by her breathing that she was very nervous. "Well, a lot of folks camping here this weekend got run off." Jason frowned. "By what?" Another look passed between them. "Some guy," the woman said. "Just that." A guy?" They both nodded. They explained they'd come through 2 days earlier, hiking that same direction that we had. At the time, there had been several camps along the river, families, anglers, a couple of backpacking groups, and almost everybody they passed had warned them about the same thing. "There's a weirdo camping deeper in the woods," the man said, "just off the trail near the bend." Now, the couple had shrugged it off too. People say things on the trail all the time. Stories grow fast out here, and honestly, there were always weirdos out here. It's almost unavoidable. They just assumed it was another half-fated weekend warrior. They eventually passed what they assumed was the man's camp, a mess of junk piled in the trees, and the couple kept going another mile to a rock shelter that they knew about, laid into a hillside, off the trail but inside of the river. And that's where things apparently got bad. "The last 2 days have been hell," the woman said. "The guy just kept showing up, not threatening exactly, just, well, he kept showing up. What else needs to be said? He'd wander into their camp like he belonged there. If they threw anything away, food wrappers, cans, paper, he'd immediately collect it, turn it over in his hand, sniff it, sometimes lick it. Then he'd sit there, writing fine print on it, every label, every scrap. He would eventually start talking mostly gibberish. When they ignored him, he would get irritated, start muttering, then yelling, then rocks start flying. He'd sit up in the trees and just toss rocks," the man said, "mostly to bog us, but he threw some hard as hell, intent to injure, I'm sure of it." It went on for 2 days. Morning, night, didn't matter. And then they woke up one morning to the sound of rustling inside their camp. They unzipped the tent and found him there, naked, crawling through their stuff. "He was eating our trash," the woman said quietly. "Dinner scraps, grease-soaked paper, a half-burnt tortilla they'd thrown into the fire pit, just stuffing it all into his mouth, ashes and all." They screamed at him, threw rocks back. Eventually, he scuttled off into the woods, laughing like a complete maniac. And that was enough. They packed up immediately and headed out towards the trail, expecting to pass all the other camps that they'd seen before, but every single one of them was now empty, except ours. They both looked around our site, at the piles of garbage that we moved, at the writing covering everything. I mean, you guys saw the trash, right? The man asked us, and Jason nodded slowly. Yeah. He's probably still around, the woman said. Come on, let's get out of here. They adjusted their packs and started back up toward the trail. Hey, just keep your distance if he shows up. Good luck to you. And just like that, they were gone. And for a long time after that, none of us really said anything. The river continued to move quietly beside us, and eventually, Jason shrugged. Guy's probably harmless, he said. Just crack, tweaker trash. Right, guys? You guys are good. We're staying, right? Cassie didn't answer. We spent the rest of the afternoon exploring the bend, checking fishing spots and walking the tributary a ways upstream, but we never wandered too far from camp. Every few minutes, one of us would glance back toward the trees, looking around. The moon was obscured by cloud cover and the woods thickened into shadow. We'd start gathering wood for the fire when Cassie stopped. Guys? She wasn't pointing, just looking, indicating with her eyes. Across the bend, maybe 40 yards into the trees. At first, I didn't see anything. It was simply too dark. Then, the shape separated from the trunks. A man standing still, bare skin pale between the trees. The glow of fire and our random camp lamps was just enough to reach out and touch him. He wasn't moving, he wasn't speaking, just giving us a good old eyeballing. After we saw him out there, that night was pretty much over. No more lamp exploring, wandering by moonlight. We hunkered down in camp and made sure the perimeter was as secure as we could. We even kept a couple of good-sized branches up near us for protection, if need be. Jason said the only thing that made sense. Big fire tonight. So we stoked it up. We stacked logs high and kept it roaring long after dark. Our chairs sat inside a tight circle facing the woods, back to the flames. We talked like everything was normal, joking, stories, but none of us were fooled. Shit. We couldn't even look at each other for fear that guy of sneaking up behind us. It was strange, to say the least. We were just sitting there, watching the tree line, and at some point, Jason quietly stacked rocks beside his chair. Cassie noticed, and I did the same. I followed, and none of us really said why, but we knew why. Around midnight, the river next to us seemed a lot louder than before. The dog suddenly lifted his head and stared behind us, and we heard it, something in the brush dragging itself around. We froze and listened. It came again, closer, leaves compressing, expanding, compressing again. Footfalls followed it. Jason stood instantly. Now! We grabbed the rocks and just started hurling them, and I mean piping these things like fastballs, stone after stone into the dark brush behind the camp. Hard, fast volleys. A few of them smacked something solid. Whatever was there bolted, staggering back into the darkness of the forest. Not running upright either, scuttling low between the leaves. I figured it had to be an animal of some kind. But then a scream ripped down the hillside. Definitely human. High, broken and furious. It echoed across the river, then died off into the woods. Jason's face went pale. Get in the fucking tents. And we all dove in. The rest of the night was pretty high energy. Every time we drifted towards sleep, something moved outside, crawling through the leaves, circling the tents, banging rocks around. Once I heard something breathing just beyond the nylon, literally inches from me it seemed like. Another scream came up from the hillside, closer than further away. It was impossible to tell. By morning, the campsite was wrecked. Our cooler was tipped over, bags overturned, trash scattered everywhere again. And all of it, ours included, was covered in writing. Markers across cans, scripture on food wrappers, coordinates on cardboard, random binary codes here and there. It made no sense. Cassie ended up finding the worst of it. One entire panel of her tent had been written on from top to bottom, thick black script that was pressed into the fabric. And of course, none of it makes sense.
Bend, bend, bend. You left tracks. The river swallows.
Jason stared at it for a long moment. Guys, I think we should leave, he said. Then he shook his head, following it immediately. You know, screw that. Actually, screw all of this. Cassie blinked. Jason, I'm not gonna get chased off by some crackhead, he said. We came out here for a weekend. We're taking one day. All right, well, what's the plan then? I asked him. Jason forced this grin. We hike a bit, then we swim, then we go home. Against my better judgment, that's what we did. We climbed a ridge overlooking the bend from the top so we could see the area where the hikers said that man had been camping. The site was gone. There was no tarp, no shelter, nothing obvious left behind, just loads and loads of trash, just like everywhere else. On the way down, we looped closer to check in on it, and the campsite was in fact empty. Only trash and scraps remained. Near the fire ring, we saw dark stains inside the dirt, blood or something very similar to it. And in the ashes, all along the rock ring of the fire pit, there was more, what looked like fragments of teeth too. And that was enough for us. We headed back to our camp. Everything there was still untouched, so we followed up with Jason's plan. We changed into our swimsuits and walked upstream to a deep pool that wrapped around a huge boulder. The water was cold and clean. After everything that had happened, the swim did actually help. For 45 minutes, we just floated, laughed, tried to forget about everything in the woods. Then, out of nowhere, Cassie goes quiet. "Guys," she whispered. She pointed upstream. There he was again, the man, the trash creep, stood upon a rock. Naked, bruised, and watching us. He lifted up his arm, waved at us. We started backing downstream toward the shallows, none of us taking our eyes off of him. Then he stood upright and began clapping, hollering, acting crazier than a shithouse rat. Then he was laughing, pointing at the water between us. The river suddenly churned and something heavy moved beneath the surface. A pale mass drifted up from the depths. From a place I couldn't see the bottom, a pale bloated figure was just under the water. I couldn't tell what it was, a sheep, a beluga whale. This is a freshwater river, it shouldn't have animals this big. Then a cracked hairy scalp broke the surface. It was a woman, fat, pale, covered in scars. She floated between us with this huge weird grin on her face, laughing, babbling nonsense. And when I say she was covered in scars, I mean they were like overlapping every inch of her body, her ears, her throat, her spongy flesh of her chest, ribboned with long, deep scar tissue, as if she'd lost some kind of fight with a battalion of bayonets. Hatfields and McCoys, the bloodiest river in America, hundreds killed by musket fire up and down the banks. Then the woman reaches, her hand shot out toward my leg, a twisted smile still upon her lips. I kicked back, but she moved through the water unbelievably fast, her fingers clamping around my calf. Cold, strong. This woman seemingly owned this river. I thrashed around and managed to kick myself free. Then we scrambled for the shore. Jason hauled Cassie up onto the rocks while I crawled out behind them. They were talking to each other, coming up with some kind of game plan to get back to camp, pack up, and hike out of here. I was still transfixed on that lady. The hell did she come from? We've been swimming for 45 minutes now. How the hell could she have been at the bottom of the river for that long? On the ledge above us, that man was doubled over, still laughing. The hell is their connection to each other? In the pool, the woman was floating on her back, giggling, spitting water. I looked over her fat, rippling body and felt a nausea take over me. She was saying something in that same nonsense voice, and then she slipped under the surface. Never came back either. I know how crazy that sounds, but I stood there for 2 minutes, maybe more, my friends hollering behind me, and that woman vanished underwater. We booked it after that. We ran back to camp, threw everything into our packs, and started to hike back out. We considered leaving our tents just to save time, but I didn't really want to contribute to the awful littering situation that was already out there. As we marched down the trail and got ready to climb that first ridge, I looked back toward our camp just to see, and I wish I hadn't. The naked guy, was crawling around where we'd just been, sniffing the dirt, eating mouthfuls of where we'd been sleeping. Jason, Cassie, and I made the hike back to the trailhead, intercepted a couple that had just parked, and told them the situation. They immediately packed up and went back to the main road, as did we. Once there, we got service, called the Forest Service about what had happened to us. They said they'd already received dozens of calls or so on that area and were sending a team out to investigate. Now, if you're listening to this, I know this isn't going to be satisfying, but that's all we heard. We never bothered with that campsite again and only swam in the Tug Fork again in densely populated swimming areas. What we saw that day changed how we perceived wildlands, at least for me. Jason was probably right. It was some backwater tweaker on a bender, but what I witnessed was unnatural, and it still haunts me to this day. Who are those people? Where the hell did they go? I grew up in a holler just outside of Swords Creek, West Virginia, where the hills cradle you like a mother but don't do a thing to take care of you. Our town wasn't much. One gas station, a post office, and a church that doubled as the town's social center. It was the kind of place where kids played in the woods until dusk, and adults gathered for potlucks every Sunday after service. Normal, at least as normal as life could be out here. But boy, did people talk. There were stories about lights in the sky, strange creatures lurking by the creek, old curses tied to the coal mines. None of it ever amounted to anything real though. Just to talk and keep the cold nights interesting. That's what I continue to tell myself anyway. Something to keep us kids in line out there. Of all the oddities about my childhood, the baptisms were what stuck with me the most. They weren't strange to anybody else, but my family and friends treated them like another rite of passage, as natural as learning to fish or gut a deer, but to me, they always felt off. Swords Creek wasn't just some lazy little stream either. Its waters churned with ancient anger. When the church had baptisms, the congregation would line up along the banks, singing hymns that sounded louder, harsher against the rush of that water. I watched my younger brother get dunked there, his skinny arms flailing as our pastor held him down longer than I thought was necessary. My aunt called it the Holy Spirit moving throughout him, but it looked a lot more like fear to me. My mom and dad told me that I was baptized down there too, but I personally don't remember it. By the time my cousin Hannah, her turn came, I thought I was numb to the strangeness of it all, but I was wrong. Her baptism was very different. It wasn't just about religion or tradition. It was something else entirely. I remember that Sunday like a stain in my head. It started out just like any other. The air smelled of rain-soaked woodland. The fog hugged the hill so tightly you could barely even see the tops. We gathered up in the church, its clapboard walls groaning as the pews filled with the usual faces, except for a few that I did not recognize. The strangers sat in the back, their eyes scanning the room like they were cataloging us. They didn't sing or bow their heads during opening prayer. Just sat there with these blank, heavy stares. Something about them set my teeth on edge, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Then the service started, and that's when I knew something was very off. The hymns were not the ones that we always sang. These were harsher, more guttural. The sermon wasn't the usual soft-spoken call to love thy neighbor. Pastor Bill was practically shouting, his voice cracking as he paced back and forth. He spoke about sin like it was a sickness eating at our insides. His words were cutting sharper than I'd ever heard before. When the sermon ended, a murmur then went throughout the congregation as the older members, Pastor Bill, the deacons, even my dad, stood up and then disappeared into a back room. They returned moments later, dressed in these long white robes with tall pointed hoods. I'd never seen those robes before, and it didn't sit right with me. They looked far too clean, too ceremonial, and far too strange for this little mountain church. Hannah, bless her heart, was only 10. She didn't understand what was happening any more than I did. She sat between her parents, her small hands twisting nervously in her lap. When Pastor Bill called her name, she flinched like a startled bird. We all rose then, the entire congregation, and followed them out the door and down at the creek. The air felt heavy, like a storm was brewing, even though the sky around us was clear. My gut told me to turn back, but I couldn't. I didn't. I had to see what was going to happen. That creek was louder than I ever remember it being. Its roar was drowning out the soft murmurs of all the congregation as we all lined up near the bank. The strangers from the church were hanging back, watching everything with those dead eyes. Pastor Bill and the men in white robes waded off into the water, their movements slow, deliberate, like they were trying not to disturb something lurking below the surface. Hannah was clutching her mother's hand. Her eyes were wide, fixed on the swirling water. I felt a pang of guilt for not stepping in, for not telling her parents that this whole thing felt wrong to me. But what could I say? To everybody else, this was sacred, God's work. But to me, It felt like we were trespassing. When they reached the center of the creek, Pastor Bill raised his hand and began to sing. Only it wasn't a hymn, or not any hymn I'd ever heard before. His voice was twisted into a chant. The words were guttural and strange. Then the other men joined in, their voices clashing, overlapping until it sounded less like music and more like a ritual. Hannah's mom then nudged her toward the water, her face soft but insistent. Hannah shook her head. Her lip was trembling. Her mother whispered something that I couldn't hear, and Hannah stepped forward. I could see the tears already welling up in her eyes. As she waded in, the current was pulling at her legs. The congregation began humming along with the chant. It was low, deep, almost like a growl. I turned to my dad, hoping that he'd notice how wrong this was, but he just stood there, eyes glassy, lips moving, as if he was mouthing along all the words with the others. All the adults looked the same, entranced, like puppets on a string. Hannah was shaking as the men took her arms, each one holding her like she might bolt at any second. Pastor Bill then placed a hand on her forehead, his chanting growing louder, louder, and louder until he pushed her under. At first, it was normal, like any other time. Baptisms always kind of look a little rough, people thrashing, water flying everywhere. But as the seconds ticked by, Hannah's arms started flailing, and it was clear this wasn't right or normal. She was fighting. Her legs were kicking wildly. Her head was twisting against the pastor's grip. They were holding her under for far too long. "Stop it!" I shouted, my voice cracking, but nobody even turned to look at me. It was like I didn't exist. I stepped forward, my boots sinking into the muddy bank. "She's gonna drown!" I screamed, but the chanting grew louder, drowning me out. Hannah broke the surface for a moment, gasping and coughing, but before she could actually catch her breath, he shoved her back under. Her eyes found mine for a split second, wide, pleading. I'll never forget the look on her face. It wasn't even fear anymore. It was just pure despair. I grabbed a rock from the ground, rough, jagged, and hurled it at the men in the water. It missed, splashing harmlessly near their feet, but it was enough to make them hesitate. Before I could grab another, I heard voices, shouting, laughing, coming from upstream. I turned and saw them, a group of people floating down the creek on inner tubes, a bizarre contrast to the chaos that was unfolding before me. They had coolers tied to their rafts, cans of beer in their hand, and a speaker blaring some country music. At first, I assumed they would just float right by, oblivious, but as they got closer, they noticed the scene. The music cut off. Their laughter turned into nervous chuckles, and one of them, a man with a sunburnt face, called out, "The hell are y'all doing? Some kind of cult thing?" The tension snapped like a rubber band. The chanting stopped. The men in the water turned and looked at the intruders, their faces unreadable under the shadows of their hoods. "Y'all need to take your Jesus party somewhere else," the man on the raft said, tossing an empty beer can toward the congregation. It landed with a hollow thunk on the shore. That seemed to break the spell. The congregation began to murmur, shifting uncomfortably. The men inside the water brought Hannah up and guided her back to the bank. Their movements were stiff, robotic. She was coughing, her small body trembling as her parents wrapped her up in a towel. The floaters kept jeering, throwing bits of trash and laughing. I hated them for it, but at the same time, I was very grateful. They seemingly disrupted whatever was happening, shattering that eerie rhythm of the ritual. Pastor Bill didn't say a word as he climbed out of the water, his white robe clinging to his body. He just looked over at the floaters, then at the congregation, and finally at me. His eyes lingered on mine, dark and empty. Before he turned and walked back toward the church, his eyes lingered on mine, dark and empty, before he turned around and walked back toward the church. The strangers from church disappeared after the baptism, loading up into a pair of muddy trucks that rumbled down the dirt road, and now out of sight. Never saw them again either. They were definitely not from around here, that much was clear. I asked my dad later who they were, but he just muttered something about visiting missionaries and then changed the subject almost immediately. That night I lay there in bed, trying to piece it all together, the chanting, the way adults seemed entranced, the eerie timing of the river floaters, and none of it made any kind of sense. It felt like I'd stumbled into something ancient, something I was never supposed to see. Hannah didn't come back to school for almost a week after that, and when she finally returned, she was a lot quieter, a lot more withdrawn. Her usual spark was now gone, replaced by skittishness that made her jump at loud noises or sudden movements. She wouldn't talk to me about the baptism, no matter how much I pressed her. A few months later, her and her parents ended up moving away. They said it was for work, but I overheard my mom whispering to my aunt that Hannah had started having episodes, needed some kind of special care. Didn't sound right to me. Hannah had literally always been the healthiest kid that I knew. The baptisms over at Swords Creek continued, but they were never the same. The robes and that chanting were gone, replaced by the familiar hymns and gentle sermons of my childhood, but I refused to go. I stopped attending. Every time I heard the creeks roar, I would see Hannah's terrified face in my mind and felt the weight of Pastor Bill's gaze. Years later, long after I'd left West Virginia, I stumbled across this old photo of our church congregation. It was tucked into a box of keepsakes my mom had sent me after she downsized. In the picture, everybody was smiling. Everybody except for the strangers that day. They stood at the edge of the group, their faces hard and blank. Something about the photo made my skin crawl. I flipped it over, hoping for some kind of explanation, and only found a single word scrawled in faded ink: witnesses. I called my mom that night, photo still in hand. Asked her if she remembered those people, the one who'd worn the robes and chanted in the creek. There was this long pause on the line before she finally spoke.
You know, I don't recall. I don't remember at all.
And that part really creeped me out, but what more could I do? It was now just a memory, something weird, and memories are a hard thing to trust. My resources were pretty much exhausted, so I didn't pursue it further. Plus, I don't think I really wanted to know. Something about the whole thing just gave me the creeps, and I was content to just let it be a weird thing in the back of my mind. And to this day, folks are still baptized in those waters. Every couple of years, I'd pack up my old truck, drive down to Georgia to go hunting with my cousins. Kane and Roger were like brothers to me, even though they lived a world apart from the industrial sprawl that I called home. They'd grown up in the wilds of Gilmer County, just a stone's throw away from the Blue Ridge Mountains and the southernmost end of the Appalachian Trail. Their lives were filled with open skies, endless woods, while mine would revolve around the buzz of commerce. But every time I visited them, it was like stepping into another life. There was something about the air out there, clean, sharp, filled with a scent of pine and earth. The land seemed alive in a way that the city never could be. It was like breathing right alongside you. Our trips usually followed the same routine: arrive at the old family homestead, spend a day catching up, then head into the woods for a few days of hunting. Deer, turkey, even the occasional squirrel if the mood struck. It was tradition, a way to reconnect with my roots and shake off the grind of my current city life. It was also a very good reason to off-road, fish, and drink 100 beers if the mood struck me as well, even tap into a little of the old family moonshine. My uncle made a mean jar of apple cinnamon lightning. This trip would start no different than the others. I rolled up the gravel driveway to that old familiar sight of the house, its paint peeling, its porch sagging, but still sturdy as ever. Kane and Roger were waiting, leaning up against the fence with grins that had not changed since we were kids. "About time you showed up," Kane called out, his drawl thick as humid air. "Thought you got lost on the back road." Roger chuckled, slapping the bed of my truck as I climbed out. "Or maybe you just got scared. Ain't no emergency services out here." I shot back with a sarcastic remark of my own, but it's all in good fun. They helped me unload my gear, and after a quick meal at the house, we piled up into Roger's pickup, headed deeper into those woods. This year, they had a new spot picked out, tucked at the base of Springer Mountain. "Best hunting we've seen in years," Kane promised. his voice full of excitement. I'd been to Springer Mountain before, but never this particular area. The thought of exploring a new corner of wilderness made me flush with excitement, or maybe that was the shine sloshing around in my hand. The drive was long, winding through narrow dirt roads past old barns. It almost seemed to lean into the wind too. When we pulled up to the campsite, the sun was dipping low, casting long shadows across the clearing. The site was perfect, secluded with a wide fire pit and plenty of room for our tents. We set up camp pretty quickly, and Kane and Roger worked with this efficiency of men who'd done this 100 times over. Dinner was simple but satisfying, cooked over the fire as the first stars began to peek through the canopy above us. Kane pulled out his guitar, plucking a tune that seemed to harmonize with the crackling flames, and of course the distant hoot of an owl. The tune was good, but boy, does he sing like shit. The songs are funny, but his voice drones. There's just no nice way to put it. Still, it's fun. It reminded me of our childhood. And for a brief moment, everything was perfect. Then, out of nowhere comes this faint whooshing sound, like something slicing through the air. It came out from the trees so quick and quietly that I really convinced myself I was imagining it. It was familiar, but at the same time, totally unrecognizable. I thought maybe a drone was flying through the air or something. I glanced over at my cousins, but neither of them seemed to notice it. They were laughing, swapping stories about past hunts, and debating the best way to track a buck. I just decided in the moment to not mention it. Maybe it was the wind or some kind of bird I didn't recognize. Out here, there was a million explanations for all these strange sounds. But later, as I lay in my tent that night, the sound echoed in my head, growing louder, more incessant. I didn't sleep well. Morning came too soon. The woods were still cloaked in darkness when Kane shook my shoulder. "Come on, city boy. Time to earn your keep." His breath smelled like coffee and the charred remnants of last night's fire. I grunted, dragged myself out of my sleeping bag and off into the cold morning air. The world was painted in shades of gray, the sun barely a hint on the horizon. We geared up in silence, the stillness of the forest pressing in around us. Roger handed me a thermos of coffee, clapped me on the back. "We'll cover a lot more ground if we split up," he said. "You take that trail over yonder, see where it leads. Should be a creek bit down the path." I nodded, slung my rifle over my shoulder, and set off into the trees. The game trail was narrow, winding through dense underbrush and past towering pines. The air was nice and crisp, carrying that earthy scent of moss and decaying leaves. The birds around me began to stir, their calls piercing the quiet as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the canopy. It felt good to be out here, alone in the woods. The solitude was kind of balm, soothing away the stress that I didn't even realize I'd been carrying. I walked slowly, scanning for tracks or any sign of movement, but the forest around me seemed very empty. This was odd because Kane and Roger had both said this place was supreme for hunting, yet I didn't see signs of anything. I crept around in the early darkness for nearly an hour, and soon enough, I felt like I was lost. The game trail evaporated, no creek ever popped up, and the forest was alien by the time the sun came up. Now that I could see better, I tried to keep Springer Mountain to my left, navigating and looking for any animal signs. I was confident I could find my way back to camp, given enough time and looking throughout the area. I kept on the hunt until I felt it was time to turn back. And then I heard it again, that same whooshing sound from yesterday, faint but unmistakable, like a giant swing slicing through the air. I froze, gripping my rifle as my eyes darted throughout the trees. The sound came again, closer this time. My pulse spiked. I even felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. I felt like something was watching me, maybe even making that sound. I turned toward the noise, moving cautiously throughout the underbrush. The trail twisted and turned, the trees growing denser until I stumbled into a small clearing. At first, I saw nothing unusual. Then my gaze would shift upward. My stomach dropped with it. There, hanging from this thick tree branch, was a dead animal. It swung violently as if caught in some kind of invisible storm. Its body was twisting, turning in the air. The rope that had held it was long, 30 or 40 feet at least, tied so tightly it bit into the flesh. Blood was dripping from the carcass, staining the leaves below it. It was a deer, or at least it had been. Its legs were bent at these odd angles, broken, twisted, with chunks of flesh missing. Deep puncture wounds riddled its body. Its eyes, or what was left of them, stared down at me, empty, lifeless. I staggered back, bile rising up in my throat. The sound of swinging rope was filling my ears, a rhythmic whoosh that seemed to grow louder and louder with each passing second. I need to get the hell out of here. I turned and stumbled my way back down the trail, my mind racing with questions that none of them being comforting. Who had done this? Was this some kind of sick joke? Was this a warning? And why here, so deep off in the woods? I finally found my way back to camp, collapsed by the fire, hands shaking as I poured myself another cup of coffee. The warmth did little to calm my nerves. Kane and Roger would return an hour later, dragging a large buck between them. They were laughing, their faces flushed with the thrill of the hunt. Their smiles faded when they saw me. You look like a puckered butthole, Kane said, dropping the deer by the fire. What happened to you? I told him everything, my voice rising and falling as I described that dead deer and the way it had been hung from the tree. Roger frowned, scratching his beard. Sounds like some hunter got a little too creative, he said. No, I said, shaking my head at him. This wasn't some hunter. It wasn't normal. Kane exchanged a glance with Roger, then knelt by the fire, poking at the embers. You sure it wasn't just some kind of prank? Kids messing around? It wasn't kids, I insisted. It looked deliberate, like somebody wanted it to be found. Roger sighed, ran a hand through his hair. All right, well, show us, he said. I hesitated but eventually nodded, and together we followed the trail back to the clearing. The afternoon light had now grown stronger, casting shadows across the forest floor. When we reached the spot, I pointed up at the tree and the deer was gone. I thought I was losing my mind, but then I looked down and saw the blood. It had soaked the ground beneath the tree, dark and sticky, that iron scent thick in the air. Bits of fur and flesh were scattered amongst the leaves, evidence that something in fact had been there. There was even boot prints that hadn't been there before either. Jesus, Kane muttered. Roger knelt, examining the ground. This wasn't an animal, he said. No way something natural did all this. Kane nodded. Tweakers, probably, he said. I stared at him. What? Meth heads, he explained. They get out in the woods high as hell and do stuff like this all the time. I've seen it before. They play hunter, and after they kill the animal, don't really know what to do with it. I imagine shooting and mutilating an animal is pretty fun when you're all tweaked out. I wanted to argue, but the look in his eyes stopped me almost immediately. He believed it, and maybe he was in fact right. We cut the ropes and left the pieces where they fell, neither of us wanting to touch them more than necessary, and the walk back to camp was pretty silent. When we returned, Kane grabbed his rifle, started cleaning it. His movements were slow, methodical. Roger busied himself with the deer that they killed, stringing it up and preparing to dress it. I sat by the fire, my rifle within arm's reach, eyes scanning the tree line for any kind of sign of movement. That night, none of us slept easy. Kane kept the fire stoked high, feeding it until flames licked the low-hanging branches over us. Roger had hung the dressed deer meat over the fire to smoke, his eyes even darting toward the shadows every few minutes himself. I sat with my back to this large tree in the clearing, rifle resting across my knees. The forest around us felt different now, creepier. The usual nighttime symphony of insects and rustling leaves was muted, replaced by this tense silence that pressed down on my chest like a weight. Every creak of a branch or whisper of wind sent my heart racing, my finger twitching toward the trigger. Kane would break the silence first. You said it was hung up, right? That deer? Yeah, I replied, my voice barely above a whisper. He nodded and poked the fire with a stick. Well, somebody's been out here. Ain't no way an animal could have done something like that. Not like you described it. Roger grunted in agreement, slicing a piece of smoked venison and chewing it thoughtfully. I still think it's tweakers most likely, or some backwoods weirdo with far too much time on their hands. Or worse, Kane added, his tone half joking, though his eyes said otherwise. I I didn't ask him to elaborate. I didn't really want to know what worse might look like out here, miles from the nearest road or even further from help. As the night dragged on, we took turns keeping watch. I volunteered for the first shift, though my nerves were already frayed. Around midnight, I heard it again. That whooshing sound, faint but unmistakable, coming from somewhere off in the woods. My grip tightened on the rifle as I scanned the darkness, breath catching in my throat. The sound came again, closer, followed by a faint rustling of leaves. "Kane," I whispered. He stirred from where he'd been dozing off by the fire, his hand immediately going to his rifle. What? What is it?" I pointed toward the trees. "Something's out there." Roger was awake now too, his knife gleaming in the firelight as he crouched by the smoking meat. The three of us sat in tense silence, listening as the sound grew louder. It sounded like a heavy wind just before the firelight, but not a branch was disturbed. And then, without warning, it just kind of stopped. For a moment, the world seemed to hit the mute button. Then came this low guttural sound, halfway between a growl and a laugh that sent a chill running down my spine. I shouldered the rifle, scanning the area in front of me. "Hell no," Kane muttered, standing and aiming his rifle toward the noise now too. The growl came again, closer this time, followed by the unmistakable sound of something heavy moving through the underbrush. My finger hovered on the trigger, sweat dripping down my temple. "Show yourself!" Roger barked, but nothing did. The noises stopped as suddenly as they started, leaving us again in that eerie silence. Kane swore under his breath, lowering his rifle but keeping it close. "Whatever it is, it's playing games," he said. "Games?" I whispered back. "The hell kind of game?" I didn't get an answer. The rest of the night would pass without incident, though none of us ever truly relaxed. And by the time dawn had broke, it was painting the sky in these soft hues of orange and pink, and we were all still on edge, our nerves frayed to the breaking point. We packed up camp pretty quickly, none of us wanting to linger any longer than necessary. And as we loaded up the gear in the truck, Kane froze, his eyes fixed on something off in the clearing. "What the?" He started, but his words trailed off. I followed his gaze and felt my stomach drop. There, in the center of the clearing, was that mutilated deer carcass from the day before. It had been dragged into camp during the night, its body twisted, broken, empty eyes staring up at us. Blood soaked the ground around it, forming this strange, almost weird patterns in the dirt. "Jesus Christ," Roger whispered. Kane shook his head. "All right, we're done here. Load up, boys." Nobody argued, and the drive back to the homestead was really silent. I think the three of us were just far too shaken to even speak. Even as we pulled into the driveway, unloaded our gear, the tension continued to linger, this unspoken agreement hanging between us that we would never talk about what happened in those woods. And I haven't been back to Springer Mountain ever since. The Appalachian Trail is the kind of place that makes you forget the world actually exists, especially if you spend any considerable amount of time inside it. Every step on a dirt path feels like a time machine, pulling you deeper into ancient wilderness, where the trees whisper weirdness and the mountain crags loom like sentinels. I've been dreaming of hiking it for years now, and finally, one spring, I carved out 2 weeks of my life to actually make it happen. When I stepped out of my car, it was exactly as I imagined it. A crisp morning, smelling like damp earth and blooming wildflowers. The evenings were spent listening to the calls of whippoorwills while my campfire cracked next to me. I carried everything I needed on my back. A lightweight tent, sleeping bag, enough dehydrated meals to make it through the time. The miles would slip away beneath my boot, and then by the third day, I honestly felt like I'd left the modern world behind me completely. There were other hikers, of course, but the further I went in, the fewer and fewer I saw. Some would pass by with a polite nod or quick conversation before continuing on their way. I'm fine with that. I wasn't here to make friends. I was here to get lost in the beauty of the trail, to find some version of myself that didn't need Wi-Fi or grocery stores or morning traffic. But I'll admit on the fourth day, things started to feel a little different. I'd entered a stretch of the trail that was more remote than I actually anticipated. For 2 full days, I didn't see another soul. No hikers, no rangers, not even a bird watcher with binoculars slung around their neck. It was literally just me and the trail, winding endlessly throughout the mountains. At first, I did revel in that solitude. I was in the heart of nature, completely untethered from the chaos of everyday life. This is what I wanted after all, me and the trail, right? Now the sounds of people and engines had completely melted away, and I'll admit I was starting to feel a little uneasy. Then late in the afternoon, I saw him. He was a few hundred yards ahead of me, maybe a quarter of a mile, moving at an easy pace. From my vantage point, I could only make out the basics: a man in a bright red shirt with a pack slung over his shoulders. Relief washed over me. It was actually nice to see somebody else out here, even if we weren't interacting. I picked up my pace a little, thinking I'll catch up, say hello. But before I could close the distance, he stopped walking and turned around to look back at me. Even from that far away, I felt the weight of his gaze, like a predator sizing up his prey. I raised my hand and did this quick wave, forcing a smile onto my face. He didn't wave back. Instead, he turned away and stepped off the trail, disappearing into the dense trees. Okay, that's super weird. It was strange, but I didn't think much of it at the time. People had all kinds of reasons to want their space, especially out here. Maybe the guy was shy, or maybe he just didn't feel like chatting. Maybe he thought I was somebody else and was being funny. Whatever the case, I pressed on. I kept walking, expecting to see him around the next bend or at the next campsite, but he was never there. The trail just stretched out ahead of me, empty and silent. The trees continued to press in closer as the shadows grew longer, and by the time I set up my camp that evening, I tried convincing myself that was nothing, put it in the back of my mind, just a random hiker doing his own thing. I made my dinner, read a dog-eared novel by the light of my headlamp, and fell asleep to the sound of the wind rustling the trees around me. Still, as I lay there, I couldn't shake the image of him standing there, staring back at me, like he knew something that I didn't. The following morning, I broke camp just after dawn. The light was thin and golden, filtering through the trees. The trail ahead was nice and quiet, save for the crunch of my boots on the gravel and the occasional bird song. And for a while, I just went back to convincing myself that yesterday was me overthinking things. The guy in the red shirt was another hiker, probably heading in the opposite direction. Nothing weird, just don't think about it. But by mid-morning, that feeling of unease had slowly crept back in, and I just couldn't put my finger on why. The forest around me now felt different. It was far too still, too quiet. It felt weird. There was no breeze, no rustling, just this heavy, oppressive silence that seemed to hang in the air like smoke. Around noon, I stopped to take a break, pulling out an energy bar and my water bottle. I found this fallen log to sit on, letting my pack rest up against a tree. And I saw him again. He was behind me now, maybe a quarter mile down the trail. Same red shirt, same steady gait. I froze, energy bar halfway up to my mouth. How the hell did he end up behind me? He was ahead of me yesterday. There's no way he could have doubled back and then got past me without me noticing, or could he? And if so, why would he? My stomach tightened up as I watched him approach, his figure growing larger with every single step. He didn't seem to be in a hurry, but there was something deliberate about the way the man was moving, like he was tracking something, or maybe it was me. Honestly, I didn't want to stick around and find out. I slung my pack over my shoulders and started walking again, a lot faster this time, and I didn't look back. Again, I tried to reassure myself. I'm just being paranoid, right? But my heart was pounding, and every instinct I had was screaming at me to put as much distance between me and that man as possible. I'm sure everybody listening has heard about weirdos out on the trail, especially on the Appalachian and Pacific Crest. Routing himself to get behind me just felt like bad news, so I was on high alert and just did my best to blast the hell out of there. Soon, the sun was dipping below the horizon, and I was completely exhausted. My legs were aching, my feet were blistered, My throat was raw from breathing so hard. I hadn't seen the man in hours, but the feeling of being watched has never left me. I looked around and found this flat patch of ground just off the trail, set up my tent as quickly as I could. As I worked, I continuously kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see him emerge from the shadows, but nothing was there. Just trees and darkness. I think I barely even finished my dinner when I heard footsteps. They were fairly faint at first, just the crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. I held my breath, straining my ears to listen. The footsteps grew louder, closer, until they stopped just outside of the ring of light from my campfire. Hello? I called out. For a moment, I got no response, and then a man stepped into the light. It was him. "Hey there," he said, smiling like we were old friends. "Didn't mean to startle you." The guy was tall, lanky, sunburned skin, scruffy beard. His clothes looked like they belonged in the 70s. Retro shorts, long socks, a sweatband around his head. It was like he stepped out of some kind of time capsule. I forced myself to give this fake smile back, even though every nerve in my body was telling me to run. It's fine," I said. "I just wasn't expecting company." He nodded, setting his pack down on the ground. "My name's Donovan. You mind if I set up camp here? Safety in numbers and all that, you know?" I hesitated, but what could I really say? No, get out of here? He hadn't done anything wrong, at least not yet. "Sure," I said, "but keep your tent space from mine. No offense, I like my space. I would love to share the fire though. Company is slim to none out here." "Yeah, sure, no problem," he said with a smile. As he pitched his tent, we made some small talk. He told me he was a full-time hiker, retired early after making a fortune in real estate. He'd been on the trail for months, just soaking in the beauty of nature. He seemed friendly enough, but something about him just didn't sit right with me. Maybe it was the way he kept steering the conversation back to himself, dropping hints about his wealth and success like he was trying to impress me or something. Or maybe it was just the way his eyes would linger on me, just a little too long. After dinner, we sat by the fire, talking about the trail, places we'd been to. He played the part of the charming drifter perfectly, I'll admit it, but I still couldn't shake the feeling that it was just that, a part. Eventually, I excused myself and crawled into my own tent. "Good night," I called out, zipping the flap closed. "Sleep tight," he replied back. I laid there in the dark, clutching my buck knife, listening to the crackle of the fire. Slowly, my eyelids grew heavy and I started to drift off. Eventually, I did pass out, slept for a good chunk of time, at least a couple of hours. I drifted in and out, even heard Donovan go to sleep, but mostly I was snoozing. Then I heard the sound of a tent zipper, followed by the crunch of footsteps on the ground. I figured it had to be Donovan getting up to pee or something. I held my breath listening as he walked past his own tent and stopped just outside mine. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it was going to burst out of my chest. The zipper of my tent began to slide down, inch by excruciating inch. "The fuck are you doing?" I snapped. I held the buck knife out like a broadsword. The zipper stopped, and for a moment there was silence. Then Donovan's head appeared in the gap, his face lit up by the faint glow of my headlamp. He smiled at me, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Oh, sorry," he said, his voice soft. "I must have been sleepwalking." I stared at him, my fingers tightening around the handle of my knife. "Go back to your tent, Donovan." He held up his hands in this mock surrender, retreating slowly. "Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to scare you," he said, zipping my tent closed again. For obvious reasons, I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When morning finally came, I waited for the first rays of sunlight to pierce through the canopy before unzipping my tent. I'll admit my hands were trembling as I peeked out, expecting to see Donovan standing there again, staring at me, but his tent was gone. Not just packed up, but vanished entirely, as though it had never been there. The ground where it had been pitched showed no trace, no impressions or scuffs. My heart thudded painfully in my chest, torn between relief and confusion. I stepped out cautiously, scanning the area. The fire pit had gone cold, the charred remnants of our coals scattered around. I took a slow lap around the clearing, looking for signs of him, anything that might reassure me that I wasn't losing my mind. That's when I spotted it just by the edge of the fire ring, a folded up piece of paper wedged beneath a rock. I approached it as if it might bite me, stomach churning as I picked it up. The handwriting was neat, almost meticulous.
Thanks for the company. Hope to see you again sometime.
My breath was caught in my throat, and without thinking, I hurled the note into the ashes, stomping on it, grinding it beneath my boot until the words were illegible. The anger seemed to help calm me just a little. I needed to put distance between me and this place, me and him. And the best way to do that would be to let him get ahead of me. After the awful night's sleep, I crawled back in my tent, slept for a few hours until about noon, gave him enough time to clear a few miles. I think I packed up faster than I ever had before, and the process made clumsy by shaking hands. I slung my pack on my shoulders and took one last look at the clearing. Donovan's trail was clear enough, leading in the direction that I was already heading. That was fine. I'll take my time, let him get ahead even more. I'm not about to cross paths with him again if I can help it. And if I did, I had that big knife belted to my chest. The hours passed by me with agonizing slowness. Every sound around me would make me go on edge. Snapping twigs, bird taking flight, even the shadow cast down by the sun through the trees felt like a threat. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see him striding toward me with that same weird, unnerving smile, but the trail remained empty. By the time I reached a large shelter site near a stream, exhaustion had overtaken me. It was empty, thank God. I couldn't bear the thought of more small talk, more forced smiles, hiding unease. And for the first time since I'd set out, I skipped setting up my tent entirely, just collapsed in my sleeping bag under the shelter's wooden roof, and fell into a fitful sleep, knife still clutched in my hand. When I woke, the sun was already high. My heart sank as I realized how late it actually was. The note, the fear, it had all delayed me a lot more than I thought. I forced myself to eat a little bit before setting out again. My legs ached, my shoulders burned, but I pushed forward, determined to leave Donovan and this part of the trail behind me. And it worked. I never saw him again, not in the next few days, not for the rest of the hike. The relief was overwhelming, though it didn't erase the lingering paranoia that I had now developed. Months later, back home, I saw his face again, this time on the news. It was a mugshot, his name scrawled beneath it in stark white letters, Donovan Rees. They called him a predator, a drifter. He'd been arrested after a woman escaped his campsite, battered and terrified, and led police straight to him. Her story made my blood run cold. He'd been stalking women on the trail for years, using the wilderness as his cover. He was actually a wanted criminal. The Appalachian Trail took him entirely off the radar, and for many years at that. Eventually, he began assaulting people. Most would escape unharmed, but not all. The woman who turned him in had been held for days, tied up, her screams swallowed up by the endless forest. I couldn't help but wonder what might have happened if I'd been a little less curious, if I'd let him into my tent, if I let my guard down for even a second. It's been a few years since this, and I don't really hike much anymore. And when I do, I always stick to crowded trails, the ones where cell service is a guarantee. I grew up in southern West Virginia. If you've never been out in those mountains at night, it's hard to explain the kind of darkness that actually lives there. It isn't just the absence of light, it's heavy, primordial. The woods swallow everything up, the footsteps, the road noise between towns, even the sky sometimes. Once the sun drops behind those ridges, the forest becomes its own world. People from outside think they understand the woods because they've gone camping or hiked a state park trail during the day or something, but the woods in Appalachia after midnight feel very different, ancient, like something has been there long before you arrive and doesn't like to see other visitors. My story takes place about 2 or 3 years ago. My buddy Mark was over at my place one night. We'd been doing what we usually do, watching UFC fights, talking trash over Xbox, eating whatever the hell junk food that we could find in the kitchen. This was a classic pastime stuff for me back then, eating Twinkies, drinking beer, shadowboxing at the TV while people got knocked out cold. By the time we realized how late it got, it was well past midnight. The fights were over, the house was quiet, and we both had that wired, restless feeling that comes from a high-energy kind of night. Mark suggested that we go for a walk. There's a trail not far from my house that cuts through a dense patch of woods. Nothing special, just a narrow dirt path that people use during the day to walk their dogs or get a little bit of exercise. But once the sun goes down, hardly anybody goes out there. Not because anything has ever officially happened, it's just one of those places, you know? A dark, isolated trail through the woods. Bad area for an accident or an animal attack. We figured we'd walk out there, smoke a joint, burn off into exhaustion. Living where I lived, being young, all pumped up, we didn't really give it a second thought. We owned the area between our houses. Not in a legal sense, more like caveman kind of rights. The entrance to the trail is only a few minutes from my place, but once you step off into those trees, the road disappears really quickly. The canopy is thick, and the deeper you go, the darker it actually gets. The canopy is thick, and the deeper you go, the darker it gets. Our phone light barely even cut through it. Every few steps, dry branches would crack off like gunfire under your shoes, and the sound would echo in every direction. I felt like a dumbass for not bringing an actual flashlight. I'd say around 30 minutes later, we reached this spot that we could chill in. There's a stretch where the trees open just enough that the trail widens up on both sides, so we just stopped there. Mark pulls out the weed and the papers and rolled up while we were talking about the fights and whatever dumb stuff that had been going on that week. The whole time around us, the forest was alive with noise, and I mean alive. Crickets, frogs, things rustling through the leaves, branches snapping somewhere deeper in the brush, and scratching up against the tree bark. You hear that kind of thing in the woods all the time, but at night, it really felt crowded. Almost like every animal in the forest was up and active, which was super weird. I mentioned it to Mark. He just shrugged though, said something like, probably a raccoon or deer spooking everything. At the time, I just kind of agreed with him. Didn't seem like that big of a deal. We finished the joint, flicked the roach into the dirt, and started walking back the way we came. I think we took maybe 10 steps when the forest just went completely silent. It wasn't subtle. It didn't taper. It was as if somebody just pulled out the remote control, hit the mute button on everything around us. What had just been ripe, rich chatter between critters was cut off, as if it had never been there at all. If you spend time in the woods, you know how strange that feels. Mark stopped walking beside me. "So that's weird," he said. But before I could answer him back, we heard the voice. It came from somewhere behind us in the trees, and at first we both assumed it was a person, but the sound had this human shape to it, but the longer it went on, the less sense it actually really made. The voice was deep and very, very distorted. The closest thing I can compare it to is one of those cheap children's toys with the dying battery. The kind with that little speaker that crackles and warps the words. It had that same robotic wobble to it. Pitch would rise and then fall in these unnatural tones. Something was trying to imitate speech without understanding how it worked. It was talking or trying to. The sounds didn't form words that I could understand, just this shaky, broken string of noises. I remember I wanted to move, but every muscle in my body was frozen, petrified from top to bottom, as if I was under some kind of spell. Mark looked over at me with horror in his eyes, and I could see the same thought forming in his head that was in mine. We shouldn't be here. We turned slowly and started making our way back. Now, I could have broken on, left his ass in the dust, but I was too scared. What if I get ahead? Whatever this thing is nabs one of us. What if we get separated? Lots of creepy thoughts kept me going the same speed as Mark. At first, we just kept it at this fast walk, but the voice kept going. the moment we moved, it continued behind us in the exact same tone and volume, matching us step by step. It never faded, but it also never got any closer either, just staying there continuously. It felt like it was mocking us, but regardless, I started to sweat really bad under my clothes. I think maybe 20 seconds went by, and we just started sprinting. Branches whipped our arms as we tore down the trail, our phone lights bouncing everywhere. My lungs started burning almost immediately, but neither of us slowed down because how could we? We were stoned. We had no idea what we were dealing with, and the thought of slowing down meant certain death. The voice followed us the entire time. Same volume, same distance, like it was glued to us. But we could never understand a single syllable. No matter how fast we ran or how long we ran, that war-broken voice just kept repeating those strange sounds directly behind us. That was the moment real fear set in. Not the nervous kind that you get when you're spooking yourself in the woods with your friends. I mean, the kind of fear that hits your gut, tells you something is deeply wrong. The uncanny valley, or whatever it was called. I could hear the voice, but I couldn't hear the footfalls, thrashing leaves. Nothing to indicate movement. Was this thing floating in the fucking air behind us? Was it purely just some kind of disembodied voice? I was spiraling. We were in danger, and I remember thinking that very clearly. I don't remember how long we ran for. It felt like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. Finally, we saw the faint glow from the road ahead through the trees. The trail exit and my house just beyond it. We stumbled off into the gravel clearing, both of us bent over trying to catch our breath. Felt like daggers in my lungs after that joint. The woods behind us were quiet again, though for about 5 seconds. Then whatever the hell it was, screamed. The sound exploded out of the trees behind us like something straight from hell. Not far down that trail, right there on top of us. I've lived in these mountains my entire life. I know what all the animals sound like. Coyotes, foxes, bobcats, even mountain lions. People online love to say those screams that you hear are animals. I'm telling you right now, that was not an animal. It sounded human, but filled with agony and scorn. That's all I can really describe it as. It nearly made my ears bleed. Mark actually dropped to his knees. Birds burst out of the trees overhead in panic, wings flapping in every direction, suddenly startled awake by that sudden intrusion. And for another minute or so, neither of us moved, until we kind of caught ourselves and started running again. My house was only a couple of minutes down the road, and we made it there in record time. I don't remember talking about anything, but I remember locking the doors and getting a pair of golf clubs from the closet, something to put us at ease. My hands were shaking so badly every time I gripped that handle. We spoke about it a little bit, but every time we did, we'd hear a rustle outside or a creak on the porch. We thought it was listening, so we stayed quiet and just watched fucking shit on TV. Eventually, we both passed out in the living room, woke up alive in the morning, and that was that. I walked Mark out to his car. He buzzed home, and we never stepped on that trail again. In the years since, I've only told maybe 3 people about that night. Most of them, of course, laugh it off or say it was in fact an animal making those weird noises. Maybe, but I was there, Mark was there. We know what happened. I've spent my whole life in these woods, and I've never heard anything like that before. Not on a hike, not on a hunt, not on a fucking camping trip. And thank God I've never heard it since. I'm from the Pennsylvania wilds. If you're not familiar, it covers nearly a quarter of the state, miles of dense hardwood forest, logging roads, state game lands, and towns so small they barely register on a map. It's rural in a way that feels older than the highways that are cutting through it. At night, it's black enough to swallow headlights whole. I've lived here my entire life. When I was a kid, one of my cousins told me there were weird people in these woods. Not hunters, not hikers, weird people who only come out at night. Another cousin from the same area said something similar but claimed they were part of a cult and wore these strange masks. I looked into it years later. Of course, there's no records, no cult reports, nothing local that would back it up. I figured they had to be messing with me. Until last year. I left work for early that morning, just past 3. The hours feel suspended. No traffic, no movement. Just the road, the trees, pressing in tightly on both sides. And that particular morning was clear and dry. No fog, no rain, just me in the dark. I was driving a stretch of back road that runs between 2 heavy sections of forest when something stepped out of the woods on the right side. I slowed automatically, thinking deer. People had accidents out here all the time. But it wasn't shaped like a deer. My headlights washed the shoulder in that dull yellow light that lets you see just enough. The gravel, the grass, the lower trunks of trees, everything beyond that fades into black. Between 2 trees just off the road stood something tall and unnaturally thin. It was man-shaped, but only in shape. I can't describe it. It's like it was presenting itself as a man. Long limbs, lengthy like a stretched rubber toy. It was the same lightish brown-gray all over, almost like bark. For a second, I thought it might actually really be a person, but we were miles from anything. The thought then flashed through my mind. Is this guy naked out here? Then it raised its arm and waved. Slow and casual, but unmistakable. And that's when I got a really good look at its face. The eyes were dark, sunken in black. The mouth, or what I thought was the mouth, was nearly a foot long. It seemed to extend further down the face than it should have. Maybe it was shadows, it's hard to say, but it felt like a smile, and it matched that weird waving arm. The second I registered it, something in me shut down the curiosity. I snapped my eyes back to the road and slammed my foot on the gas. I did not look back. I refused to. By the time I reached work, I convinced myself it was a dead tree, a strange stump. Headlights can warp shapes and your brain will fill in the gaps. That explanation felt good enough for me. On my way home that afternoon, I pulled over near that area where I'd seen it, expecting to find that weird tree in particular and just laugh at myself. But there was no tree, just an abandoned, overgrown logging road branching off into the woods. You wouldn't notice it unless you were looking. Grass was growing thick down the center, brush reclaiming every single inch. Nothing that matched what I'd seen, and there were these really weird tracks out there, wandering in and out of the forest. Still, I forced myself to accept the trick of the light theory. It was more believable than the alternative. Months would pass, then late fall would roll in, leaves mostly down, the woods looking skeletal as they do. One evening, I was home listening to this paranormal podcast about something they called the Tall Whites. I'd nearly tuned it out until the host mentioned the sighting happened in the next county over from me. A story came from a retired park ranger. About 20 years ago, while on patrol at night, he saw a tall, thin humanoid figure standing between trees along the forested road. Light brown or gray, extremely long limbs. He said it had small red eyes, but he'd shine a flashlight directly at it. An eye shine can distort color at night. He also mentioned what looked like a really long nose, or what he thought was a long nose. Perhaps a mouth that was hard to say. My stomach dropped immediately. The proportions that he described were nearly identical to the ones I saw. The stillness, the way it stood just inside the tree line, watching with its creepy big face. If what I saw was only headlights playing tricks, how did somebody describe almost the same exact thing 2 decades earlier? The differences were minor, but the shape, the height, the build was all a direct match. And the location, deep woods, back roads, places most people never travel at 3 in the morning, reminded me of that missing 411 thing. I started thinking back about what my cousins had told me when I was a kid about those weird people off in the woods, masked figures. Maybe they'd seen something like that and tried to make sense of it the only way that kids can. Or maybe stories just grow up in places like this, and I think you see why. I haven't told many people about what I saw. It sounds ridiculous when I say it out loud. A tall gray brown man thing waving from between the trees at 3 a.m. I mean, come on. But I know what I saw was not a deer. It wasn't a stump, and it wasn't random. It lifted its arm. It acknowledged me. Now when I drive that stretch of road, I don't slow down for anything. This happened in June near Asheville, North Carolina, along the Appalachian Trail. My boyfriend, our dog, and I had been kayaking all day and set up a camp near the river where the trail runs almost right alongside the water. Our campsite was maybe 10 feet off the AT civilization, if you can call it that. It was only about a 5-minute walk down the trail, a road crossing, a dumpster, a small boat ramp, close enough to feel safe, but far enough to still feel alone. It had been a long, stressful day on the river. Strong current, one rough spill, a near flip, so by late afternoon we were just trying to decompress. We'd run low on weed, so we ate some edibles and just stretched out. My boyfriend was half asleep in his hammock near the water. I was lying on the towel by the tent. The dog was wandering between us. And that's when this man just walked straight into our camp. He came up the trail wearing a full backpacking rig. Big pack, sweat-darkened shirt, trekking poles, legit through hiker gear, you know? And then started talking before he'd even reached us. "Hey, y'all mind taking my trash?" It took me a second to process, then I realized, okay, trail etiquette. Some hikers will hand off their trash if they're passing a place with disposal. I guess that is normal. But we were 5 minutes from a dumpster. I told him that. There's a bin right down the trail. You can just toss it there. Instead, he pulls this large bag of weed out from his pack. "You can have some of this if you take it." That threw me off. Still, I guess free weed is free weed, right? I said sure. He dropped a small handful of nugs into my palm and stuffed his trash into our bag. I asked the usual questions. "You through hiking? How long you been out?" He said he'd been on the trail for a couple of months now. Then he asked if he could hang out and have a beer. And in hindsight, that was the first mistake. At the time, he just seemed like a lonely guy who hadn't talked to anybody in a while. And honestly, I thought he might have assumed that I was alone, but my boyfriend was still in the hammock, half hidden. When my boyfriend eventually lifted his head, the guy was visibly startled, and that confirmed it. He hadn't realized that I wasn't by myself. He kept saying things like, don't worry, I'm not one of those creepy people," which is exactly what creepy people say. Still, I guess the conversation was normal enough. Trail stories, blisters, rain in Virginia, the usual. We decided to smoke using a gravity setup in the river and offered him some since he'd given us the weed. He took a hit, coughed hard, almost like he'd never smoked or something. And that's when everything kind of shifted. He started talking and talking and talking. But it was barely audible, just this low muttering stream of words aimed at the river itself. We couldn't make out all the sentences, just kind of fragments of it. He'd stare at the water while speaking, then suddenly look at us like we were supposed to respond. We'd nod back and laugh awkwardly. Yeah, man, totally. But we had no idea what he was saying. Time stretched, he drank 3 beers, smoked 2 cigarettes, and he didn't leave. At one point, when we stopped trying to engage, he pulls out his phone and starts talking to Siri, then yelling at Siri, calling it a bitch, demanding answers. The river was loud but steady. The trees were still, no wind. Then, out of nowhere, he turns toward us and asks, "On a scale of 1 to 10, how much do I seem like a serial killer to you?" When he said it, it wasn't playful, nor like a joke. It was direct, curious, even serious. My boyfriend and I locked eyes instantly. That silent exchange, like, we're both hearing this, right? We forced out nervous laughter. 1. Definitely a 1. He stared at us for a beat too long, then nodded slowly, a little smile teasing at his lips. After that, we shut it down. We climbed into the hammock together, started talking to each other instead of him. Closed circle, body language clear. He said he was gonna smoke 1 more cigarette and head out, and I'm telling you now, that was the longest cigarette I've ever seen anybody smoke. I watched it burn down millimeter by millimeter as dusk crept in. He took these long drags, stared at the river, looked over at us occasionally, zero smile or emotion on his face. Finally, he stood up, shouldered his pack, walked back up the trail the way he came. But it was nearly dark, which meant he couldn't be going far. The Appalachian Trail is different at night. Sound carries strangely, footsteps are amplified. You hear movement long before you actually see it. That night we were certain he would come back. Every snapping twig would jolt us upright. Multiple people walked past us on the trail after dark, headlamps bobbing. But they were hikers that we'd seen earlier that day. A strange couple who thought they might live on the trail, but not him. Still, we planned for disaster. If he came back, we'd grab the dog and run straight into the river, let the current take us downstream to the boat ramp. Which sounds insane, I know, especially when we whispered it, but at least it was a plan. We didn't sleep much, which was fine because he never returned, and we didn't see him again. Maybe he was just this socially awkward guy. Maybe he'd been alone in the woods for far too long, forgot how to normally interact. Maybe he just got a little too high. Or maybe he approached what he thought was a lone woman at a riverside camp. Maybe he tested the air, stayed longer than necessary, asked a question that he'd been thinking about for quite a while now. The memory doesn't scare me. It's what could have happened, out there in the middle of nowhere, smothered in darkness. When I was 12, I learned something about the local woodland. My best friend Alex's father had bought this huge stretch of forest about an hour outside of Montreal. It had been nothing but trees when they acquired it. They cleared a small patch for a house and left the rest untouched. A dirt road cut through the property, running for several kilometers before reaching a few scattered homes that were further up. The road divided into two completely different worlds. On the right side, the side with the house, the forest was open, golden. Rolling hills, deciduous trees that let sunlight spill through them. It felt breathable, friendly, safe enough for kids to wander, dogs without a leash. It felt like home. On the left side, there was a ditch about 2 meters deep running parallel to the road. The ditch was strange, filled with rusted car parts, wheels, doors, steering columns, moss covered and half buried like relics from some mechanical graveyard. Beyond the ditch rose this steep hill, thick with dark conifers. The trunks were nearly black, the canopy swallowed all of the light. And at the top of that hill was a swamp ground. We called it Demon Forest. And it's not a joke, not really. We all felt it, a pressure change, a subtle animal instinct that said, don't go up there, don't stay long if you do, leave, go back to the road. We rarely climbed up that hill. One autumn afternoon in 2001 or 2002, my family was visiting Alex's. We got bored listening to adults talk and decided to walk the dirt road. Alex's father warned us before we left. Something had been getting into their trash. He thought it was a large dog that belonged to somebody further up the road. He said it looked horrific, diseased, patches of fur were missing, not healthy. If we saw it, don't approach it. It was overcast but calm. The air was still in that heavy pre-winter way. Fallen leaves carpeted everything in golden red. We walked uphill with the bright forest to our right and the demon forest to our left. Shoes crunching with every single step. That uneasy feeling crept in further as we climbed, and about halfway up the slope, I saw something that stopped me. A large pine branch extended over the road from the dark hillside, and tied to it was this pink ribbon. Now, that alone did not make sense. Nobody else lived directly on that land, and there were no little girls. No reason for something delicate and bright to be hanging from a tree deep inside a private forest. What made it worse was that ribbon was whipping violently in the air. It flapped almost horizontal, and there was no wind. The trees were still. The leaves on the ground weren't moving. My hair wasn't moving. I licked my finger and held it up the way my dad had taught me to. Got nothing. But that ribbon snapped and fluttered as it caught steady in a gust. I reached up and touched it. It moved strangely against my fingers, and for some reason, I couldn't even speak. I wanted to talk about it, ask about it, but the words wouldn't come to me. Alex, on the other hand, didn't seem to care. He was distracted, scanning the hill. I didn't push it, and we just kept walking. Eventually, the steep hill softened into a clearing, a half-circle slope carved away from the trees. It felt theatrical, as if we stood on a stage and the forest above us was an audience, looking down on what we might do. The ground between us and the tree line was open, covered only in fallen leaves, no brush, no shrubs, clear visibility all the way to the top. Alex froze next to me. "Did you hear that?" he asked. I hadn't. He said there were wildcats in the forest. His dad had seen them. One had kittens. He was suddenly thrilled by that idea, and he insisted we heard a meow from up there. I told him again that I didn't hear anything, but before I could stop him, He cupped his hands, meowing loudly toward the trees. The forest answered him back. A clear, deliberate meow, not an echo, it wasn't distorted, clear as daylight. Alex lit up immediately and did it again. And again, the woods responded back to him. Every time he meowed, something above us would meow back. Exactly once in response, every time, a perfect mirror. Even at 12 years old, I knew animals don't behave like that. Wildcats don't conduct conversations with children, and there was no echo in that space. The leaves and soil would have swallowed it, and yet there it was, this touch of feedback, a distortion, and it continued to answer. Then out of nowhere, the leaves up the hill began to rustle. Something was moving toward us. The sound was heavy, whatever it was huge, heavy, two-legged, crunching through the leaves without any kind of hesitation, without any care for being heard. And yet, there was nothing there. We could see the entire slope between us and that tree line. Nothing was moving. Nothing broke the surface of leaves, no shape, no shadow, but the rustling multiplied. Alex grinned over at me. The kittens are coming. It sounds like a whole litter. My eyes went wide and shaky. I felt like Alex wasn't Alex anymore. What he was saying, there just wasn't any logic to it. There's now several distinct sets of movements, closing in, fanning out. Still nothing visible. Alex continued to smile, clasping his hands together in anticipation. Panic began to start in my stomach though and climbed up into my throat. The clearing felt exposed. We were out in the open, no quick exit, standing in an open space with invisible movement surrounding us. I heard it then, loud, wet panting, right at my feet. For a split second, my brain tried to normalize it. I had a husky at home, I knew that sound, but then reality slammed back in me. There was no dog there, yet the panting was inches from my leg. I looked down, nothing, but my brain understood there should be something in my field of vision, right? In that moment, my entire consciousness fizzled and popped. I short-circuited. The panting continued, heavy, close, as if a large dog stood pressed up against my shins. I spun in a full circle, screaming, but there was nothing. No animal, no movement, no shadows. The clearing was completely empty. Yet the panting did not stop. I looked up the road. About 100 meters away, at the crest of the hill, stood this lone dog. Large, broad-headed. Something like a Rottweiler, but zombified. Fur was patchy, missing in spots. Skin was visible, but dirty, unkempt. Open, festering wounds here and there. It was staring right at us. There's no possible way I could hear that dog breathing from that distance, though. But the panting at my feet was unmistakable. That was the moment that instinct kind of just took over. I ran, faster than I ever had before in my life, and Alex was beside me. We didn't look back. We tore down the hill and to the house came back into view. We never walked that road again. We told his dad that we saw the dog, and he went and paraded around with a rifle for a bit, but didn't see any sign of it. We called it a day and spent the rest of it inside. Years later, I still went to Alex's house. We partied there as teenagers, drank too much, smoked too much, stayed up late. But stepping outside at night just always felt spooky still. The forest was aware of us. When I slept over, I sometimes woke up in that half-conscious state, feeling something in the room. Once I swore that I saw something near the ceiling, a shape that wasn't a shape, just pooled up like a liquid darkness. We never talked about that day either, not once. As an adult, I looked into the history of the land. It sits on a territory traditionally inhabited by Algonquin peoples, possibly Mohawk depending on the boundary lines. The knowledge doesn't really explain what happened though, the ribbon, the mimicry, the energy, but I do know this. Something in that forest responded when we called, and whatever draws breath out there apparently doesn't need a body to do it. I've lived out west most of my life, mostly California and Nevada, bouncing around the edge of the desert like a loose screw on the map. I've always felt more at home where things are dry and cracked and too hot for polite company. Give me cactuses, dirt, and big sky overpacked interstates and suburban sprawl any day. I'm not some crusty old hermit or a gun nut either, just a guy who likes to be alone with the elements. I guess you could say I'm a naturalist, though I never bothered with the title. I like looking up at the stars, poking around rock beds for fossils, memorizing Latin names of desert plants, and of course learning what they could cure if chewed, boiled, or burned. Most people don't get it. You go out there all by yourself. Yeah, I do, and have for years, and I love every single second of it. I've seen weird stuff out there though, for sure. Flashing lights that I couldn't track, hikers who vanished into the hills without saying goodbye. Sometimes it felt like the landscape changed shape between morning and night. One time a few years ago, I came across a perfectly circular patch of charred brush, just black, brittle death in this perfect ring, and not a single clue as to what could have caused it. I personally chalked it up to lightning. You kinda do it a lot out there. Chalk things up, write them off, tell yourself it's the weather or wildlife or maybe even dehydration. But a couple of years back, I saw something that changed how I looked at everything, changed how I sleep, changed how I hiked, changed the way that I looked at the sky. At first, it was a regular trip. I took my truck out past Tacopa, past all the little forgotten towns and half-buried homesteads. I was aiming for a spot that I'd camped out maybe 5 times before this, an old plateau near a dried-up spring that still had a few stubborn mesquites clawing through the rock. You could see for miles and miles up there, and you could even hear yourself think, my kind of place. I planned on a long weekend, nothing fancy. I had my usual gear, which included a tent, fold-out chair, single burner stove, some beer, and a bag of trail mix, and of course couldn't forget my notebook. I keep this little journal of plant sightings and oddities, something to thumb through in the evenings, and it calmed my head. First night went pretty smoothly. Cool air around me, good sleep, no wind. I even saw a pair of foxes scurry past the edge of my camp, silent as smoke, like ghosts on patrol. But on that second night, it was different, right from the jump. The air seemed to get thicker somehow, even though the humidity was nothing. The light just felt off, like the desert had slipped on a mask while I wasn't looking at it. And then I looked up, and that's when shit started to get real. It started with the dark, not nighttime, I'm used to all of that, but a kind of hollow, smothering dark that didn't really make sense. No clouds, no wind, no moon, nothing, just black. Even when I looked for familiar constellations, I couldn't pin down more than a few flickers. It was like the sky had swallowed its own light, a black ceiling above. I sat by the fire, chewing on jerky and sipping at a beer, trying not to let it bug me. I've been in isolated places before where the silence gets inside your bones, sure, of course, but this time it really was different. The desert has this rhythm, wind brushing over stone, owls hooting, insects singing. But on that night, there was none of that, no ambient noise. It was almost like I'd gone underwater. My ears were ringing slightly, like pressure was building up in my head. And that's when I noticed that first light. It blinked into view above the horizon, faint like a slow satellite, but with this weird pulse to it. It didn't track across the sky like a plane or a meteor. It hovered, stuttered, and shifted. Then another light appeared beside it. Then 2 more. Within a minute, 10 or 12 of them had fanned out in this loose cluster, like a constellation being born right out in front of me. I set my beer down and stood up. The lights were moving like they were underwater, drifting and rising in slow, smooth arcs. Now, I should have been scared right there, but I wasn't. Not yet, just completely fascinated. I've seen weather balloons, military flares, even experimental aircraft buzzing around out here. But this was not like any of those. They moved so organically, it felt like they were watching me too, looking for something. I grabbed my binoculars and aimed them at the nearest one. What I saw made me drop them right into the dirt below. Each light had this central body, round and metallic, but soft looking, almost like jelly or smoked glass. Hanging beneath it were these tendrils, long and flickering like seaweed in a current. But they sparked too. Flickers of blue and green light ran up and down them, like veins pumping electricity. Honestly, it looked like a jellyfish, massive ones, floating in a formation, hunting even. And they were moving closer by the second. I backed up to my fire and scanned the sky again. The cluster was definitely angling toward me, not fast, but steady. I felt it in my gut first, like static building up in my skin. That's when the fear totally kicked in. That lizard brain panic came full force. I slapped out that fire, tossing the rest of my beer into the coals, and kicked dirt over it. I ducked into my tent and scrambled for the little LED lanterns that I kept clipped inside. I turned them off and killed everything. The only thing still throwing light was my truck, a tiny green glow from the dashboard. I debated on staying in the tent, but I felt too exposed, like waiting to be zipped up and carried off. I slowly crawled out, careful not to make any noise, jogged low and quick to my truck. I threw myself inside the cab and locked the doors, and laid flat across the bench with my pistol in one hand and phone in the other. No bars, of course, just this big red X where the service icon should have been. I don't know if that meant a dead zone or if something up there was blocking out the signal. I hadn't had service since I've been out here, but I also hadn't seen that X until just now. I put some papers over the dash to block out that security light and waited to see what would happen next. The lights continued to descend. I watched them through the front windshield, my face half covered with my jacket. One of them peeled off from the rest, smooth and slow, and started spiraling directly above me. I could see the tendrils now glowing steadily at the ends, brushing at the air like they were tasting it. The silence swallowed everything. I swear I couldn't even hear my own breathing. Then came this sound, a low humming vibration. It wasn't mechanical, it felt alive, like a giant throat clearing its voice across the sky. It started deep, almost too low to hear, then began to rise in pitch, climbing and climbing until my teeth hurt from the pressure itself. And that's when everything shook. Not like an earthquake, just a single violent jolt. The ground trembled, my truck bounced on its shocks, my ears popped, and the pressure dropped so fast I thought my head might split open. And then just like that, they stopped. All the lights, all at once, froze in the sky. No movement, no more pulsing, just hovering. I blinked twice and then they were gone. And I mean gone. Like somebody pulled the plug on reality. No slow fade, no streaking trails. 1 second they're there, the next, that just endless blank sky again. I sat up in my truck panting and sweating through my clothes. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely even hold the pistol. I stayed just like that until dawn, never left the cab, and every single tiny sound, the wind shifting a tarp, metal creaking, pebbles settling, it sent my pulse through the roof. By the time the sun had cracked the horizon, the desert looked normal again. Too normal, if you ask me. Like it was pretending, putting on a show, and I'm not buying it. Eventually, I found the nerve and stepped out of my truck slowly. The fire pit was still there, half covered. Tent still stood untouched. Everything looked exactly how I left it. I broke camp like a man getting rid of evidence. No coffee, no breakfast, just stuffed everything into the bed of my truck, half-assed and dusty. Almost like I was trying to outrun something that might be still circling overhead. The whole time I never looked up, I couldn't. Have you seen that movie Nope? When that came out a few years later, I was fucking horrified because that's exactly what I felt like a predator was in the sky above me. That whole drive back to town felt like I was being followed. Every shimmer in the heat haze, every glint in the horizon, I thought, there they are again. I kept checking my mirrors, waiting for one of those jellyfish things to rise out of the ground or drop from the sky, but nothing came. Just me in the desert and the long empty road ahead of me. When I got back home, I showered twice and slept for nearly 16 hours. No dreams, just black. I woke up feeling different. Not sick exactly, just not right. Like the edges of things were off, colors were too bright, food too bland. I and I couldn't shake this constant low-grade buzz in the back of my head, like a warning tone that never shut off. For days, I couldn't stop checking the sky, even during the daylight. Something inside me kept me waiting for another flicker, a return. I didn't tell anyone because who the hell would believe me? I barely believed it, and I was there. I started to second guess myself, going back over those details like I was building a court case against my own brain. But there was no alcohol poisoning, no signs of heat stroke, no drugs involved. But then something happened that sealed it all for me. About 5 days after I got back, I saw a piece in the paper, just a throwaway blurb near the back. It said something to the effect of, "Strange lights over the Mojave." Some truckers had reported glowing objects hovering near 127, near, get this, Tacopa. One guy said it looked like floating sea creatures. Another claimed his GPS shorted out and his hair stood on end. They all said the lights just vanished. And that was the confirmation I really didn't want. I cut my trips down after that, stopped going solo. I'll still hike and camp, but not the way I'm used to. Not way out there. Not where help's more than a scream away. I keep my gear light and my radio on and my phone charged, and I never let the fire go out. Not anymore. Sometimes I'll be walking just out past the hills behind my place and feel it again. That pressure, that stillness. I'll look up and scan the clouds and scan the blue, scan the night. And nothing ever shows. Still, I know what I saw, and I know something else is out there, watching, testing, maybe even waiting for something, or maybe for someone. Every now and again, I think about beaming a flashlight up into the sky, just to see what happens, just to prove that it wasn't all in my head. I got into solo camping during one of the worst stretches of my life. It was right after COVID lockdowns had started to ease up slowly, when people were still jumpy inside grocery stores, still sanitizing their mail, still wearing masks even in their own cars. I had just lost my job, a marketing gig that I had a few years invested in, and then, of course, and a week after that, my boyfriend of 3 years decided it was time for him to quote-unquote reevaluate his path and dumped me over Thai takeout on my own goddamn couch. So there I was, unemployed, heartbroken, and stuck inside with a sour stomach and far too much time to think. I couldn't handle those walls closing in on me anymore, so one night I packed a bag, tossed my old hiking boots in the trunk, and drove until the lights disappeared behind me. I didn't even have a real plan. Just found this half-empty campsite up in Big Bear, then set up a borrowed tent inside the dark. That first trip was clumsy, cold, and kind of pathetic, but it was also the first time that I'd felt quiet inside months. I sat by the fire with no Wi-Fi, no texting, no bullshit, and I felt like maybe I hadn't completely dissolved into nothing after all. So I kept going after that. Something about having to take care of myself out there, about being the only person I could rely on. It just lit up something inside of me. I got better at it. I started learning real bushcraft. I bought a better tent, picked up a propane grill and some cooking gadgets. I brought friends sometimes, but most of the time I like going all by myself. There's just something sacred about it, like pressing a reset button that nobody else could reach. So when I decided to take this solo trip a few months ago, it felt like no big deal. I'd already done this dozens of times. This time I chose a new area, a state park about 3 hours from my house, somewhere I had not camped before. It was remote but not dangerous. There were trails, streams, and even some emergency outposts along the perimeter. I told my sister where I was going. I checked the weather, and I brought everything that I always bring. It literally just felt like another outing. But this time, it wasn't. I noticed it that first night, something was already off, but at the time I didn't quite realize it. I didn't feel it until later on, but looking back now, I think the woods knew I was alone, and I think somebody else knew that I was alone too. I set up my camp the way I always do, efficiently, borderline obsessive. My little one-person tent went up in a flat patch between two trees, and I strung a thin paracord perimeter around it, which was also clipped with tiny tripwire alerts that let out a soft chime if anything crossed the line, just enough to wake me up if a raccoon or maybe something bigger wandered a little too close. I brought my usual gear: propane grill, folding chair, med kit, fire starter kit, my Kindle, and a water canister that I could refill from the nearby spring. It was so beautiful out there. The air had that stillness that makes you breathe a little slower, helps you appreciate the entire process just a little more. I spent that whole afternoon hiking a loop trail that dipped through a gulch and then ran alongside a wide, clear stream. I soaked my feet in the water, read a book about fungi, even found some edible slippery jacks along the trail. It was good, peaceful. When I got back to camp, I cracked open my little wine bottle and fired up the grill. I brought a ribeye and some cut up squash and an onion inside foil. I always eat really good when I camp. Maybe because I'm actually hungry, or maybe because there's nobody to rush me. The sun had dipped below the trees while I was eating, and the sky lit up in this orange and purple. I sat there with the warm food in my belly and wine in my hand, staring at the stars starting to peek out. And then, like an idiot, I decided to go take a leak before I got cozy inside my sleeping bag. I walked maybe 40-50 yards from camp, more than I meant to. There was a little ridge that looked like it had a nice view, and I guess I wanted to soak in some of the moonlight. The top of the hill gave me a shot of the treetops and a sliver of the moon on the stream. I did my business behind a rock, zipped up, and wiped my hands with a sanitizing cloth. That's when I realized I had no idea which way I'd come from. I turned around and stared at the trees, trying to remember which path I'd taken through the brush, but everything looked the same to me. I didn't panic, at least not right away. I picked a direction that felt right and started walking with what I thought was confidence. But after 10 minutes, the trees did not look familiar. The slope of the land felt different. My tripwires would have chimed by now, and that's when it sank in that I was lost. I tried backtracking, but that didn't help. I turned off my flashlight a few times and tried to see if the dim glow of my lanterns would lead me back. Nothing though, no light, no sound, just a long lonely hush hanging around in the trees. That buzz from the wine had evaporated. My stomach clenched up and I knew I couldn't risk wandering in circles all night long. So I started looking for shelter. It had been an hour or so at this point, and I needed rest if I wanted to find my way back in the morning. I found this rock outcrop with just enough room to curl up behind. I pulled some brush around me like a blanket and tucked myself away. I didn't sleep much. Every twig that snapped would make my pulse spike. At one point, I thought what I heard was a coyote in the distance, and I almost started crying. But I swallowed it down. All I could do was wait for morning. When the sun finally rose, it was like somebody cracked open the world again. The light made me feel braver, sharper. I stood up and stretched and dusted myself off. I took a slow, careful walk through the woods, trying to move in a straight line, scanning for my tracks or anything familiar. After an hour or so, I stumbled onto a trail. Not a road, just a narrow, packed earth hiking path. I didn't know exactly where it led, but at least it felt like progress, I guess. And that's when I noticed him. A tall, lean, maybe 40-something with gray beard and one of those sun-bleached hats with a flap in the back. He had a hiking pack on and a water bladder strapped to his chest. He was moving with real confidence. I flagged him down fast and explained what had happened, how I gotten turned around after dark and slept in the woods. He listened to me, nodding patiently. "I've done that once or twice," he said. "You're lucky it wasn't colder. People freeze to death out here all the time." I responded back with laughing nervously and said something like, "Yeah, no kidding." He offered to walk with me, said he was doing a through hike of the park's back trails and knew them better than the staff did. I didn't love the idea of being somebody's charity case, but I also didn't want to get turned around again, so I accepted and we started walking together. At first it was easy talk, where we were from, what gear we used, even a little about the food trails. I told him I was headed back towards my camp and I thought it was southwest. He said he was going that way anyway. Then he asked me if I was out here all alone. I hesitated. Yeah, I said, but I check in with my people every day, just in case, you know? That made him laugh. Smart, he said. So, nobody would even know you're missing yet, huh? I stopped walking. So, I'm sorry, he said, smiling like he was joking. I didn't mean it like that. But he kept talking. Continued to say weird stuff too. Out here, people disappear. There's old caves, mine shafts, drop-offs. They wouldn't even find your body. I tried to pivot the conversation, but he would not drop it. He started asking what kind of knife I carried, if I had a whistle, if I knew how to scream loud enough to carry through the trees, if I had a gun, or if anybody would miss me back home. Then, after that, he stopped walking and just stood there. He looked at me like something had shut off behind his eyes. You ever heard a bobcat scream? He asked me. Before I could answer, he dropped his pack and lunged at me. I didn't have a weapon, he just tried to grab me, swinging his arms, snarling like a damn animal. I screamed and ducked sideways, scrambling over rocks and kicking dirt onto his face. He howled, literally howled, like he was part dog. And that's when I bolted. I didn't look back, I just ran, hard and stupid, ducking through the trees, weaving back and forth to try to throw him off. I heard him thrashing behind me, but the noise got softer and softer. I had the advantage. No pack, no gear, just pure terror and speed. And I think that's what saved me. I didn't stop running until my lungs were burning and my legs gave out beneath me. I collapsed behind a tree, half hidden in a mess of ferns and thorny brush, listening for the sounds of branches breaking or that sick barking laugh. But there was nothing. Just the sound of my own heavy breathing and the buzz of blood in my ears. I think I stayed there for maybe 5 minutes, maybe 20. It's hard to tell when your entire body is locked into panic mode. Eventually I heard water, a trickle, a steady one. I pushed the trees toward it, hoping it was the same stream that I'd soaked my feet in the day before. And when I saw the bend in the trail, wide and flat with a little rock cairn that I'd made in the edge, I nearly collapsed again. I was back. I recognized that hill slope to my left, and sure enough, 100 yards ahead, partially hidden by the trees, was my tent. My stupid little orange tent, still zipped up like it'd been waiting for me this whole time. I looped around wide just to be safe. I didn't hear him anymore. I didn't see anything moving behind me, but I'm not taking any chances. When I got back to camp, I didn't cry, I didn't scream, I just went straight for my stove, fired it up with shaking hands and made some coffee. I needed that ritual back, the normalcy. I stirred powdered creamer into that tin mug like it was some kind of exorcism. Then I sat in my chair with the hot metal against my palms and waited to feel human again. He never came. No footsteps, no distant yelling, nothing. I half expected to find the tripwire alarms tripped or some sign that he'd been inside my camp and messed with something. Torn up gear, footprints, anything. But there was nothing. If it wasn't for the ache in my thighs and the scratches up and down my arms, I might have believed that I imagined the whole thing, but I know I didn't. I know what I saw, and I know what I ran from. I wonder pretty often if that guy actually meant to hurt me, or if he was trying to scare me or give me a dose of reality, I don't know. Either way, he knew the trail systems better than I did. If he wanted to find me, I think he could have pretty easily. Although, I try not to dwell on that fact. I took my first and only trip to Japan during a summer break from college. It was supposed to be a once-in-a-lifetime kind of thing, and I really treated it that way. I spent the better part of my year saving up for it, planning every detail, and double-checking my itinerary. Flights, train passes, museum tickets, lodging, translation apps. I even made laminate cards with common phrases just in case my phone had died. The trip was my reward after a brutal semester and a nasty breakup, and I wasn't gonna waste a second of it. Tokyo was exactly as overwhelming and electric as I hoped it to be. Osakasaka was food heaven. I took a bullet train to Hiroshima and stood in the Peace Park in total silence for almost an hour. I toured some temples, shrines, battle sites, animation studios even, and drank a coffee inside a cafe where this robot took my order and then bowed. I even made it out to the coast one of those days and stared at the Pacific from the other side, feeling like I just walked through the screen of a dream that I'd had since I was 12 years old. It was all completely unreal in the best possible way. Now, the camping trip though, that was the part I should have left out. It was meant to be this kind of palate cleanser before I flew back home. A single night off-grid in a forest that I'd read about online, famous for its untouched beauty and welcoming attitude towards foreign travelers. There were local businesses that rented gear and even helped transport visitors to the park's trailhead. I booked a set through this reputable-looking company, picked up a small backpack of equipment, which was a tent, sleeping bag, propane burner, mess kit, and then rode this small shuttle van out toward the hills. It was cheap, cheerful, and seemed just rugged enough to feel authentic. The driver dropped me off at a signpost that said in broken English, "Path goes right, no forget trail." I nodded and then thanked him. The trail was well worn at first, wide and pleasant, dotted with these little carved statues and hand-painted markers. I'd say about 2 hours in, the crowds started to thin. I passed fewer and fewer hikers, most of them being older couples or university kids on group outings. When I reached the ridge that split into 3 separate trails, I went left, away from the groups, deeper and further into the green. And I think that was my mistake. I went too far. There was a stillness out there that I wasn't quite ready for. The air smelled thick with moss and ocean mist. The trees were ancient, knotted and spindly, with branches that looked like fingers groping through the fog. Everything out here felt muted. I found this small clearing with the remnants of an old fire pit. Somebody had definitely camped here before, though probably not anytime recently. It felt super remote, but not impossible. So for me, it felt perfect. But the longer I stayed there, the more I had this overwhelming sensation that I'd wandered into some place that I should not have. I set up camp like I'd done back home, tent facing the trees in case it rained, fire pit cleared, small folding stool set out for dinner prep. The rental gear was well worn but functional. I boiled some noodles on that little propane burner, dumped a vacuum-sealed bag of curry, and sat there eating while the light disappeared into the trees. The deeper the night went, the less I liked how the place just sounded, or I guess a better way to describe it is it didn't. Back home, even in the remote forests, you hear wind and birds and insects, maybe frogs or owls. Here it was just dead air. There was a fog in the trees that was pale and low, rolling between trunks like smoke that wouldn't rise. My fire crackled, but it felt like the noise didn't go too far, like it was being swallowed up before it could even echo. Still, I told myself I'm just unfamiliar with the place. It's new, a new country, different wildlife, and a different climate. Maybe the silence out here is normal. Maybe the humidity dampened the sound. Maybe I'm just being soft. But not long after this, I started hearing things. At first it was distant, a rustling, quick and light. Not like deer or anything heavy. It sounded like footsteps, human ones, but they were far too erratic. Too fast and then too slow, and then there would be nothing. I stood up with my flashlight in hand and scanned the woods. I didn't see anything. I clicked the beam off and listened once more. Silence responded, and then, moments later, laughter. It echoed faintly through the trees. A man's laugh, sharp and clipped. Then a second voice, maybe a woman's. It was higher pitched and giggling like somebody trying not to get caught. It didn't make any sense to me. There were no other campers out here. I pushed at least 2 miles beyond the last posted trailhead, and I hadn't seen a single tent on the way in. So I found myself calling out, just a quick, "Hello?" More instinct than with any confidence. And of course, I got no answer back. I walked a slow circle around the camp, flashlight scanning every branch, every rock, but there was nothing. I was finally about to write it off as a distant sound travel when I saw movement on the edge of the clearing. A shadow, upright, human-shaped. It stood just far enough into the trees that I couldn't make out every detail. Just a silhouette, darker than the dark around it. Then it stepped back and vanished. No sound, no crunch of leaves, just gone. I backed up towards the tent, flashlight jittering across the brush. Another shape flicked through the beam, this one crossing from the right to the left and lower to the ground. Too fast to see it clearly. My heart thumped so loud I could feel it in my gums. More laughter, and this time it was closer, but I couldn't place the direction. Then came the voices, not English, Japanese maybe, but not casual conversation. Chanting, reciting something. I even heard clapping. Whispers layered over one another, too fast and rhythmic to follow. It felt like I was now being surrounded, but whenever I turned on the light, there was nothing there. And then I heard cars. Not actual engines, more like the illusion itself of traffic. I could hear horns, muffled conversations, even a pedestrian crosswalk chime that you hear in Tokyo. All of it sounded somewhere just beyond the trees, where I knew no road existed. My hands are shaking, and I killed the fire with my water canteen, grabbed what I could, and dove into my tent. I zipped it shut like that thin nylon could do anything to protect me. Inside, I sat with my back to the pole just listening. Those voices didn't fade. If anything, it got weirder. Children laughing, somebody singing off key, then some angry yelling, violent and guttural, and silence following that. Long stretches of it, then sudden rustling, quick footfalls circling the tent, or someone or something grabbing at the fabric, tugging it. A finger tapped the nylon near my head and I yelped and jerked away. When I shone my flashlight through it, nothing was showing on the other side. No shadows. I stayed frozen like that for hours, flashlight dying in my hand, sweat running cold down my back. I think eventually I nodded off from just pure exhaustion because the next thing I knew, a dim glow was seeping in through the tent walls. Dawn. I waited another 15 minutes just to be sure before I unzipped the tent and peeked outside. There was nothing around me, no footprints, no signs of anybody. The fire pit was a ring of cold ash. My camp looked undisturbed, ordinary, like the night hadn't even happened at all. I wasted zero time. I packed my gear, half folded into my pack, left the noodles and curry packets behind, and relit the fire just long enough to burn off the chill and chase those shadows away. I clipped my 2 LED lanterns to my chest straps, one to my belt, and kept the flashlight in my hand. The fog was thinner now. I could see a little clearer, so I picked a direction and hoped it was east and then started walking. I'd say 40 minutes in, I came across a trail that I don't remember. It looked very well worn, maybe a maintenance path, but I followed it, and after a while I saw 2 other hikers approaching me from the far end. Locals, older, dressed in layered gear and carrying walking sticks. They smiled when they saw me, clearly surprised. One of them said something in Japanese, and I tried to explain in broken phrases and hand gestures that I was lost, that I camped out here the night before. They looked at one another, clearly confused, and one of them said something that made my stomach drop, even through the language barrier. He pointed into the forest and said something like "Shori no shi akuma." The other one translated with the word I did not understand. Spirits. He made this waving gesture like people drifting through the trees. They said nobody camps there this deep anymore. Not here. Too many souls. They offered to walk me back to the main trail and I didn't hesitate. As we climbed along the narrow hillside, I started to feel steadier. They chatted softly amongst themselves, occasionally glancing my way like they were making sure I didn't wander off again. Eventually, we reached the junction, where a big signpost pointed back towards the parking lot. I turned to thank them, but I was alone. I stood there staring at the empty trail behind me, waiting for one of them to pop back out of the brush or something. Maybe they just stepped off for a bathroom break. Maybe they'd taken a shortcut back to the woods. I even called out this quiet, awkward, hey? Like I could summon them with a single word, like they just hadn't vanished seconds before. But they were gone. I waited another minute, but nothing. Just that silence again, just like last night, thick and dead. I could have gone back to look for them, but I didn't. Not after everything I'd seen, not after what they'd said. Spirits. That was the word. I hadn't imagined that part. That was very real. The man's face had gone serious when he said it, and even if I didn't understand the full sentence, that warning was very clear. So I just turned around and walked. I followed that wider trail for what must have been another 45 minutes, maybe an hour. It looped through dense brush and then eventually opened up to a gravel parking lot lined with vending machines and a visitor's map. My rental car sat right where I left it, untouched and unbothered. I climbed in, locked the doors, and sat there in the driver's seat for quite some time, trying to shake off that leftover adrenaline. I checked my phone, no messages, no missed calls. I had full bars again, which felt like a miracle. I pulled up that trail map, double-checked the route, and sure enough, there was a note in tiny red lettering at the bottom of the map near the area that I'd camped in. It didn't say haunted exactly, but it mentioned something about local legends, spiritual activity, and advised visitors not to camp off the trail inside that region. Kinda wish I saw that earlier. Back in Tokyo, the rest of my trip went smoothly. I didn't tell anybody about the forest, at least not then. It didn't feel real enough to share with anybody, and I didn't want to sound like another dumb tourist who got spooked by trees and shadows. But even now, all these years later, I still think about those voices and that laughter, the impossible traffic sounds in the middle of the woods. I try to rationalize it all, try to chalk it up to nerves or bad sleep or some weird environmental illusion, but I can't. Not completely. I have no clue what I stumbled into that night. I don't know who or what was circling my tent, but I do know that I wasn't alone for any part of that trip.